southbound slows to 14th as well. Instead of the northbound side of the FDR Drive, go to one of the avenues instead. They will be a whole lot better. There'll be a Total Orthopedics pain-free route instead of dealing with the northbound FDR Drive west side if you can get there instead. Also in pretty decent shape. Belt, Brooklyn, eastbound brake lights from before the Verrazano to Ocean Parkway, where only the left lane is open because of a rollover that away. Cross Island Parkway loads either way to UBS Arena. Islanders are home against the Bruins. Citybound George is fine. Lincoln and Holland, no more than a few minutes out of town. Inbound Lincoln 10, Holland 15 in from the Skyway. Better off the Newark Bay. Injured in an accident, you need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com. I'm Greg Rice with the injurylawyer.com Fan Highway Patrol, presented by the Rothenberg Law Firm.
Everybody knows Town Fair Tire is New England's largest name-brand discount tire dealer, beating all the local competitors with our guaranteed lowest prices. And now, with over 120 stores throughout New England, we beat all the competition, including the warehouse clubs, the online sites, and the local dealers. Yes, we beat them all with the absolute guaranteed lowest price on name-brand tires. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
FanDuel's putting you in control right from NBA tip-off, because every day to start the season, you get to choose your reward. Take your shot with a profit boost, play it cool with a no-sweat bet, or get a little backup with a bet-back token. Maybe you're a bold bettor, always chasing that big parlay, or maybe you're that careful strategist who plays it smart. Maybe you're someone who likes to emotionally hedge, like me, against my favorite teams that always lose, and the teams you hate. The best part is you get to pick the reward that best suits you. So make your pick. Get in the game and play it your way. Head to FanDuel.com/Evan and make your choice. We love the app around here. It's safe and secure, and when you win, you get paid fast. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and over, physically present in New York, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com for help with a gambling problem. Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound, that's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Pros don't just show up. They prove how it's done. With precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way. With a dedication to lasting quality. Trusted performance and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This hour is brought to you by Dunkin', the official coffee of Evan and Tiki. WFAN runs on Dunkin'.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 7 o'clock. This is Rich Ackerman. This report is brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, ChefIQ.com. It's all about the future for the Jets. They have 2 first-round picks this year, 2 second-rounders, and 3 first-round picks next year. A bulk of those picks came in 2 trades today. At 1 and 7, they tore it down, first sending Sauce Gardner to the Colts for first-rounders each of the next 2 years, and A.D. Mitchell. A short time later, they dealt 3-time Pro Bowler Quinnen Williams to the Cowboys for a first-rounder next year, a second-round pick this year, and defensive lineman Mazai Smith. They also acquired corner Jasir Taylor from the Chargers for a late-round pick. A bold day for first-year GM Darren Muji, who said it's not a teardown. He is just trying to build a foundation.
I understand the trade deadline and different moving parts, but the goal is to always win on Sunday, and that's what we work to do all week, and that's how it is.
The Giants didn't pull off any deals at the trade deadline as the prices on wide receivers were high. The Rangers still looking for their first win of the season at Madison Square Garden, about to face off against the Hurricanes. The Islanders are hosting the Brewers. This report is sponsored by Staples and by Moderna, and it's Chris McMonagle, C-Mac in the house.
Yes, we need that Ranger win. We need that Ranger win tonight. Big Ranger game. Prove they can win at home.
What about the 4 Islanders? Matthew Schaefer having a great start?
Nope. Rangers!
Shake my head.
Let's go. Suck it! That seems a bit aggressive.
Yes, absolutely.
That
we don't
seems a
need
bit
that
aggressive.
kind of poor sportsmanship around here. And low-class behavior. Shame on you. What am I doing?
I'm nothing if I'm not low class. That's what I've been told.
Yes, my minute is up. I'm Rich Ackerman.
All right.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
And I'm bound to keep on riding. I got one more silver dollar, but I'm not gonna let them catch me, no. Not gonna let them catch the midnight rider. Chris.
Yeah!
Sports Radio.
Loogie stuck around just to hear me sing.
WFAN.
Yes, sir! Yes, sir! 7:03 on the Fan. McMonagle here with you for the next 5 hours. That's right, a ride to midnight. As I'm in for Keith McPherson, we got Paul Rosenberg on the other side. He likes to ride the levels. And we're taking you for the next 5 hours on this Election Tuesday. Hope everybody got out there and voted. It's not too late. Go make a difference. The Jets are trying to make a difference, and obviously we'll start there. We'll get to the Giants not making a difference, but we start with the Jets and the idea that they turned the entire trade deadline into an event today. Who knew? Who suspected the Jets would tear it down? I know apparently the coach is telling, the general manager rather, is telling you it's not a tear down, it's about winning on Sunday. Well, the best way to win on Sunday is to trade away your 2 best defensive players right before the game. I'm sure that's what it's not a tear down. It's exactly a tear down, and it's exactly what they should be doing. It's exactly what they should be doing. Jet fans, look, it is never easy to trade away talented players. It's never easy. It wasn't easy when they did it with Jamal Adams. Turned out to be the right move. But it's never easy giving up good players. And let's start there for a second, because I heard Joe, and I know how Joe feels at 4 o'clock, and I've heard a lot from the fans. And while Sauce Gardner has not become the best cornerback in the league, and I know he's paid as such, and I know he's been somewhat disappointing, and he doesn't have a lot of interceptions. He's yet to have one this year. Sauce Gardner is a damn good player in the NFL. All right? The Colts aren't stupid. I heard Loogie waxing poetic about them and Daniel Jones and all that nonsense. We'll see if they are a legit Super Bowl contender, and maybe that'll be part of this conversation with their trade of Sauce Gardner. But they're not dumb. You don't trade away 2 first-round picks for a bad player. So let's just be clear. The New York Jets just traded away in Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams, arguably or inarguably, their best 2 defensive players. And one in Sauce Gardner, who they just committed to at the beginning of this season to be part of the future of this team. They just paid him. They just gave him a contract extension. Just did it. This regime did it. Yeah, they didn't draft him, and yeah, they had no real connection to him. And that's a lot of the talking point as well, is they're trying to shape who the Jets are through this new version of Glenn and Muji. I don't know if you could say they had no connection to him. They did pay him. They recognized that he was a good player. He's 25, 26 years old. He wanted to be here. He wanted to be part of the success eventually of this team, which we've seen a couple of Jets wanting to do. We don't know if Quinnen Williams necessarily apparently wanted to be part of that. But they traded away two really good players, and that's never easy. That's never fun. And it's never fun, to talk to Evan's point, and I completely agree. It's never fun to be in a position where you feel like that's the best thing for the team. You never want to be in a place where you feel like what's best is to move on from the young, talented players that should be making us better than we are. So we start there. But having said that, how the hell do you say no? How do you say no? This is a great deal. Both of these deals for Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams are excellent deals. 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. He's a good player. Don't get me wrong. I just gave you 3 minutes on why he's a good player. Is he worth 2 first-round picks? I know he's under contract and under control, but, Michael Parsons got 2 first-round picks. Like, this is a haul. I know, the Godfather offer, whatever you want to call it. Muji could not say no to this because right now you're watching, despite the fact that they're their 2 best defensive players, let's be honest, this defense as a whole, and I know you want to call Sauce Gardner overrated, and Quinnen Williams for sure has been not nearly as good as he has in previous years. Like, this defense overall is overrated. They started to play better the last couple weeks. I get it. And they do have some depth at the cornerback position. Stevens, who they signed from Baltimore, had a hideous start. He's gotten better. They make the trade from Tennessee. He's obviously been better. Like, they have some depth at the cornerback position, but it's not about now. It's about moving forward with this regime, which right there, that answers this question. I know I've been on and on about what they should do with Glenn and Muji and moving forward and drafting a quarterback at the end of this year because that's what this team is going to do. That has stamped it, sealed it. Muji is not going to be allowed to make these moves without coming back. Glenn is coming back. Like, and it was probably like that the minute the owner went out there and bashed the quarterback and praised the coach. We knew that was going to be the case anyway, but now it is locked in. This is the new regime of the New York Jets, and they are going to attempt to build this winning culture. And before they start to win, they better lose. And that's what they're doing right now. And let's be honest, you can call it whatever you want. I know I get into the tank conversation a lot. I heard, them talking about in the afternoon. There's nothing left to do but lose all these football games. Because right now, if you look at it, with the 2 first-round picks they get from Sauce, and they get A.D. Mitchell, a wide receiver who just, they didn't have space for in Indianapolis, and we'll see what he could be. And they have a bunch of these wide receivers now who are kind of, lottery tickets, like the picks, hoping that they can, find something here at the New York Jets. You get a second this year and a first next year for Quinnen Williams from the Dallas Cowboys, along with a D tackle. So you're talking about having 2 first picks this year, 2 second-round picks this year, and 3 first-round picks next year. The New York Jets are the NFL draft over the next 2 years. New York Jet fans, the season might not go your way, but come April over the next 2 years, the New York Jets control the first round of the NFL draft. 2 this year, 3 next year. And we'll have a further conversation about the quarterback. I think you're crazy if you want to play the waiting game. You have got to go out there and draft a quarterback this year. God knows what happens next year. I'm tired. Oh, the quarterback draft next year and Arch Manning next year and this next year. You have no idea what's going to happen. And to me right now, like, I know they're talking about winning, and I'm not necessarily saying they should go out there and lose on purpose. We know what tanking is. But to me, if you want this plan to work right now, the best option for the New York Jets is to keep doing what they're doing. Tell the coach he can hang on until Sunday if he wants to tell the world who the quarterback is. We all know who it's going to be. They better go out there and lose every damn game, because the best thing that can happen for the New York Jets right now is they continue on this absolute teardown, and they make sure they don't have to trade any of the equity that they just got to move up in a draft to get the quarterback they want. The tank is on. The coach is locked into his position no matter how many games they lose. The GM is locked into his position no matter how many games they lose. And I'm not saying go out there and try, but if Garrett Wilson's not feeling that well, he doesn't have to play that week. Because this is about now finding the future quarterback of this franchise. That's what's next. They have taken their best assets, and we'll get to whether or not Breece Hall should have been included. He wasn't. And I'm good with that because what's it about? Say it with me. The same thing I've been saying about Brian Dable, the same thing I've been saying about the New York Giants. The quarterback in the NFL is the most important position by a mile. And the relationship with him, the coach, the offense, the organization is as important as anything else you will do. And right now, the Jets have just put themselves on the clock. They are a franchise that is now in rebuild mode, a franchise that really was in rebuild mode the minute they decided not keep Aaron Rodgers. The minute they decided that this winning culture and this new regime had to have it without a presence like Aaron Rodgers and decided to bring in a quarterback in Fields who can't play. I don't care what happened week one, and I don't care what happened against the Bengals. We know the kid is not an NFL quarterback. They paid him $30 million to be their quarterback. When they made that decision, I'm sorry, it wasn't about winning anymore. It's about the regime of Glenn and Muji. And right now, this solidifies it. And this is the point. This is the point. Can you trust this regime? It's one thing to make the deal. It's one thing to say yes to an overwhelming offer for Sauce Gardner. And then once you trade for Sauce Gardner, it seems silly not to trade Quinnen Williams, who's apparently been unhappy. And it's reported that he was involved in discussions around a possible Micah Parsons deal and has been asking for his trade multiple times throughout the season. So once you move on from Sauce Gardner and you decide to take the offer, it only made sense to then turn around and trade Quinnen Williams. But now that you've done that and you've set yourself up for these next two drafts, and you have begun the process, which really, again, began when they moved on from Aaron Rodgers, this is now the rebuild under these two men. That's what this is now. And where does a rebuild start? With the quarterback. And my only question, which has been about Aaron Glenn and this regime from the beginning, when they make the decision to bring in a quarterback who can't play, who now the owner has admitted can't play, who can't complete a forward pass, when you pay him the money you pay him and you bring him in, do you prove to me your assessment of the quarterback position? Because that's what this is about. And why I'm the moron screaming every day about Brian Dable is because as bad as the Giants have done business, and I talked about this last night, as bad as the Giants have done business and whiffed on how many first-round picks and made bad decision after bad decision and have at this trade deadline trying to move a first-round pick offensive lineman who can't play for them, and nobody obviously wants him, or trying to move a third-round wide receiver who can't see the field when Neighbors goes down and they have nobody, or talking about a first-round cornerback who they traded up to go get because right now, despite a depleted backfield, him playing in the game is tearing apart the team. Like, even though you look at all that nonsense, they got the one thing right you have to get right if you're going to build a winning franchise. You have to get the quarterback right. So that's why I've been so gung-ho about, the idea of at least attempting and seeing if you can find a way to keep Dable. Because he drafted the quarterback, he's working with the quarterback. That relationship is as important as anything. What has this regime shown? It's a defensive-minded head coach. It's a coach and a team that jettisoned a Hall of Famer to bring in a quarterback who can't play. And now I have to trust them to take all these picks, which I agree. I think most Jet fans would agree. There are some people, I saw Diana Racina talk about the idea that, a scout inside the NFL said they tore down a top five offense and broke it apart. To the top five defense, rather, obviously. A top five defense and broke it apart today. Get the hell out of here. They broke up a top five defense. Get the hell, are you kidding me? So I think most Jet fans, most NFL fans would think today they made good deals. Whether or not the rebuild is the right thing or not, the value for the deals, without question, cannot be denied. They are very good deals. They've got a ton of draft picks, and they control the first round of the NFL draft, which is where franchises are built, where destinies are changed, where jobs are won and lost, and where the NFL begins. They control it for 2 days. That is an advantage. That is something you can shape a franchise around. But you have to make the right picks. You have to make the right picks, and it starts with a quarterback, because the rest of the picks, what are you going to try and do with? Get him another weapon? Replace the guys you just traded away and hope they're as good? You make these picks so that you're in the catbird seat to get the right quarterback and the quarterback you want. That's what it's about. And that's why you don't trade Breece Hall, because next year he needs weapons. And you look at this team, they have an offensive line. They'll have the running back as long as he's happy, and we'll get into the Breece Hall tweets and whether or not he's happy right now being a Jet. But you should have that weapon for him. You have a stud wide receiver. You have a stud running back. You have a talented offensive line group. This is a position where if you have the right coaching, and if you are smart enough to recognize which one of these quarterbacks is the right guy to draft, which again has proven as difficult as any other decision in the NFL. If they get it right, then this was all a big coup, and they did exactly what a franchise should do year one with a regime, breaking down a group that has proven they can't win and go about rebuilding. And if they fail on the quarterback, then they have broken up two of their cornerstone players on defense that guaranteed them a level of play, and they're back at it again with now an aging core that isn't getting any better. Like, this all comes down to what almost every team in the NFL comes down to. Can they make the right decision on the quarterback? And that has been my question with this team all year long. Because I got to tell you, I view moving on from Aaron Rodgers to bring in a quarterback who can't play as a colossal mistake. And one that scares me about their evaluation process of the quarterback position. And that's who now, without question, the Jets are going to be relying upon to pick the next franchise leader. So it's a positive day for Jet fans, because I don't think they were winning anyway. I mean, obviously at 1-7, I don't know if Sauce Gardner and Quinn Williams are going to be the core of some great defense and some great rebuild moving forward. They've gotten great value. You can't question that. These trades are good value trades. But now they have to go out there and make the trades worth it by getting the right quarterback and building around this team. And it's whether or not you trust them to do it, because they're going to be the ones who do it. That's it. You don't allow them to make this move without allowing them to do the rest of it. So it's one of those trades that you don't know. Today seems like a positive move. It's a lot of first-round picks. But if they come out of it with a lesser cornerback, a lesser D tackle, a wide receiver who can't play, and a quarterback who stinks, what was it all for? 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on The Fan. Let's take a call or two before we get to the break. Let's go to James in Saddlebrook. What's up, James?
Hey, dude. C-Mac, thank you for taking my call.
You got it, buddy. What's going on?
I had a question about Quentin Williams, but I just have a comment, not to you, but to just your station keeps messing up the D tackle's name they got from Dallas.
Okay. I don't even think
His
I said
name
it. I
is
think I just...
Smith.
Yeah, I say it one more time.
Mozzie.
I don't even think I said. I don't even think I said his name. I just said D tackle because I don't know if he's really an impact player. But okay, thank you, Mozzie.
His problem is he can't get off the ball. He's very slow off the snap, and he was very ineffective. He basically was battling a 7th-round rookie this year to get any playing time.
All right, but he's the least part of what happened in these two trades. So what else? Like, what's the other part you want to get to?
I think the Quentin Williams hate is a little overblown. I believe his stats this year speak to he just didn't have much help on the defensive line, especially without Jermaine Johnson. All right, so he was the number one graded run defense D tackle this year, and the most double team winning D tackle this year.
So so then you're against the trade, you wouldn't have moved him?
Well, I'm a Cowboys fan.
Oh, okay. Okay, so you're not happy to get him, or you are happy to get him. Let's go to another call, someone who's a Jet fan. Mike in Croton on the Hudson. What's up, Mike?
What's going on, Chris? How you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
Good. Listen, you got a great singing voice.
Thank you.
I could not believe it. I was like, who is that?
That's me.
You know, even when,
you
when
hear the falsetto? You hear that? Yeah, did you hear that?
I was like, yeah, you should be doing some bar mitzvahs on the side and some weddings, right?
I should be. I should be a wedding singer on the weekends. There's no doubt. I absolutely should.
There you go.
I'm just hoping
today.
someone's going to hear me and call in, Mike. Someone with connections, not someone who just wants to talk about a jet trade.
Yeah, sorry,
I'm hoping the right guy's listening.
That's the best I can do. That's the best I can do.
All right, what do you got on the trade real quick?
Listen, I'm really happy about this. Was the best day of the year for the Jets so far. I'm going to miss Quinnen. You know, I have to say, obviously, along with all Jets fans, God bless you, and I thank you, Quinnen Williams.
Mm-hmm.
You get that? You got to get that, right? Draft night? Never mind. Anyway, I just don't know what the Cowboys were thinking. I mean, like, what the hell are they doing, especially after last night's performance? I mean, you're trading away 2 number 1 picks?
No, they traded away one number 1 pick.
Yeah, 1 number 1 pick.
And a number 2. A number 2 this year, a number 1 next year, and D-tackle Mozzie. And I don't want to get it incorrect. Or Meza. What do you say? I don't know.
Mozzie.
Meza. What's the difference?
Hot start with the callers.
Hot start. We got a Cowboys fan and someone who's more interested in talking about my singing voice, which normally is cool at 3:30 in the morning. But, you know, we're just getting started here. 888-808-1019. I do listen. The Cowboys are trying to make an impact move. The Cowboys are going for it. I mean, the Cowboys think they can win. Everyone else in the division stinks, except the Eagles, obviously. They're looking to improve their defense. Jerry Jones is a mess. We all know it. Jerry Jones, it's hard to understand exactly what Jerry Jones is thinking on a daily basis. They traded away Micah Parsons instead of paying him. So I don't really care about the Dallas Cowboys. On this level of it, yeah. I mean, a first-round pick and a second-round pick, that's a lot for Quinnen Williams. I agree. That's a lot. And 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner is a great return. Look, the Colts are doing what they should be doing. They're having a magical season. Like, when you have a magical season, I do think that you should try and capitalize on it. They're playing great football. Right now, everything is working. They've also played a cupcake schedule, and their record's probably propped up by it, but they've won enough games right now where if they just win a couple more, they're going to the postseason. And the way they run the football and the way that offensive line operates and the way, as long as Daniel Jones doesn't turn the ball over 5 times, which he's only done 1 game this year, they've got enough talent there to go be, I guess, contenders in this AFC. I don't view them as that just yet, but they have an opportunity to go do that. They're trying to make that team special. They're trying to capitalize on a really hot start. So I understand why they're doing it, but is that too much value for Sauce Gardner? I think so. I think that's a trade you can't say no to. Whether they wanted to tear this down and whether they were looking for this kind of move, and obviously I don't think they signed him to trade him, to quote the great Dave Gettleman about OBJ. We didn't sign him to trade him. I don't think they signed him to trade him. I don't think that was the plan. But I think when you get to 1-7 and someone offers you that kind of package and you're looking to rebuild, let's be honest, I wish the Giants would have done this. Instead, the Giants would have been better off. I know it sucks to say this because there was their 1 winning season. Giants would have been better off losing some games year 1 and doing this type of thing and starting over, as opposed to winning year 1 with Daniel Jones and giving him a contract. They would have been better off. The Jets are set up to be in a good spot moving forward. This is a good day for a Jet fan. Considering you're 1-7, this is a good day for a Jet fan. But it's got to follow with good days in April. They've got to make these picks work, and they've got to find their quarterback. And we'll get into this year's quarterback crop versus next year's quarterback crop, and do they have enough, quarterbacks in year 2 now in 27 to wait for that quarterback draft? I think that's crazy. You got to go out there and find a quarterback right now this year. And I know many people disagree with me. I could not believe listening to Evan again. Me and Evan see a lot of things the same way. The idea that you and Joe was saying it too. The idea that you want to see this team win games is crazy to me. It's absolutely crazy. It's bonkers. It's absolutely bonkers This team, and I know what tanking means, and I don't want to turn this show into a tanking versus non-tanking, and what football's about and what it's like to be a fan, and you shouldn't be rooting for losses, because that's what this show becomes every time I mention tanking. I understand the coach is going to coach to win, and the players on the field are going to play to win. But the best thing, you can't tell me today that the best interest of a team looking to draft a quarterback who just added 3 first-round picks, and traded away their 2 best defensive players. You can't tell me they're better off showing a pulse and winning football games. The coach is locked in. The GM's locked in. The best thing is that they don't have to use this capital to go get a quarterback. Go get the first pick, go get the second pick, whatever, and have your best opportunity to not need to trade up. People, well, they could trade up. I don't want to trade up. I want to get the quarterback and then draft players. It's in the best interest of the Jets to not win another game. That's the best instinct. Lose every stinking game. Get the first overall pick, take your quarterback, and use the other picks on players.
The issue is they didn't do enough. They went halfway again. Because I know trading Quinnen and Sauce is a lot, but they should have moved Nick Folk. They should have moved Breece Hall and Jermaine Johnson and Tyrod Taylor and Justin Fields. They didn't do enough. That's the problem.
Yeah, but I don't know if you can move all those guys. Yeah, they're 1-7 bad.
I understand that, but you're still going to have players that are still going to want to play and play hard. If you move some of those guys, and if you have a Brady Cook as a backup quarterback or maybe a starting quarterback, things will evolve.
Yeah, I think they're already 1-7 where you don't have to trade away the whole team to ensure losing. And I also want to have some players for the quarterback when I take him next year. There's Breece Hall I want to keep because I want to give him a weapon next year.
He doesn't seem like he's happy.
No, he doesn't. We'll get into that with his tweets. But still, you can make him happy. Go draft a young quarterback. Make him happy. Go spend money next year. You just saved how much money on the Sauce Gardner contract?
They did. They paid Sauce Gardner $120 million.
They should have weapons for him next year to be more productive inside this offense. I don't know if they needed to trade more guys, and again, there is no tanking is a word we use. No one's losing on purpose. But it's in the best interest of the Jets to lose every stinking game. The idea that any Jet fan would be like, all right, now show me a pulse. It's about winning on Sunday. You're crazy.
No, of course not.
727 McMahon. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we are late, Paul. You know we're late. You do this for a living. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. Back with more of your calls next on The Fan.
Keep listening for your chance to score a pair to see AC/DC Power Up Tour coming to MetLife Stadium September 25th, 2026, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. It's all from The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Have an easy holiday, only at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, plus shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely. Don't miss out on the latest laptops up to 45% off. Staples. That was easy.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Well, think again. Bring in your AT&T and T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save with phone deals, streaming, and plans where everybody in the family can choose their oin plan and save. So, bring your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal.
Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score Report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Who's ready to hit the ice? It'll be another exciting hockey season with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the NHL. From same-game parlays to live bets, you can call your shot during any play. Rooting for your favorite players? You'll find all sorts of markets for betting on any star's performance on any given night. Don't miss any of the action on the ice by getting all your picks in with BetMGM. Ready to shoot your shot? Download the app today and make your bets. BetMGM, make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York only. Subject to eligibility requirements, rewards may vary and expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Nissan trucks and SUVs are built for next-level adventure. Too much gear? Dirt? Rock? Sand?
Get in a Nissan truck or SUV and feel unstoppable. Whether you want to take your next level of adventure in the Frontier Dark Armor, the Pathfinder, the Armada, or the Rogue, you'll be ready for what comes your way. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2026 Nissan Rogue Platinum. Visit jdpower.com/awards for information based on 2025 model year 2026 Rogue from new dealer stock. 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price. See dealer for details. Ends 12/1/25.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Come visit the engagement experts at London Jewelers at any one of their 6 locations.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want with 0 down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Black Friday sales event.
FanDuel is putting you in control right from NBA tip-off because every day to start the season, you get to choose your reward. Take your shot with a profit boost. Play it cool with a no-sweat bet. Or get a little backup with a bet back token. Maybe you're a bold bettor, always chasing that big parlay. Or maybe you're the careful strategist who plays it smart. Maybe you are someone who likes to emotionally hedge against your teams and the teams that you hate. The best part is you get to pick the reward that best suits you. So make the pick, get in the game, and play it your way. Head to FanDuel.com/Gio, that's G-I-O, to make your choice. We just love the app around here. It's safe and secure. When you win, you get paid fast. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN. 21 and over and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. If you care about cooking meat to perfection, you gotta listen up. The IQ Sense Smart Meat Thermometer from Chef IQ is unbelievable. It wirelessly monitors your food's internal temperature in real time and then pairs with the Chef IQ app to tell you when it's time to flip, rest, and serve. There's no guesswork, just perfect USDA safe temps every single time. It even connects to the new Chef IQ mini oven for hands-off cooking, so why not grab yours today at chefiq.com and use code word Boomer to save 20% off at checkout.
I'm Colonel Callahan of the New Jersey State Police. If you're caught driving impaired, you'll face hefty fines, a suspended license, and maybe even jail time. Worse yet, you might cause a crash that could devastate someone's life. Be responsible. Don't drive impaired. We are all counting on you.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
It's been a hard day's night, and I've been working like a dog.
7:34. McMonagle here with you on The Fan. It was a hard day's night for Muji. He was busy all day. And we'll talk about it with Zach Rosenblatt, who covers the Jets for The Atlantic. He'll come on at 8 o'clock with us. What'd I say, The Atlantic? I'm losing my mind. The Athletic. Could have sworn I said.
That was a Joe Beers thing, right?
The Athletic, The Atlantic. I'm losing my mind. The Athletic covers the Jets for The Athletic. Paulie's loving this one. I'm never going to hear the end of it. What do you want me? The lights went out in here. I've lost my train of thought. I'm sitting in here, all of a sudden, all the lights go out. I'm sitting in here in the dark. I'm in the dark here. But yes, we'll talk to Zach Rosenblatt, who covers the Jets for The Athletic. And we will talk to my man, Art Stapleton, of NorthJersey.com. He covers the Giants. We'll get them who did absolutely nothing and did not help this quarterback get a weapon. The prices for wide receivers and for players, obviously, as we saw at the Jets trade, the prices were high today. It feels like a little bit of a seller's market, but still, the Giants do nothing to improve their team. And Jackson Dart still has nobody to throw to. We'll get to the Giants as well. Frustrating day. Covers the Jets for The Atlantic. I said The Athletic, didn't I? 888-808-1019. You got to close this door better. I can hear you laughing. Okay? Close the door. You walk in here, close the door behind you. Appreciate it. Richie in Queens. What's up, Richie?
Chris, how are you?
Good. I'm doing well, Richie. How are you?
Good. I think the deal. This is not a second guess. I thought he was one of the most overrated cornerbacks, Sauce Gardner, I have ever seen. And maybe, and again, people go, well, Rich, you're not a scout. I said, I know, but I think I know talent, and I've seen some great cornerbacks and great football players. He was neither. He couldn't tackle. He would use his hands all the way down the field. I got enamored with him maybe the first half of the year, but the fact that they got 2 picks for him, I think that's phenomenal.
I think it's a great. I do think it's a great return. I think he's better than. Is he a great player? Is he Darrelle Revis? Is he Deion Sanders? You mentioned not tackling. Deion didn't, but still, you're right. He didn't cover like Deion. He's not a great.
All the hype, Chris. He's a little amount of hype, and he's not.
He's a little overrated. I think that's fair, but I do think he's a good football player. And the Colts don't. They're not stupid. They're not trading 2 first-round picks for a bad football player. You know what I'm saying? Like he's a good corner.
Yeah. I'll give him to a point, maybe a good corner, but
I don't think he's.
He was supposed to be a Patrick Peterson. He was supposed to be a shutdown guy. Right. But I just did.
And he's paid like the best cornerback in the league, and he's not Patrick.
Yeah, that's another thing. They paid that kind of money, and yeah, absolutely.
Well, anyway, the signing bonus is on them. This year, he's not making all that much money. Then the money kicks in next year. It's a reasonable contract for a player with the money moving up and up every year. I think the Colts did what they felt they had to do. But yeah, I don't disagree with you. Even if I wasn't looking to trade Sauce Gardner, this deal would have made me do so.
Yeah, it was a great deal, I think. No doubt about it, because they need help. Let's hope they get the right people. Okay, real quick. I normally am 99% with you on most subjects.
Mm-hmm.
I understand with the Dable situation. I have lost total confidence in that guy.
Okay.
I don't think he's a good head coach. When they were down, you're down 20-7. You got the ball on the 4-yard line.
Yeah.
And you kick a field goal to make it 10 points. Instead of being down 1 score.
Mm-hmm.
What they did at the half, but they run the ball twice. They kick a 40-yard, they miss it.
Yeah.
There's nothing I like about it. And this thing about Chris, my feeling with Dart, I think he's going to be a good player. At this point, could he be above good? Yes, he could be. He has the knowledge. Do I think another coach is going to come in and destroy that guy? No. There's no way that should be the attachment. You can't get rid of Dable because of the one factor, and that is because he is the quarterback guru. I disagree. These guys have had 4 years.
Yes.
And if they show, okay, I think he will stay. Kamara does not want to go through another change, and I think the physical issue right now is part of it. And I wish him well.
It sounds
they
like
want to show progress. If he doesn't show the progress,
but I thought that was part of my part. Like they beat Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers. They beat the Philadelphia Eagles 34-17 on prime time. They hadn't won a Thursday night game in 85 attempts. You have to go back to Tom Coughlin. They beat the crap out of the Denver Broncos until the fourth quarter. They lost their 2 best their defensive backs, and the defense fell apart. I thought they were showing progress up until Sunday.
You're right. And the bottom line is what you do is wins. And they've got 2 wins. They're 2-7 again. This is my bottom. And the other thing, Chris, let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
At this point in time, and I don't want to say he is, Carter is a semi-bust at this point. And I don't want to hear about the schemes. When you're that kind of a player that you came out as a number 2 and you're like a generational pass rusher, by mistake, you got to have 5 sacks. So I don't know about the scheme. Oh, you can't. The scheme is definitely, the coordinator's horrible. Talent has to take over, and what they've done defensively, and we discussed it because we both agreed they are going to be solid defensively. It's been and again, forget the secondary. I thought they'd make the secondary better.
No, they're not.
And the
Yeah,
secondary's been horrible.
I agree. I agree, Richie. I thought he'd be, a semi-bust. He's just not been as good. He's a solid player. He has not been as good. I think he's better than the numbers would indicate, but he has not been as good as we hoped he would be. But as far as Dable, to me, it's the same thing right now. Why are we so sure that Glenn and Muji are coming back? Why did that end today? Why did any speculation that this might be a one and done end today? Because they allowed this group to make significant franchise-changing moves. They allowed Muji to trade their two best players for picks. They allowed them to do that. So that stamps them because you let them begin a process. There are many reasons why I still would want, on many levels, to keep Brian Dable as the coach. And part of it is you allowed him to pick the quarterback. You allowed him to start the process of building this thing, and that part of the building block, which, by the way, is so significantly the most important building block, they nailed, and it's working with the kid. He's playing great under Brian Dable. Now, again, you did have to see some progress, and I know it's not year one, it's year 4. I view it a little bit differently when they restart this thing. I kind of give it somewhat of a clean slate. I don't treat it as a typical year 4 when they draft a young quarterback and play him from week 3 on. But you did have to see progression. And for me, up until Sunday, I saw it. I just saw Marash. He was in tears about the win over the Philadelphia Eagles. Me and my friends are all Giant fans on them. I have 9 buddies I keep in touch with in a group chat from high school. We're almost all exclusively Giant fans for whatever reason. Every one of us were just ecstatic and just could not believe when they won that football game the way they won that football game. Couldn't believe it. The Chargers came in undefeated, 3-0, looking like a dominant team, kicked the crap out of Kansas City. Jim Harbaugh, way better coach than Brian Dable. They beat them. Then we were in the fourth quarter, the beginning of the fourth quarter, talking about how, the Giants in Denver, the Giants are legitimately a good football team. That's where we were in the fourth quarter. Now, things have changed since then, and this Sunday in particular against the 49ers was just the same ugly crap we have seen. That one took several steps back. The momentum completely ended with that game on Sunday. So I'm not opposed to moving on from Brian Dable, but you got to tell me, and again, I don't want to keep making this argument, but there was promise with Daniel Jones. How many 4-touchdown games? How many touchdown passes did Daniel Jones throw year 1? How many touchdown passes did Daniel Jones throw year 1? His first start comes in against Tampa Bay, wins that game, has multiple games of 4 touchdown passes, some real promise, and then Joe Judge and Jason Garrett showed up. And what happened to him for 2 years? And then Brian Dable revived him. And then we have seen and that's the same owner who would be making the next hire. I'm scared about whether or not this owner can make a good hire, because if you deem Dable and Shane as a failure, that's 6 in a row. 6. Magical number 6. McAdoo, Gettleman, Shermer, Judge, Shane, Dable. 6 straight failures. But he'll get it right on the 7th? With this young quarterback who's working with Dable and is playing great football? I'm just telling you. I'm not saying you can't fire him. I'm not telling you that it's a disaster if they let him go. But the idea that, there's not any concern and he has to go, I'm just not there with it. Adam in Valley Stream. What's up, Adam?
Hey, how's it going, Chris?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Good. I'm torn by these Jets trades, bro. I'm really excited to get rid of Sauce Gardner. I think he's soft. He can't tackle. Too many holding penalties.
Mm-hmm.
But Quentin Williams, I'm not happy about at all. I think teams are going to be running all over us. It's going to be very hard to replace him, and I'm pissed off we can't get rid of Alan Lazard for a bag of peanuts or something.
Yeah, forget the Lazard comment, because, I understand you'd love, but I don't know if you could get anything. The Giants were trying to move guys you couldn't get anything either on. I'm not really concerned about running. I'm not concerned about any. Like, this season now doesn't matter. They've got to find a way to replace Quinnen Williams. Totally agree. And they have now 5 first-round picks in the next 2 years to go do it and get the quarterback. And you can't argue with the return. Like that, I mean, you can argue whether or not they should have done this, I suppose. And we'll talk to Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic coming up at 8 o'clock. You can make an argument that these were 2 real good young players that should be the core. And when you have good players, you keep them and you try and build around them. But you can't argue with the return. And so now it's a rebuild process that could take some time. They have everything they could possibly need to go get their young quarterback to change this team, and they're going to have to build around it. Again, it's the deals are good. The deals are good. The question is, are these guys capable of making it stick? That's going to be the question. And as far as Quinnen Williams and this defense, I have no interest in. I really don't care how much it impacts this year's defense. Now, next year, they're going to have to go find a replacement. I agree with you. Jared in Bridgefield. What's up, Jared?
Hey, Chris. How are you?
Good. How are you, buddy?
Today was a interesting day at work. I got reprimanded for screaming because I was so happy about these trades. I think.
What, do you work in a library?
Yeah. Well, not as you would think so, to be honest. But I'm very in tune with a lot of the content creators and everybody in the way they're talking, and I think there's a huge civil war on these trades, because a lot of Jets fans wanted to see the New York Jets kind of have a soft rebuild. We had core pieces, and they wanted to build from that.
Yeah.
But the reality is, Quinnen Williams was checked out in the beginning of the season. Obviously, he made that comment. So my hot take is I don't think the movie knew these trades were going to happen today. I think they got calls, they got offers that were out of this world, and they had no choice but to take them. And I think maybe a lot of the negotiating was the long-term aspect. You know, what are we going to do with these picks? How are we going to maneuver these picks? I think Quinnen Williams was the tough one. Sauce Gardner has been up and down in his career with the New York Jets. We all know he's very handsy. The penalties, can't tackle. I forget the guy we got from the Titans, forgive me. But he comes up on the line of scrimmage and tackles well.
Yeah.
I think these trades are good. I always look back to Dan Campbell with Detroit and how it took him 2 seasons to really put together the team that he wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people argue, how are you going to give Aaron Glenn the ability to make these draft picks? And they compare his one-and-done potential to Gerard Mayo. Gerard Mayo would still be a New England head coach if Mike Vrabel wasn't available. Let's be honest.
No, I agree.
So I think these trades are really going to set us up good for the future. My only ask from the New York Jets is please hire good scouts. Please make sure you're doing your diligence with every single player that you're looking at. And I don't see why this can be a positive thing. But I got to tell you, Chris, I don't think Quinnen Williams was on the trade list today. I think Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys called the Jets and offered them a package that you cannot say no to.
Yeah, I don't know. Jared, and again, we'll talk to Zach on that. It sounded like there was discussions around trading him in the Micah Parsons deal before the season started, that, the Cowboys and the Jets were having a conversation before he was obviously traded to Green Bay. There's reports now that he was, unhappy here and was looking for a trade out with some interactions he had with this new regime and the new coach, and that he felt like it was best to move on. So I don't know if this one happened just out of nowhere. I do think they don't make it unless they're overwhelmed. I think both can be true, that discussions for Quinnen Williams' trade have been ongoing, but they would not move it until they got the deal they wanted. Sauce Gardner, and to your point, and I just got a text too from Ryan Hurley. He made a good point. Aaron Glenn was one hell of a, was a cornerback for the Jets, one hell of a player. If they're willing to move on from Sauce, and again, it is that kind of deal. It's 2 first-round picks. It is a legitimate, excellent deal. You don't have to be Aaron Glenn and a great player to recognize this is probably a really fair value deal in favor of the Jets. But if they felt he was a legitimate stud player who's either underperforming at the moment or just hasn't found himself this year and they expect him to be a great talent, I mean, they did pay him before the season started, But there must be something. If Glenn was willing to move him, even for a deal like this, yes, there's no connection. Yes, they didn't draft him. But still, if Glenn felt like he was watching one hell of a shutdown corner, is he willing to sign off on this trade? And I would imagine he has the relationship inside this organization, certainly the way Woody talks about him, and the idea that I view them on the same footing, that he would have to sign off on this deal for it to happen. So it's one of those things where, like, for me, it's not easy to say goodbye to a good player. And Sauce is that. Like, I don't think anyone would quibble with that. Is he overrated because he's paid like the best corner in the league? Is he, when he's trying to get measured up against, I think Surtain in Denver's a better cornerback. Obviously, he plays for the Jets, so there's always going to be Darrelle Revis comparisons. Like, is he one of those shutdown studs that we thought he could turn into after his rookie season? No. But he's a good cornerback. He's a good player. I don't think he's given up more than 3 receptions to any player in any one game. He hasn't had a turnover, but not a lot of things go his way. He's still a pretty damn good corner. But they got a great value for him. And now moving forward, they're in a great spot. I think the Jets are in a great spot. I love what the Jets did as long as the second half of this is as good as the first half. First, part 1, get really good value for the trades as you break it down. Part 2, turn that value into good football players, including your franchise quarterback. And part 2 is a hell of a lot more complicated and difficult than part 1. So they got to go out there and establish that they're the right guys. And my only concern about Aaron Glenn was, and Muji, and I know there's circumstances around Aaron Rodgers. It wasn't just, we think this guy is better. We all know they probably felt Aaron Rodgers was a better quarterback. But they decided that on a year that they tell you they wanted to win, that they thought it was better to move on from the Hall of Fame quarterback and bring in a guy who, I'm sorry, I don't think is a very good quarterback, and pay him $30 million. That decision really makes me wonder about their ability to assess the quarterback position. It just does. Now, they're going to get the chance, so it doesn't matter what I think, and we'll see what they do with it. But we have seen many a GM, we have seen many a coach, we have seen many a franchise fail at picking a franchise quarterback. And that's why maybe I give a little bit more break to the New York Giants than most fans want to right now, because they got what the hardest thing to do in football. They got that right. Jackson Dart is right. That's hard. It's not easy. It's certainly not easy as your second first-round pick and trading back into the first round and getting him late. It's not easy. It's very, very difficult. And we have pretty much established that they got it right 6 games into his career. So that's why I'm a little lenient with the Giants right now, because that's the most important thing, and they did get that right. And that's what the Jets have to do here. And it's not easy. Steve in Staten Island. What's up, Steve?
Hey, what's going on, Chris? How are you?
Good. How are you, buddy?
All right, my man. Listen, I guess that last call we said, Vrabel became available, and obviously they made the change to one and done.
Yes.
I mean, as I'm just suffering through a decade and a half now, right? So what is it? It's 5 first-rounders and 4 second-rounders over the next 2 seasons.
I think that's it, yes.
Yeah, if we can get somebody who we know, I don't know, is effective at making picks or coaching this type of talent, why is it off the table for Glenn to be one and done? I mean, I don't know what he's going to turn into, but we have no idea he can get it right. And like you said, if he thought he was going to win with Justin Fields, I mean, ask anybody who watches football, NFL could have told you, Justin Fields is Zach Wilson Part 2, right? It's just an extension of inept quarterback play. Why shouldn't the Jets consider bringing somebody in who we know can develop talent?
I don't necessarily disagree that, like, if the right person shows up or becomes available, if John Harbaugh and his time in Baltimore ends for whatever reason, although I think they're probably going to go on a run here and win the division, but say John Harbaugh, just him and Baltimore feel like it's time to move on, I think there's a lot of teams in the NFL, and both New York Giants and Jets should consider making that switch. But, I mean, once you allow them to make this decision,
to make these trades. Because whoever you bring in might not want to have done that. Like, it's just, once you do that, you have to let these guys, you hired them. You made a decision based on them. Like, it wasn't, here, 1 year, lose some football games, make some trades, and then move out of the way for other people. Like, you just got to stick with it. I don't disagree with you on, like, when you say it that way and go, well, why don't you just bring it? Why is it automatic? Because it is. You can't run an operation like this and allow this GM to make these decisions and then not trust them to go on the second half of it. Like, you can't, if you felt that Muji, because you knew the quarterback pick was coming one way or another, whether they made these trades or not. They were going to have enough, they were going to try and move, they're losing enough, they need the quarterback. That decision's coming anyway. If you felt Muji and Glenn weren't the right guy, fire them before you make the trades. Like, it just doesn't make any sense to allow them to start the process but not finish it. 888-808-1019. All right, quick break. We're coming back. We're going to talk to Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic, covers the Jets for them. We'll go over the trades here, as the Jets have obviously traded away Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams today and have acquired 2 second-rounders and 3 first-round picks over the next 2 years as they are breaking it down. We'll find out what he thinks about it. He spoke to the general manager who spoke to the media today. We'll get some more information on that. We'll also talk to Art Stapleton of NorthJersey.com, and we'll talk about the Giants' lack of moves in the deadline, as well as what's going on with their coaching staff and how this team looks moving forward. So a little bit of football the rest of the way. McMonagle here with you, filling in for Keith. I got you on our 5-hour ride to midnight right here on The Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
They start flying planes around the stadium and they start, booing the team off the field, and there's more fans from the other team than there are your team, and people are selling tickets and sponsorships are going by the wayside, and nobody's re-upping for season tickets next year. This is when moves are made.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions, participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This winter is shaping up to be a harsh, snowy season. So take control of the roads with a new set of Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services with your purchase of Bridgestone Blizzak tires. For the guaranteed best deal on Bridgestone Blizzak tires with the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Flag & Anthem just dropped their new premium cooling denim, and it's a total game changer. They're truly unlike any pair you've worn before. Durable, lightweight, and built with stretch and cooling fibers that keep you comfortable all day. If you really want to do it right, pair them with Flag & Anthem's best-selling Chatsworth Soft Waffle Hoodie or Henley. Both made from that super soft, thermal-like fabric that looks great on its own or layered under a jacket. Trust me, this combo's got fall written all over it. So visit flagandanthem.com, and don't forget to use code WFAN for 25% off at checkout. Flag & Anthem, real clothes for real life.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
Hey, this is Tiki Barber. Those of us living in New Jersey got hit with a 20% electric rate increase. If your current heating system is over 15 years old, it's time for a new high-efficiency Carrier system. And there's only one company to call for a new one. My friends at Edison Heating and Cooling, New Jersey's heating experts for over 38 years. Older heating systems waste gas. So get your system checked now and save money with Edison Heating and Cooling. Contact them now at EdisonHVAC.com. That's EdisonHVAC.com.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays are for football. That's why we're here to help you get your next DIY project done, even when the clock isn't on your side. Whether that's a new Filtrete filter or Bosch and Cobalt power tools, Lowe's has everything you need to feel like the MVP of DIY. So get it done and earn your Sunday. Shop now in-store and online. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Brian's headed to the basketball court, but he's sick of this check engine light. So he goes to AutoZone for the free Fix Finder service,
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
where a friendly AutoZoner reads the light in just a few minutes and gives him a detailed report.
No big, just a loose gas cap.
And gets him to the court with a tight gas cap and tighter defense. The free Fix Finder service at AutoZone. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
We love talking about the Knicks and Nets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 8:02. This is Rich Ackerman, brought to you by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. The Jets defense hasn't had a strong season. Now it looks vastly different without a couple of All-Pros. First, they dealt two-time All-Pro Sauce Gardner to the Colts for first-round picks in each of the next 2 years, and receiver A.D. Mitchell. And then also before the deadline passed, they moved three-time Pro Bowler Quinnen Williams, sending him to the Cowboys for a first-rounder next year, a second rounder this year, and Mazai Smith. The Jets stockpiling draft picks. New GM Darren Muji now has 5 to work with in the first 2 rounds over the next 2 years.
I know it gives us good flexibility going in to the draft this year and next year. So excited about having that flexibility. And, you know, the draft's a long way away. There's a lot to happen between now and April, and then especially the 2027.
They also acquired corner Jasir Taylor from the Chargers. The Giants didn't pull off any deal before the deadline. The Rangers at the Garden looking for their first win at MSG this year. Trail the Hurricanes after 1-0 second period just underway. The Islanders and Bruins are scoreless after 1. That's what's happening. I'm Rich Ackerman.
Talk New York sports here. The Fan.
Look at this. Off the second album of the White Album, Little Savoy Truffle. Paul is really playing to my vanity with the Beatles music. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you. We're going to take a second from those calls, though. We're going to talk here to Zach Rosenblatt, covers the Jets for The Athletic. Obviously, a busy day for the Jets as they turned one of the busier trade deadlines that we've seen in a long time on its head with some really big moves, trading away two of their best defensive players, trading away a guy they just gave an extension to earlier in the offseason. So a lot to ask Zach. Zach, thank you very much for taking your time. I appreciate a few minutes on a busy day.
Yeah, no problem. It's always a crazy day covering this team.
So. It certainly is. It certainly is. So let me ask you that. Let's just start there. It's never easy to trade away talented players. It never is easy. I would think, and I guess I can get your opinion on this too, I would think even Jet fans or anyone who would be against these moves would at least be willing to admit that the returns seem to be pretty good. But what was your level of surprise? What's your initial thoughts on the trade?
I mean, the Sauce trade was an absolute shocker to me. I was anticipating Williams possibly getting traded. Like, there was a lot of noise about that. There was noise about Jermaine Johnson and Breece Hall. I didn't hear anything from anybody around the league, and everybody I've talked to was pretty shocked that Sauce was even on the table. And from what I've gathered from conversations, they weren't really shopping him around even after conversations started with the Colts. I think it was more of the Colts came in with an offer they felt they couldn't refuse, and so they didn't. And so that's why they're here. You know, Muji, he laid this out a little bit, and I've gotten some more detail about it. He says that, you know, early in the season, they like to lay out the value of each player on the roster, and they tie it to everything from contract to league value to their performance and all those things. And they try to, you know, check back each week and update it. And so when, you know, as the season goes along, so they're not making a decision just based on, okay, we need to sell our guys because we're losing, or, okay, we need to buy a bunch of players because we're winning. Instead, they just have the value laid out. And if a team meets that, they're going to be willing to trade a guy. So that tells you that nobody's untouchable anymore with this GM. And that's kind of the biggest takeaway, is that at the end of the day, they're looking for value, and they got it.
Right. And do you think that the level of play this year, because they did give him a contract, and I understand what you're saying about the value, and even with the contract, which probably made it easier to move him, actually, not that the Colts don't have to pay him, excuse me. But do you think Glenn's evaluation of watching him on the field, a former cornerback himself, has there been a little bit of a feeling, maybe now that you can look back on it and maybe pick up on some things that you might not have been thinking about, knowing he probably wouldn't be traded now that he is? Was there ever a level of issue with his play or the relationship between him and this coach or anything like that now that you've seen the trade?
I don't know. It's a fair question. It's something that I'll probably have to dig into, honestly, as we go forward. But, you know, what I would say is, you know, if they loved him, if they felt he was somebody that they needed to keep, and as a, you know, with the level of talent he has, which is significant, then they would have kept him. And so the fact that they traded him away, even if it's a significant offer, like, you know, the Broncos aren't taking phone calls on Patrick Surtain. Like, they're hanging up on you if you're calling them. The Jets did not feel the same way about him ultimately. And so, you know, I thought it was notable that Muji kind of went out of his way to say, like, we structured the contract in a way that would have allowed us to trade him down the line if that opportunity arose. Like, it's for a GM that doesn't say much. I thought that was pretty notable, because that meant they structured the contract in a way they're like, we can get out of this pretty quickly if we feel like we can't, if we feel like we need to. So that's where it comes down to. Ultimately, Aaron Glenn and Muji did not feel like they needed him as part of their, like, future of this organization.
Right. And apparently they did feel that way about the other contract in the offseason, Garrett Wilson. Is that correct? They were not taking phone calls on Garrett Wilson?
Yes. I mean, I think people were calling and they were not going to do anything with it. And I think that makes sense in the way that, you know, a lot of what they're doing with all this draft capital is building towards getting their next quarterback.
Right.
And you want to have an environment where a quarterback can step in and be ready to succeed right away. And Garrett Wilson is better than any receiver the Jets had when Sam Darnold or Zach Wilson came in their first years. So, you know, this is a better environment by having Garrett Wilson there, and that's why you don't trade him.
Sure. No, we're talking to Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic. So after as you mentioned that you had heard some rumblings about Quinnen Williams, once the Sauce trade goes off the books, were you almost, expecting more? Were you expecting more than even Quinnen Williams? Are you surprised they stopped? We just mentioned Breece Hall. We can get into that in a second, but about surrounding a young quarterback. But other than that, were Jermaine Johnson, some other names we heard. Once the trade happens for Sauce, what was your expectation moving forward? And did the Jets do what you figured?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, once Sauce was traded, when that moment happened, I was like, okay, Quinnen Williams is getting traded now, so I need to be ready for that. Yeah. And I was, you know, it's a funny part of this job is sometimes you pre-write things just in case, like, some breaking thing happens. I wasn't prepared for Sauce. I was prepared for Quinnen, I would say. And then from there, it just felt like, okay, is this going to be a full-on fire sale? And I think there was a lot of interest in Jermaine. There was a level of interest in, even Quincy Williams and Breece Hall, but ultimately they didn't meet. Like I mentioned earlier, he had he had values for each guy, and nobody met the value they wanted for those guys.
Yeah, and I guess it makes sense. I mean, you do have to have some semblance of a team here moving forward. And again, it's going to be about this young quarterback, and that's really like as we talk about it, it's great. I mean, they literally control the first round of the next 2 drafts, but it's only as far as that position goes, really. I mean, so what you're looking at a group right now that decided to move on from Aaron Rodgers, and I know there's circumstances around that more than just play on the field, but they bring in a quarterback who now the owner is out there saying can't complete a pass, has looked bad throughout the year. What's the confidence level in this regime? Because I can tell you I'm nervous about it. What's the confidence level in this regime being able to do what many franchises fail at and picking a franchise quarterback, including this franchise time and time again?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that's the biggest question. And if you want to question any part about this, I think, fans maybe get a little too intense with they don't ever get the draft picks right anyway, so why would they trade for draft picks?
Right.
That's a little over the top. But, this is now going to be squarely on Aaron Glenn in developing and coaching these guys into winners and getting a quarterback in the right situation. Can be on Muji evaluating the talent and bringing the right players in because, they started 0-7, they're 1-7 now. Justin Fields doesn't look like the answer, and so it's fair to question, do they have the eye for talent that they need? Do they have the ability to develop these guys in the way that they need to? And so far, they haven't answered that. So if you want to have a concern going into the future, that could be the biggest one.
And what about the relationship with these players now with this regime? Because part of the reason we were hearing about Williams is reporting now that, he might have been involved in possible trades with Micah Parsons earlier in the season. He was requesting trades throughout the year. We see now Breece Hall has had issues throughout the year, but now he sent out a bunch of tweets after these trades. What's it going to be like controlling this room, and what's the relationship with the players right now at 1-7? A lot of these guys having been here for a lot of losing. What's the relationship between him and these players moving forward?
I mean, I think that's going to be the biggest question I have going forward because it's pretty clear now that, the results of these games don't actually matter to them this season. Like, they can say what they want, but they're pretty clear they aren't trying to win this year. So the question isn't going to be how the game ends and what the final score is. It's going to be, are these players fighting for Aaron Glenn? Are they trying? Or are guys all of a sudden, skipping games because of injuries that randomly pop up? Are you going to have guys on their contract year who don't really want to get out there and risk injury? Are they going to fight for their coach? And that's going to be a big tell about if this locker room is still bought in as they see the team kind of giving up on this season ultimately.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a big question, especially evaluating this coaching and GM. But, I mean, the coach, I never thought, I had my concerns. I never thought he'd be a one and done. But, I mean, this cements it, right? I mean, I know this is almost even a silly question. This cements the idea that these two, you don't start this process without allowing them to continue. So, I mean, they're going to have to figure it out, these two. And what's the expectation for this team the rest of the way is a huge question mark, right? I mean, it's not about winning anymore. It's about these draft picks. That's a difficult thing to tell a room full of guys who have been losing for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, and I think ironically, Quinn Williams was the one who called that out first when they cut Aaron Rodgers, and he said to get him in for another rebuild, and he wound up being right. Mm-hmm. Ultimately the thing is going to have to be Aaron Glenn on rallying these guys and making it clear that there's your film is going to, whether it's for us or for another team, is going to be a reflection of you going forward. But to your point, they don't make these moves without Woody Johnson's approval, and you don't make these moves unless you're confident that you're going to be here for the 2027 draft where you have 3 first-round picks.
Right. So it's not even just this year; it's next year. It's not even just next year; it's the year after. Rather, I'm sorry.
But if this team goes 1-16 or 2-15 this season, which I think is on the table at the very least.
Right.
How is their seat going to be hot next year? And then all of a sudden, I don't know. Is that maybe it's more appealing for the next guys? I don't know, but it's this is a move for the future. This is Woody and the GM and the coach all just committing to we're building this out the right way as opposed to trying to rush it, which they've done in the past.
And let me ask you a question. We're talking to Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic. They obviously have 2 first-round picks this year. They have 3 next year. This was brought up by Evan Roberts in the afternoon. Is there any way you could foresee them pushing the quarterback decision to next year where, Arch Manning or other quarterback. We're hearing that the draft class of next year is supposed to be really even more impressive than this year. They could be trying to fill up other spots. Who knows who needs quarterbacks in front of them? Like, could you see using the ability of having so many first-round picks next year as a reason to push the quarterback decision down the line, or do you think there's any way they don't take a quarterback this coming draft?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. I mean, if they have the confidence they're going to be here still in 27,
right.
I guess you could get a stopgap guy, or you try and find a veteran or something like that. Ultimately, I'd be surprised if with one of these first-round picks they don't take a quarterback. The question just becomes like, how in love with this quarterback class are you? Do you love a guy like a Fernando Mendoza or whoever else comes out of this class to say, like, we believe this guy can be our guy? Then you go and get him, and you have the draft assets to do it. And if you don't believe in any of these guys, maybe you don't force it. So it's going to be an interesting thing. It's going to be kind of a defining moment in this tenure, in this regime for those guys.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we're talking to Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic. Let me ask you just about Aaron Glenn, who again yesterday kind of isn't answering the question about who the quarterback is going to be this week. I don't know if that is even significant anymore, because I think we all understand it. So what's your take now, being in there for the first, half of the season with this new coach who's kind of been a little bit, I don't know if you want to say combative, that might be a bit strong, but has definitely had his way with the media. What's it been like covering Aaron Glenn? And what do you make of him still, not being willing to tell us who the quarterback is?
I mean, it's all stupid, honestly, like that. And like, it's just kind of, it gets highlighted when you're losing. Like if you're not 1-7, if they're, if they have a winning record and they have a quarterback that's injured and he's playing coy with the media, like, then it's not made as big of a deal. Mm-hmm. But they're as bad as they are. The two quarterback options aren't especially enticing. Yeah. And so I think he's causing unneeded attention that he could just simply avoid by saying, like, he could phrase it differently. His tone could be different. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like, what matters is they need a win or they need to lose. I don't take anything personally that happens in these press conferences. Right. I think he could handle himself a little bit better in some cases, but at the end of the day, like, there's a magnifying glass on you when you're the Jets coach, especially when you're losing. Mm-hmm. I think he's finding that out pretty quick. Yeah. And, he has the confidence he's going to turn it around. We'll find out if it works next year. And,
you guys at The Athletic had several stories about Woody Johnson last year, and obviously his tenure as owner of the New York Jets has had plenty of them. What was your take? I haven't obviously had a chance to talk to you since. Just curious on his comments at the owners' meetings and, his, kind of history of bad-mouthing some players. I mean, what do we make of trying to deal? And because you talk about putting Glenn in a tough spot as well. I mean, you talk about needless attention to certain situations. What was it like during that time period after the comments from the owner?
It was pretty crazy, honestly. It's kind of funny. You look at I got a lot of texts because I was standing right next to him. So a lot of the photos and videos are me in the background kind of reacting to what he was saying. But I think even the crazier part is you get to Sunday, they beat the Bengals, and you have Justin Fields calling his owner an outside distraction, and you have guys in the locker room being like, the only people we care, whose opinions we care about, are in this locker room and out on that field. Like they're talking about
he's the owner.
Their own owner was their adversity that week. So I've never seen anything like it, but I say that constantly covering this team.
Yeah, it's amazing. All right, well, thank you for the time. I know you got to do your podcast, The Flight Plan. Where can you check that out, and what do you got in store for us coming up?
Yeah, we're gonna be going live on YouTube at 8:30, and I just tweeted out the link. So if you go to my Twitter at Zach Blatt, ZACK, you can find it there and just be diving into the trade deadline, things I heard, and how all the stuff came together.
All right, well, you can go check out Zach there, Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic. Thank you for a few minutes, man. I really do appreciate the time. I know it's a busy day.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me.
All right, of course. Thank you for coming on. All right, so there's Zach's opinion on it all. Yeah, I mean, look, I understand. I don't know if I buy it completely that this was just that there was no interest in moving Gardner. There was, it was completely just such an overwhelming offer that they had no chance at the last minute. So, like, it's just, there's got to be a process of working towards that. And I know that's, parsing words, whether or not it lasted a couple weeks and they just kept saying no until they said yes. But to me, this was a big sign of them wanting to do this. Like, this wasn't just the overwhelming offer. I kind of felt like they want to do this. And in many ways, if they get it right, It's 100% what they should do. It's 100% what they should do. And we'll just find out if they get it right, which is always the most important thing. It's easy to make the trades. It's easy to say yes and get the draft picks. It's easy to say you control the NFL draft in the next 2 years. It's the matter of getting the picks right, which has proven to be a failure for many a GM around here, not just Muji, Glenn, and the current regime with the New York Giants. We will talk to my guy, Art Stapleton of NorthJersey.com about their dormant trade deadline and what's going on with them, as it feels like every day is another conversation on whether or not they should fire the coach and GM. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back with your phone calls next on The Fan.
Every Saturday at 8 a.m., it's Kickoff with Boomer and Mike Valenti, where the guys break down the biggest headlines and storylines from across the NFL.
Drake May is playing out of his mind. This is a very good balanced team, and I love what Mike Vrabel has done with it.
Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti is brought to you by Nationwide. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on Odyssey, TuneIn, and the iHeartRadio app.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Hey, New Yorkers, fast, reliable internet can be yours when you switch to Fios. For a limited time, combine Fios home internet and 1 line of mobile for just $69.99 a month. Get unlimited welcome for $50 a month with autopay plus taxes and fees when you bring your phone. And add Fios 300 megabytes per second for $19.99 a month with autopay, mobile plus discount, and bonus discount. Visit your tri-state area Verizon store today to get this limited time offer and switch to our reliable 100% fiber optic 5G network. Fios, for eligible new Fios internet and mobile customers. Both the $15 monthly discounts for Fios and Bring Your Phone applied over 36 months. Mobile and home discount enrollment required. $99 Fios setup charge applies. For unlimited welcome, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic in times of congestion. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
One world-class brand, one legendary name. Raycattina Lexus. Discover Raycattina Lexus of Freehold and Raycattina Lexus of Monmouth, where they proudly sell more Lexus vehicles than any other Lexus dealership in New Jersey. Experience luxury the way it was meant to be.
Watch every New York game at Tap Room, now with 9 Long Island locations. Enjoy Sunday game day specials, Wing Night Thursdays, and Kids Eat Free Tuesdays. Find your spot at taproomofny.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey iHeart and
Is there a theme with these songs?
Yeah, I Google obscure Beatles songs.
I mean, mine's
ones that
obscure.
pop up.
I mean, listen, that's not that obscure. Savoy Truffle, maybe. I'll give you that one, but it's on the White Album. There's no such thing as obscure Beatles song.
That's the one with the green apple, right?
No, it's the White Album.
That's not the one with the green apple on it?
No, there's no green apple on it. It's the White Album. You mean like on the actual record?
Yeah, the one with the green apple.
No, well, all of them after they formed the Apple Corps. We don't have to break this down. The White Album's just a white album. The album cover is white with just the Beatles written in the corner. That's it.
Isn't there a Beatles album with a green apple on it?
No.
Okay.
Not an album cover that just has a green apple on it. No. They had Apple records, and some of the actual records would have that inner circle be an apple, and then the second half, the flip side would have the apple sliced in half. But no, there's no just green apple. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to the Jet calls here on the Fan, because we're going to get to Art Stapleton at 9. So let's get the calls in here. Drew in Belmore. What's up, Drew?
How we doing, Chris?
Good. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing all right. Thank you. So actually, I've been hearing a lot of people recently have been talking about the Giants. They've been down on Brian Daboll, everything. And honestly, I don't think Daboll is going to be back next year. But I actually have an outside-the-box head coaching candidate that I haven't heard a lot of people bring up, because he's not really a big-name guy. He does have head coaching experience. And actually, what he's good at would maximize what is supposed to be the Giants' strength, which is that defensive line. And that person is Jim Schwartz. You bring in, he's won a Super Bowl in Philly. When he was in Tennessee had a top defense whenever he was there. Even Shane Bowen's best season as defensive coordinator in Tennessee was when Jim Schwartz came back as a senior defensive assistant. Mm-hmm. And one thing about defensive head coaches that I think a lot of people overlook is defensive head coaches establish cultures. Look at Vrabel up in New England. I know we fall in love with the whole you have to have an offensive head coach to help develop a quarterback, which I don't necessarily think that's true, because if you have a good offensive coordinator like you're seeing in New England with McDaniel and Drake May, they can make it work. The Giants right now have a culture problem, and if you have an offensive head coach that, it might sound a little extreme, but if they're not like Andy Reid, McVay, they're not one of those guys between the ears in terms of play calling, which Daboll isn't. It's, more counterintuitive every Sunday to have him go out there, because as you're seeing, you have guys quitting on them, by the time the second half comes around. And that's why I think, they bring in a guy like Jim Schwartz.
Yeah, I don't think, and I understand what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree with you on that defensive coaches build better culture. You keep pointing to one team. You're pointing to one of the better head coaches in the NFL. And he's proving it again this year in New England. And you just, one of the better offensive coordinators. Yeah, he's arguably the best offensive coordinator of the last quarter century in McDaniel. So, that's some circumstance you got there. But defensive head coaches have people quit on them too. I don't think that's unique to an offensive an offensive coach. And I do think in today's NFL, look at the teams that do most of the winning. Like most of the coaches are offensive coaches that do the winning. And it's just, and again, you can have a young quarterback and you're going to bring in a defensive coach with an offensive game plan, and it's and an offensive coordinator. If you get the right offensive coordinator, sure. But I would want my coach. I mean, what'd they do for Caleb Williams? Well, like you bring in an offensive-minded head coach. That's what you do with a young quarterback. I don't think it's unique to offensive-minded head coaches to have teams give up on them. Or is it some sort of like where defensive coaches build better cultures? There's been plenty of great cultures built by offensive head coaches. Richard in Manhattan, what's up, Rich?
Chris, can I get to 2 quick points before I get to a Jet point?
Sure, go ahead.
NBA, top 50 scorers, top 50. Guess how many players come from OKC? 7 in OKC.
4.
1. That's amazing.
I thought I was going to go the other way.
1.
Yeah, okay.
Out of 50. Isn't that amazing? What a team they got. Another quick Yankee point.
Uh-huh.
From 60 to 64, the Yankees won World 2 Series and lost 3 World Series. 3 World Series they lost. Do you know what happened after each of the 3 World Series they lost?
No.
They fired the manager. They fired Stengel, Houck, and Berra.
Mm-hmm.
That meant the mission statement, World Series a bust. So that statement was made 60 years ago. Okay. Let's go to the Jets. I'm only concerned about me, and I won't watch the Jets
You
now.
selfish so-and-so.
Right. Just like when the Mets got rid of Scherzer and Verlander, I turned off the TV. If they're giving up on the season, I'm going to give up. Wake me up when they're ready to win. They're not ready to win this year. Why would I watch them?
I don't. And if I were you, I want them. If I'm a Jets fan, I want them to lose. But thanks for those interesting tidbits, as always, Richard. Mario in Long Beach. What's up, Mario?
That was funny. Paulie just did the Jeopardy while he was asking. That was perfect because you're asking. He's pumping you with questions. You know, it's like I was cracking. Hey, so this is like a matinee for you this time slot.
It is. Right? It's early. Yeah, it's early. I was able to get some sleep over the weekend because I didn't have to come in on Monday morning. It's a different schedule, but yes, I'm enjoying it.
Nice to see you. Sometimes I try to get you really late at night. Sometimes I half asleep when I'm talking to you.
I understand. Sometimes
I'm awake, you know.
Sometimes I'm half asleep when I'm talking to you.
Yeah, exactly. So a point about I like the Jets trade. I thought the trades were good. You know, I'm a Jet fan. You know, and it's something interesting too that I think I love Dart. You know who Dart reminds me of? You know what he did in the first 3 games that nobody else ever did before? I mean, there's only 3 quarterbacks that did it.
The amount of passing and rushing touchdowns?
No.
Okay.
50 yards rushing in each game, first 3 games in this career. Only 2 other people did it, Vic and Lamar Jackson.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'd put him in the category of those 2 as runners, but...
no, but he is a running quarterback. There's no doubt about it, you know?
I don't know if I classify him as a running quarterback. He's got the ability to run, and he runs the RPOs, and he scrambles because God knows nobody can get open because he's got no wide receivers.
Yeah. Okay, so this is my point real quick. My point is this, and I read it. I was looking through the post and I was reading, and I said, this makes a lot of sense. I thought they were going to pick up Waddle today. I'm a little disappointed they didn't make a play towards Waddle.
Yeah, apparently they wanted a first-round pick.
So get it to him. He's a superstar. He's 25 years old. He's worth the first round. He's got a track record that he's a superstar. If you draft somebody the first round, you don't really know until they play. You know what you're getting with this guy. But anyway, this is the point. The point is he's almost like what Jones had. He's got no team around him now. Yeah. So he's forced to do everything himself. So by him being forced to do everything by himself, he's going to put himself more in harm's way. Because he's going to try to scramble. I got to get a play. I got to make it happen.
I agree. He's going to end up running more because that's what they're going to need to be successful. But he can limit the amount of contact he takes. Like I don't view it. A lot of people are on Dable for a million different things, and most of them rightfully so. But they're on Dable for running him too much, or that if he continues to play like this, he's going to get hurt. I don't view it as the scheme is what's going to get him hurt. Like he is being careless out there. He's being careless. Like there was one play he scrambled for a first down. He had the first down by 5 yards and put his head down and made contact trying to get the extra yard when he already had the first down by 5 yards. Like, that's dumb. He's got to be smarter than that. That's on him on some of them. Now, down at the goal line, they do the quarterback sneak or they do the RPOs down there. He's going to take some hits. There's no doubt. And he's got to be more, diligent on getting down. But he looks for contact when he doesn't need to. That's got to stop. Bill in Poughkeepsie. What's up, Bill?
Hey, Chris. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Big fan.
Thank you.
I'm actually a Giants fan, but I wanted to make a couple points on the trade and draft capital that the Jets received.
Right.
Now, this is kind of a hypothetical, The way the Colts are playing now, I mean, they're on the up and up, and Dallas is, I'd say they're a good team, and they're going to get better. So, like, with the drafts that the Jets received, hypothetical, what happens when, Dallas plays the Colts in the Super Bowl? So that's like, a 31 and 32 pick, right? So, I'm just saying it all looks good, and yeah, I thought it was good, but I mean,
yeah, but this isn't this is the NFL. It's not the NBA, where the bottom of the draft picks they're not lottery picks. Like, a first round pick is a first round pick. Yes, you're right. This year for sure. This year's Colts pick, most likely, I don't think they're going to fall apart. This year's Colts pick is going to be down in the 20s, most likely, right?
Right.
This year, they're getting next year's Dallas's number one and the Colts number one. I don't know what the Colts are going to be next year. I'm sorry. I don't think they have now built some sort of sustainable team that's going to be a force inside the AFC forever. Next year they could be a lousy team. But right now, you're right. The year one is probably going to be a lesser pick. Year two, we don't know. And Dallas next year, I don't know. We don't know. What makes you think they're going to be any better? I have no idea what they're going to be right now. With Jerry Jones, it's been a disaster. This offense has been really talented, but their defense stinks. I know Quinn Williams is going to help a little bit, but it's still those are still picks you can move. And that's why, but I don't disagree with you that they're not going to be great picks. And that's why, for me, I want to lose. I don't understand any Jet fan who feels differently. You want to turn on the TV Sunday and see them win? I think you're crazy. I think you are crazy. They should lose. Now, again, I know what this means with tanking, so don't call me up and tell me, you're going to tell the players to lose on purpose? No. I know the players are going to play to win. There's only one way to play the game. Coach is going to coach to win. Players are going to play to win. I understand that. So when I say tank, I just mean they're better off losing. And yeah, if Garrett Wilson's a little banged up, there's no reason to play him. If anybody is a little banged up, there's no reason to play them. That I'll give you. But outside of that, I'm just telling you, I don't like the idea, they're going to have all these picks so they can move up and get whatever quarterback they want. If there's a quarterback at the top of the draft who's say Arch Manning next year, they want to play this game, kick it down the line. They have 3 picks next year. If Arch Manning has his next year is phenomenal and he continues to grow and he becomes the clear-cut number one can't-miss quarterback prospect next year, if you're not picking first, good luck convincing somebody to trade you the right to draft Arch Manning for picks. They're not going to do it. And same like this year, lose and get the best overall pick to try and I don't want to use these picks as equity. I don't want to use these picks for trade bait so I can move up. Right now, the mission statement of the New York Jets, unfortunately, is, like Richard said, they gave up on the season, continue to give up, lose every stinking game, and get the best pick. Plain and simple. Mike in Clifton Park. What's up, Mike?
Hey, so I'm a Giant fan, and first I just want to say I'm glad there are no trades. I'm glad Giants did not make trades and give up draft picks. So hold on. Because I think Stable and Shane will be gone, and let the new GM make trades in the offseason.
Yeah, but that's not the point. That's really not the point of it. The point is, I want to help this kid right now. We can't say it's about the coach is going to get fired because he doesn't win enough games, but then we can't give him the opportunity to have players to help him win games. And it's about developing this quarterback. Right now, he's got nobody to throw to. You want him scramble around back there with no one to throw to, getting his brains beat in, or do you want to give him a weapon who can get open?
Well, then let me meet you halfway, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Kane should have done better than and maybe given up a third or a second to get a real person for Dart to throw to. And then earlier in Evan's show, they were saying, what would Dart say to Mara? If Dart is like begging Mara to keep Dable. So I would like to answer that, and my answer would be that basically hot dogs and hamburgers are really tasty, and you're surrounded by a lot of hot dogs and hamburgers, and it's my job to get you top shelf grade A steak.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the type of coaches that all the players on the Giants deserves. No more hot dogs and
Okay,
hamburgers.
Let's go through the line of John Mara looking for steak. Did he find it with Ben McAdoo?
Nope.
Did he even have hot dogs and hamburgers at Ben McAdoo? Was there even a barbecue?
Not even.
Or was it just like a half a bagel out of the dumpster in the back? You got Ben McAdoo, hamburgers and hot dogs. You got Pat Shurmur, hamburgers and hot dogs. You got Dave Gettleman, Boston, hamburgers and hot dogs. I mean, you got Joe Judge, take a lap, hamburgers and hot dogs. Now you've got Shane and Dable, you're calling hamburgers and hot dogs. When exactly is he going to find steak? And how many times do you have to be told the menu's going to have steak on it and continue to get hamburgers and hot dogs before you stop trusting the chef? Like, I'm sorry. I think John Mara is a good owner. I think he cares immensely about the success of this franchise. I think he cares immensely about the fan base. He wants nothing more than to hire the right guy and change this franchise. He's been unable to do it. And look, I think Dable's going to be fired too. I think I'm yelling into the wind. I totally, and again, I'm not opposed to firing him. I want to make it clear, especially after Sunday. I'm just saying it's not a no-brainer. That's all I've ever said. I wouldn't be so quick to just jettison him. I guess after the Eagles game, I was talking pretty tough about keeping Brian Dable. But maybe I was a little bit in the moment too much. And clearly this week against San Francisco makes me feel differently about the coach. The defense quit on him. The defense didn't try. The defense just stands around. They did a miserable job. And he hired this defensive coordinator who's clearly failing. He won't continue. He continues to keep the defensive coordinator employed, who's continued to fail. And that defense gave up on them last week. But him and the quarterback are working together. I think when you go to a rookie quarterback, that is just as important as winning. And I know it's year 4, but I view it as just important as winning is how the quarterback's doing. I do. I know many of you don't agree. But it's the same thing. Muji and Glenn are keeping their jobs because you just let them pull off the first half of the order. Since we're talking hamburgers and hot dogs, you just let them trade away the pieces, so you're locked into letting them choose the picks they're going to make with that draft pick. I feel a similar way, even though it's year 4. They allowed this group that had failed for 2 years, lost all of the games, right? 2-7, lousy, disgusting, ugly football down the stretch, miserable. You allowed them to stay after those 3 years so that they could pick this quarterback, and now that's working. And so we want to fire them immediately because they're still bad with a rookie quarterback. It's not like I don't understand that thought process, but I also could see I let them make this pick. It's working with the quarterback. Let's see how it goes. I don't think that's unreasonable. People think it's unreasonable. I don't. I think it makes sense. And up until this week, they were playing better, even through some losses. They were the better team again. They won against the Chargers. And again, that's the 3-0 Chargers, who are a playoff team with one of the best head coaches in the NFL. And they beat them. Then they lose to the Saints. They were the better team in that game. They were up and down the field. They had 5 consecutive turnovers, one at the goal line. And it was rookie quarterback mistakes for not holding on to the ball while running, and a rookie running back who fumbled. They were the better team on the field, even in a loss. And again, it wasn't some bad end-of-clock game management. rookies fumbled. Then they beat Philadelphia 34-17 in a fashion that we have not seen the Giants beat Philadelphia in 20 years. Then they go into Denver and kick the ever-loving crap out of the Denver Broncos for 3 quarters. They lose their best 2 defensive backs, and everything falls apart, and they give up 33 points in the 4th quarter. And from that moment on, it's gone downhill. But it was progressing, and the quarterback continues to play well. Sorry, you can't tell me that there's nothing warranted in the idea of keeping this coach. I know he's losing. I know they're 2-7. And up until last week, I would have argued with you more. But Sunday was ugly. I can't argue that. Sunday was the same crap. I didn't want any more Giant games where they were a pushover. No more games where they roll in and the other team beats the crap out of them. And the other team has an easy game. And the banged-up 49ers, who had 2 guys who were healthy in their front 7, a backup quarterback, and no wide receivers, and their best 2 defensive players in Bosa and Fred Warner, gone. And they rolled into MetLife Stadium and kicked the crap out of the Giants. The Giants looked terrible offensively in the first half. He made poor decisions, not going for a touchdown and kicking field goals, in my mind, and the defense gave up. Sunday changed a lot for me. It changed a lot for me. But I still value the relationship with the coach and the quarterback, and we all think it's real easy because, oh, look, the Patriots did it. Well, if you want to give me one of the better head coaches of the last 15 years and one of the best offensive coordinators of the last 25, sure. If Mike Tomlin and Norv Turner want to show up, I'm in. If McVay wants to leave and come to New York to coach Jackson Dart, I'm in. If John Harbaugh is leaving Baltimore and wants to come coach and brings along, a great offensive coordinator, if Cliff Kingsbury wants to leave now because Jaden Daniels is hurt and we can get Cliff Kingsbury and John Harbaugh, sign me up. But if we're just going to be up to John Mara to go on a search for the next great hot executive and the next great hot coordinator, excuse me if I'm not thrilled at that prospect because, they lost to the defending champs and the 49ers. Steve in Morristown. What's up, Steve?
I think the Jets trades were great in the fact that it now gives us more time for Justin Fields to develop because if you look at the draft class, for this year, there's no Joe Burrow, surefire number 1 quarterback to take. I mean, you're taking Mendoza, you're taking Ty Simpson, who has 12 starts. And they have 3 first-rounders in 2026. So if Fields plays out the year strong, I don't think it matters who the head coach is because let Fields play out the next year and a half.
Ugh.
See if there's something special in there.
There's nothing special.
He's still young. He's had bad situations everywhere he's been his entire career. Give him some more time, and in 2026, maybe Arch Manning has 25 starts, and he looks a lot better than he does this year and next year.
And then how do you get Arch Manning? How do you get Arch Manning?
Because you have 3 first-rounders in 2026.
So it better be the first. It better be the trade up. How exactly? Because let me just tell you something right now. Say the Cleveland Browns are again picking number 1 and they don't have a quarterback. You think there's any number of picks you can trade them for Arch Manning? Like would you trade for Arch Manning for 2 first-round picks? You would not. You would not. And there is nothing with and the idea he was in a bad situation. I'm sorry. I know the Jets aren't very good. I get it. They have an offensive line that's pretty darn good. They have Breece Hall and they had Garrett Wilson. Quarterbacks have come into worse situations than that and been successful. Jackson Dart currently is successful in a far worse situation than that. Jackson Dart had a game against the Niners better than almost anything Fields has done, and he's doing it with nobodies. And just looked better and more competent. Fields is not the answer. And the idea of giving him time to develop is, I'm sorry, it's over. He's not the quarterback. He shouldn't be the quarterback next year. He's not the quarterback now. He shouldn't be the quarterback now. You have to draft a quarterback. You have to. There will be a quarterback in this upcoming draft class who is a franchise quarterback. Find him. Be the team that gets it right. Not waiting for next year. What if next year you win some football games and you're drafting 20th or you're drafting 16th? How are you going to get up to 1 even with your 3 first-round picks? Good luck. Good luck convincing a team that desperately needs a quarterback who now, as you pointed out, Arch Manning, I just said this before, Arch Manning becomes great, and he's the clear-cut number 1 quarterback. Good luck trading up for him if the team is sitting there who needs a quarterback. Good luck, because it doesn't matter how many this is what you get first-round picks for. No team is going to say, oh, yeah, give me 3 first-round picks. I'll pass up on my franchise quarterback. You got to be there. You got to be there. I'm not messing around. I'm taking the quarterback this year. Bobby in Belmore. What's up, Bobby?
Hi, how are you? One Jet, one Giant. Quickly, Sauce Gardner, $120 million was ridiculous. I said at the time, guy couldn't tackle and couldn't cover. That about covers it last year. This year, with all these penalties he's taken, it's unbelievable that he got 2 number 1s. I wouldn't even give him a number 1 for this guy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a deal you can't say no to. I totally agree. It's a deal you can't say no. It's such a good deal.
Now, the Giants, I disagree with you about the coach. Could be a great offensive coordinator. He made the same mistake twice at Dallas, playing prevent defense. Same thing in the Denver game. That's inexcusable.
Yeah, I don't view it the same as you do on that either.
Why not?
Because I don't think, first of all, he's not the defensive coordinator, but if you want to say he could have yelled at him, fine. I get it. I think if you look at it, the Dallas call is so much different than the Denver call. It's just totally different. The Dallas call is the Dallas call. They're playing, man to man, and they're playing like 20 yards off the ball. This is, you watch Denver, they're playing the zone, they drop 8. That defense is specifically designed. They didn't get beat by a drop. They didn't get beat by a little drop off.
No,
where the
three-man rush.
I understand that, but that play is designed to not let that pass get through. If the players on the field actually executed the game plan, they stopped that throw. That's a play you have to stop. It's on the players sometimes. I don't care if he rushed 3 guys. Yeah, you certainly can. You certainly can. We see it all the time. We see other teams do it. They don't get beat by it because their defensive backs are competent.
You only need 20 yards. You didn't need 40, 50 yards.
Even 20 yards, you got 8 guys back there. He just turned. The wide receiver doesn't even know the ball's on him until he turns around.
All day to throw.
No, I understand he had all day to throw. He got all day to throw. He also had all day. He also had all day to. He also had all day to throw and scored touchdowns, rushing 3 times in the fourth quarter.
I understand that.
No, you don't apparently, because you think that the defense would have made some sort of miraculous stop if they only rushed 4. If they only rushed 4, they would have stopped everything. Meanwhile, Denver went down the field 3 times and scored 3 touchdowns against rushing 4. It wasn't the same as the Dallas game. It wasn't. It wasn't the same exact kind of call, and it wasn't the same exact kind of situation. And Drew Phillips had every opportunity to make a play on the ball. Tyler Nubin broke the wrong way. Sometimes the players got to execute. They were not put in some kind of position where they were incapable of making a play on that ball. They weren't. And I'm not trying to defend him as a defensive coordinator because I have more problems than just that. That call alone should not make it, listen, when you rush 3, it's easy to complete a pass. When you rush 3, hell, anyone could stand back there and complete an easy pass. There's 8 guys back there. Make a play on the ball. My issue would be if they played that with too much time and there's little dinks and dunks that beat you down the field because you're not guarding the dinks and dunks. That's when I have a problem with dropping back 8 guys. Dropping back 8 guys should not allow you to make a play through the wind. Did you see the narrow way he forced that ball in there? The wide receiver turned around, didn't even know the ball was on him, and hit him in the chest as he turned around. They've got to make a better play on that ball. Watch it again. Drew Phillips stops running. He assumes the ball's not coming to him because the wide receiver made a late break. You want to blame the play call? Fine. You think it's a fireable offense for dropping 8 on a play where if the cornerback knows what the hell he's doing, he makes a play on the ball? It's not. That is not a fireable offense. I don't love the play call either necessarily. I would have rather rushed 4, but they scored 33 points in the fourth quarter. Most of it, 30 of it, while rushing 4. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on the Fan. We're going to take a break from the calls. When we get back, we'll talk to Art Stapleton about those Giants. We'll have more than just the trade deadline, but me and him see eye to eye, I think, on if the Giants should have done something at the trade deadline. They did not. We'll talk about the coach. We'll talk about the quarterback. We'll talk about the Giants situation moving forward after giving no more weapons to this young quarterback who's out there on his own. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on the Fan. Be right back.
It's BT and Sal, middays 10 to 2 on the Fan, 101.9 FM.
To see those uniforms yesterday, to see the logo, to see the end zone, which looks so glorious, a stark reminder about what the Giants used to be until you watch them actually play football.
Listen to BT and Sal on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
FanDuel is putting you in control right from NBA tip-off because every day to start the season, you get to choose your reward. You take your shot with a profit boost, play it cool with a no-sweat bet, or get a little backup with a bet-back token. Maybe you're a bold bettor always chasing that big parlay, or maybe you're the careful strategist who plays it smart. Maybe you're someone who likes to emotionally hedge against your teams and the teams you hate. The best part is that you get to pick the reward that best suits you. So make your pick, get in the game, and play it your way. Head to FanDuel.com/Boomer to make your choice. As we always tell you, we love the app around here. It's safe and it's secure, and when you win, you get paid fast. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of WFAN.
21 and over and physically present in New York. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration. Leg requirements and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are dropping early. You can save up to 50% throughout the store all weekend. Yep, call it what you want. Manifestation, luck, fate. The point is, it's happening. Plus, you'll earn $15 Kohl's cash for every $50 spent on Friday. Shop early Black Friday deals at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. And thank the universe later. Select styles up to 50% off, valid November 7th through 9th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
We're always talking New York sports on the Fan.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
This year's Farmer's Almanac warns of a harsh, super snowy winter. So take control of the wet, snowy, and icy conditions with a new set of Bridgestone winter tires from Town Fair Tire at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, Town Fair gives you the most free services for life with your purchase of Bridgestone winter tires. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone winter tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Football season is here, and just like winning teams, your engagement should be all about the best. So if you're ready to pop the big question this season, why not visit the experts at London Jewelers? With top-notch professionals and cutting-edge technology, London Jewelers can help you select or even design the absolute perfect ring. So whether you're starting over or starting new, let the professionals at London Jewelers be a part of your journey. Visit any one of their convenient 6 locations across New York and New Jersey. London Jewelers, serving you and your family since 1926.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan. Presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Wake up with Boomer and Geo. Mornings 6 to 10 on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 9 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Roto-Rooter Plumbing and Water Cleanup. Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Fire sale underway for the Jets. Big-time moves at the deadline. They traded away 2 major pieces in Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams. Darren Muji and the Jets looking at that future.
Never an easy day. A lot of tough decisions. Never easy moving on from any player, let alone guys like Sauce and Quinnen who've been a part of this organization and a part of this team this year.
So Sauce goes to the Colts for 2 first-round picks along with wide receiver Adonai Mitchell. Williams is now a Cowboy. Dallas giving up a second-rounder this year, a 1 next year along with D-tackle Mozzie Smith. For Sauce, he just signed that 4-year extension, $120.4 million before the year, but that was actually making it easier to move the former 2-time All-Pro.
We had a lot of discussion going through that contract process and some of the details we had to have in that contract because you never know how the future is going to unfold, and we always wanted to be in a position to potentially trade these contracts.
Taking a look at hockey, you got the Bruins and the Islanders even at 2. They're early in the third period. Bo Horvat and Anthony Duclair with the goals, and the Rangers, they trail the Hurricanes 2-0 just about to start that third period. 54 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, the Fan.
All right, 9:02. McMonagle here with you on The Fan. We talked a little Jets, obviously, with Zach Rosenblatt of The Athletic, as they just had a monster of a trade deadline. The other team in town, the New York Giants, licking their wounds from an ugly loss against the San Francisco 49ers, were dormant. And I think there's a question between the fan base, at least from the callers here that call into me, depending on whether or not you believed in helping this young quarterback or you don't make trades and you don't trade draft equity for a team that's 2-7. I tend to lean the first way, and I think my guy Art Stapleton is with me. Art Stapleton of NorthJersey.com, USA Today, is joining us right now. He covers the Giants. Art, tell these people why you should invest in Jackson Dart immediately.
Hi, C-Mac.
How are you? First of all, I got a bone. Let me interrupt you. The last time we spoke, Art, time we spoke, we were getting ready for a Denver Bronco game. The Giants were coming off an incredible performance against the Eagles. We were joyous. We were joyous. And they went in there, and for the first 3 quarters, man, they were kicking the crap out of the Denver Broncos. And then they lost Adebo, and they lost Holland, and this team has fallen apart since. It is unbelievable, the difference in how I feel about this team from that moment till now. It's crazy.
Where'd they go, right?
Where'd they go?
Like 3 seasons ago.
It does, but they were there. People talk. They yell at me all day, Art, that I'm talking out of my you-know-what. It existed for a brief moment. We were talking about this team possibly competing inside the division if they could find a way to win that Denver game, and they were up 19-0. It's hard to fathom, but they were there for a brief moment, and I want to see it again, and that's why I was hoping that the Giants would give this quarterback someone to go, have another weapon here, because I don't know if I can take another game of watching him look down the field, nobody getting open, and when he finds them dropping the passes. I'm having a tough time with it, Art.
Yeah, that throw he made to Theo Johnson was, he ripped that throw. It may have been, for all the good throws that he's had, that may have been his best throw in that circumstance. Look, it's unfortunate, obviously. I think they wanted to add somebody. I think if Chris Olave was on the market for the right price, I think they would have made a play there. I think they made a wise move, honestly, Chris, with Jalen Waddle. Going in, I thought maybe the price drops today if the interim general manager, Champ Kelly, looked at it and said, we'll take a 2 and maybe a conditional 2 next year or something like that. The fact that they held firm on a first-round pick, I would not give away a top 10 pick, and that's where they are right now. You don't know where they're going to be in 2 months, but right now they're in the top 10. I think they're in the top 5 at this point. Yeah. I understand why they wouldn't make that deal. And then the other 2 receivers that we've talked about, Rashid Shaheed, who ended up going to Seattle, and then Jacoby Myers ended up going to Jacksonville. I thought they overpaid for both of those guys, especially in a walk year. And I understand why Seattle and Jacksonville are doing it. Jacksonville lost, 2 receivers in terms of Travis Hunter, and then Brian Thomas just got hurt over the weekend. And Seattle, off of Sunday night, they got to feel like they can beat any team in the NFC and get to the Super Bowl. So why not make that play? So
I do agree. When you look at who got moved and what they got moved for, and the asking prices for the receivers who didn't get moved, it's unfair to be too critical of the Giants, obviously, but I wish they would have been able to pull off something for Jackson Dart. I think it's important, and maybe we could just speak to this for a second, because I find it ironic that, for fans who didn't want to make a move, it's all we talk about is, well, they got to win, but no, we don't want to go help them get winning players. It's just frustrating to me to watch this kid and his development and feel like, since, no neighbors, they obviously have the devastating injury to Scadaboo. And now you look at this wide receiving core, and it's tough sledding out there, despite how great he's playing. And it's frustrating to watch right now Jackson Dart struggle, run the football as much as he needs to, scramble as much as he needs to. As much as he's playing great, you wish that he had someone to, really, that the injuries have just set this team back immensely.
Yeah, when you're struggling the way they are at times, especially defensively, you almost feel like you have to score 35 points right now with the way. And I really, as far as the explanation for where this defense has fallen off. Granted the injuries. You don't have Adebo and Flott at corner last week, and you lose Holland, but the reality is that the bottom has fallen out from the defense, and I just think that it's a tough situation, Chris, because you look at what the Jets did today, right? And they basically made all those moves because they still have not been able to find a quarterback. So now they're loading up again for draft capital that you would imagine at some point they use to try to go get a young quarterback. The Giants have that quarterback now. So to me, and that goes back to what you said in the open, the idea is that the future is now. We're not waiting. I understand everyone wants to fire Dable and fire Shane and start over and bring in news. The reality is it starts now. 2-7, you're in Chicago on Sunday. Win a game. Go win a game for this quarterback. Do what you can. And to me, the biggest thing that came out of Sunday was Dable after the game saying Jackson Dart is the leader of our team. Like, if I'm the veterans on this team, that's more embarrassing than San Francisco showing up and taking over MetLife Stadium. To me, I'm looking at this going, you know what? This quarterback has come in here, 22 years old, and changed the perception of an offense and of a team, and we're just letting it waste away. Yeah. And I think that's kind of what would be most frustrating for me if I were a Giants fan, is that you have a defense here that just seems like it's going through the motions in certain spots, and I think that's the most frustrating part.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, this team rolled in without wide receivers, a backup quarterback. I mean, they've got one true weapon, and he's left wide open for a touchdown. He's left wide open for a long third down as well. Like, it's frustrating. And I mentioned the last time we spoke, you told me you were expecting, not to blame you specifically, but you told me you were expecting a big game out of Dexter Lawrence. And since that moment, I mean, we all know what happened with the criticisms from Carl Banks and everything that went down here, and we still didn't see it this week. I mean, the conversation became about how many double teams he's facing instead of why he's not performing like he usually does. Like, what's going on with Dexter Lawrence? What's going on with the leadership? Because it feels like Burns is trying out there, and some of the effort is okay, but it just feels like there is nothing there from a lot of the guys. We see Banks getting run over. What's going on with Dexter Lawrence, and what's going on with this defense?
I think with Dexter Lawrence, it's a hard read. It's a hard read right now because you're trying to figure out, and Chris, it's tough to look at people's efforts and just call them out and say, well, you're not finishing on plays. Right. The idea of, and Carl Banks again today, not today, but yesterday, talked about, the whole, DWI, don't want it, that kind of thing. How do you legislate that? Look, the coaches know, the players know who's not giving optimal effort out there on the field. And, what Banks said last week, Carl, not Deontay, is accurate, that the players that are stars on this team need to play above where they're at. If you're a Dexter Lawrence and you're giving a B performance, this team needs you to be A++. So what are you going to do to get to that level? And I think that's the frustrating part. I don't think there's anything you could ask Brian Burns to do more than what he's done so far this year. But everybody else in that defense should be trying to match up to what Burns has done, and I don't think they have been doing it. And I think they need to be honest with themselves if they truly don't want to be branded, losers and laughing stocks. And they thought they were beyond that. I thought they were beyond that, and now they're just kind of going back to that. And I think that's a terrible look for the Giants right now. And you can blame a bunch of different people. You can talk about how you want to start over, but starting over is not easy, especially when you have a franchise quarterback here that it has gotten to this point. I think it's a tough spot. It really is. And I don't think there are any easy fixes right now. I think you have to let the season play out and see where they're at in January.
Yeah. And let me ask you a question that's probably an unfair question to ask you, but it's one that, I've gotten because, I'm big on the quarterback coach relationship. I think it's important.
Right.
And he's playing extremely well right now. And I put emphasis on that. When you go to a rookie quarterback, the season almost becomes, whether it's year 4 of a regime or not, when you put the quarterback in there, rookie quarterback, the season becomes a lot about him as much as it becomes about winning. From what you've seen, right, from a quarterback who was deemed by many to be the least prepared out of the first round grade quarterbacks in the draft to step right in and play, and how he's shown it immediately. What level of importance do you put on the relationship between him and Dable as opposed to this kid just having it going out there and making plays off book, making plays, with his legs on scrambles? Like, what is the level of importance that this coaching regime, whether it's Brian Dable or, Kafka, or whoever, like, is this just a case of a great player finding it immediately, or is this the help of a coaching staff that's nurtured him even in this brief time?
I don't think you can say that a player is coach-proof. The idea, because I've heard that the last couple of weeks. I'm sure you have too. Yes. The idea of, put Jackson Dart with somebody else. I mean, here's what I don't get. Everybody's talking about now, I've heard, replace Dable with Lane Kiffin.
Sure.
Lane Kiffin was a failed NFL coach. He's doing well at Ole Miss. But the reality is that so you don't want to keep the head coach here that won Coach of the Year a couple of years ago. I know it seems like forever ago.
Yep.
That has gotten the most out of Dart to this point. You don't want to keep him because you don't think he can succeed, but then you want to bring in Dart's college coach to take care of Jackson Dart. So it just kind of doesn't make sense.
Right.
I mean, I just think, Chris, ultimately, you don't want to look at your head coach and say, well, you're just about the quarterback and you can't really coach the rest of the team. Sure. Dable needs to prove for the rest of the season that he's coaching the entire team, that this team has turned a corner and puts itself in position at the end of the year, that you're not looking and saying, well, the only thing that was good about this team was the quarterback.
Right.
But you can't just brush that off. I mean, come on. It's, you had ownership here talking about how they knew when they got rid of Pat Shurmur that it was going to be a tough go for Daniel Jones. And then they talked about, they brought in different coaches because they felt like they failed Daniel Jones.
Bingo.
The reality is that people want to point to the team that the Giants are going to see this weekend in Chicago and say, well, look what they did. They brought in Ben Johnson and all of a sudden now Caleb Williams is playing well.
Yeah.
But you had a defensive head coach in Chicago.
Right.
You didn't have a head coach that was partly responsible for where Caleb Williams was. So I think it's unfair.
Yeah, people want to use the Mayo. People want to use Mayo and the Patriots right now.
Drake May. Yeah.
They brought in Vrabel, who's one of the proven head coaches of the last 15 years and one of the best offensive coordinators with how many rings on his finger. Okay. And again, the coaching staff that he was with year one wasn't the coaching staff. It was a defensive-minded head coach. He wasn't the coach that literally helped. That we have video of the general manager saying, well, if this is your guy, we know how integral he was in picking him, and we know how important it's been in developing him. It's his offense. So I do think that those two examples they're not good. It's not apples to apples if you want to move on from Brian Dable.
Completely agree. And look, I can't make the argument that another head coach can't come in here and Jackson Dart won't succeed. I won't make that argument. You could see, if you want to take that gamble, I understand why you want to take that gamble if you don't feel like Brian Dable is the right head coach for your football team. I'm not ready yet because I just don't think that I'm willing to take the risk of the opposite. Mm-hmm. What if you hire a better head coach, but the head coach comes in and is not better for Jackson Dart? Now you're going backward for feeling like you had a franchise quarterback, and now next year all of a sudden you're looking at, okay, what's the storyline? Well, the storyline is you didn't pick the right head coach for Jackson Dart. And then I'm throwing my hands up and going, but wait a minute. You had the right head coach for Jackson Dart. You just decided that Brian Dable wasn't a good head coach for the rest of your team. So I agree with you. I know, we're the Dable homers,
yes.
We're the enablers. Yes. I saw that out there on Twitter. The idea of, the reality is that, Chris, what I've found is that if you don't scream about how everybody's going to be fired, you're a homer.
Yeah, I know,
and
that's it.
The reality is that, I've survived 4 different regimes here with the Giants, covering them from different angles and everything else. If January comes about and the Giants are 2-15 or 3-14 and they want to make the decision, I'm not going to jump up and down and say Brian Dable deserves to stay.
Yeah.
But the reality is that I want to give them the rest of the season. Let's see if he can come out of this tailspin. Let's see if this team can come out of this tailspin. Right. They can't embarrass themselves any more than what they've done the last 2 weeks on the field with the product, especially defensively. So, go do it. Go see it. And I think some people just have agendas. I think it's easier to get people to listen to you when you know your audience wants to just hear you scream and yell and tell you that they want everybody to be fired. And they want, this guy is a terrible coach and this guy he's not a good GM and he misses all these picks and everything else.
Yeah.
The reality is that let's see where they are in January.
I don't disagree with you, except I will push back a little bit on the GM just for a second, because I don't think you can argue that he whiffed on some picks. And let me ask you that, because there's been some rumors out there. Do you view them as tied together, or do you think it would be possible that one or the other would stay? And if that were the case, it feels like it would be Joe Shane would stay and the coach would go. To me, I think this is much more on the GM than the coach, but I mean, that's for interpretation. But do you see them as a package deal, or is there a way? Is what we're hearing possible where Joe Schoen could stay and the coach could go?
No, I think you can split them up in terms of what they've done as far as their jobs go. Look, if they've set it up the last couple of years. I mean, I know all the stuff where they were attached at the hip at the beginning, and that's the way the Giants sold it. But the reality is that from year 2 on, it's been Dable's show during the season and Shane's show in the off season. I mean, it's the reason why Dable doesn't talk at the combine to the media. It's the reason why Shane only talks in the bye week during the regular season, is that they've separated church and state, so to speak. They've separated coaching and front office. Now, behind the scenes, they're together and they're making decisions. So I could see a situation where they look at it and say they like the setup they have personnel-wise. They've made some mistakes, but they want to keep the general manager in place, and they need a change at the head coaching position. I mean, look, the locker room controls the fate of the head coach most times when you get into a situation like this. So, as much as Dable deserves credit for how hard the offense has played and how well Jackson Dart has accelerated his progress, he also has to take responsibility for the defense, and the defense has not performed. The defense has top-level talent, and they have not performed the last 3 weeks, and that's on Dable. So he needs to be able to step up and get that defense ready to go. I mean, they're better than what they've shown the last couple of weeks. There's no question about that. And that's on the head coach and his coaching staff.
Yeah, and we're talking to Art Stapleton. Let me just ask you in kind of closing, I guess, because we're talking about the defense. Another name, Abdul Carter, obviously. Now, we talked about this the last time we spoke, and you could argue that his performance is better than his numbers would indicate, but still not anywhere near the kind of player we hoped we'd be getting with a 3rd overall pick in the draft and the best defensive prospect in however many years since Micah Parsons. And what are we seeing there? And why is that front four just, I think was it 5 sacks in the last 5 weeks? It's not enough production, especially with the defensive backfield in the position it's in.
Yeah, it's all Burns right now. And look, Carter does deserve some of the credit for, the stunts that Burns has collected sacks on, and Carter has kind of taken the double team, and then Burns comes inside and gets a sack. But, look, there are 8 games left. You expect more from Abdul Carter production-wise the remainder of the season. Now is the time where, look, you made a great play against San Francisco, grabbing that fumble out of the air off of the strip sack from Burns. It could have been an interception. It wasn't. It was a fumble recovery, and then, of course, they didn't do anything with it. Carter needs to step up. He's still the betting favorite for Defensive Rookie of the Year. So clearly, in league-wide, no one's kind of putting up a fight to that. So people are watching him play and say, you know what, there's some hidden production that he has with the quarterback pressures and stuff like that. But, you want to see, now it's the second half of his rookie season, you want to see Abdul Carter start converting some of those pressures into game-changing plays, obviously. And if you can get those guys to play together up front, which you seemingly had for 3 quarters against Denver, then all of a sudden you can get back to maybe feeling like this defense is moving in the right direction rather than the bottom falling out.
Yeah, and last one, obviously the coach continues to show support for Bowen, the defensive coordinator. It's been a rough go for him. Do you think that moving on from the defensive coordinator would do anything? And that's an endeavor that's worth investigating? Or do you think at this point it doesn't really matter? And then lastly, do you think we saw a give up from the defensive players on their coach at the end of this 49er game?
I don't think firing the defensive coordinator would have the kind of impact that you'd hope, and because I do think it's player-related right now. I think the players are just in bad positions, and it's because of their own play and what they're seeing and how they're performing, but it does fall down on the coach. I think they need, in this situation, I just don't know if the defensive coordinator is the one. It's very easy to say fire him, but if you fire him and the defense gets worse or stays the same, then what did you fire him for? At this point, what are you firing him for? So I think that's kind of where I'm at with that. I'm disappointed in having covered this defense, thinking that they were a lot better than what they've shown. over the last 2 weeks, and I don't know where it went. It's on the head coach to find it again. It's on the coaches to find it again, but it's also on the players. I mean, I know Brian Burns cares. I need to see care from 10 other guys on this defense this weekend in Chicago, because Chicago has shown they will screw around. Ben Johnson will throw a lot of trick plays at you. You think you were embarrassed by the 2 plays to Christian McCaffrey last week that Kyle Shanahan pulled out?
Yeah.
I mean, Ben Johnson's going to be throwing, tight end option passes, down the field to try to embarrass you. So that's kind of where I'm at with the defense. I need this defense to step up. And if you're not going to step up, I think some of these guys need to get put on the bench.
Yeah.
I mean, because if
do they have
they
depth?
know it.
Do they have depth to put guys on the bench right now? Like, do they have who would you even bench and replace them with, especially in the defensive backfield? Like, who are you going to play for Banks if everybody's down?
You know what? If it comes down to effort, you just got to bring the next guy up.
Yeah.
You just got to bring the next guy up. And I think that your last question was about, have they given up?
Yeah.
Have they not shown effort? When Jackson Dart says in his post-game press conference on Sunday night that we've got to get to the point where if we give up a big play, we don't expect the next play to be a big play against us, he's talking about the defense.
Yeah.
And they know it. And I think they're going to figure it out in practice this week, because if they don't, I think there's going to be a lot of problems. If guys think that they're just going to lay down and get this head coach fired, that's not what's going to happen. I think it's going to be a lot worse for guys that are here before it gets any better. So I would expect a better performance from the Giants this week, but I don't have confidence that they're going to deliver the way I had confidence back in Denver. It's a different team right now. They need to come out of this tailspin.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for the time, Art. I appreciate it. I took you along there. I appreciate the few minutes.
All right, C-Mac.
We'll
Appreciate
talk
it. Have a
again,
good
I'm
night.
sure. All right. Be well. Art Stapleton of NorthJersey.com, USA Today, does a great job. And no, I didn't just pick him because he agrees with me on Brian Dable. That had nothing to do with why he was interviewed. 888-808-1019. All right, quick break. We'll come back. We'll take your calls on the Giants, take your calls on the Jets. We'll get to some different things, including the lousy New York Rangers, who are down 2-0 right now in the third period and can't score a goal at home. And they're annoying me. As I'm talking to Art, I'm watching this Ranger team piss me off. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about baseball. We get plenty of things. We've still got plenty of time to do it. Taking you all the way to midnight right here on our Ride to Midnight. McMonagle here with you on The Fan. 888-808-1019. Your calls next.
This week on The Fan.
Keep listening for your chance to score a pair to see OAR 3 Decades Tour at PNC Bank Art Center on September 17th or at Northwell at Jones Beach Theater on September 18th, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale Friday at Ticketmaster.com.
Brought to you by Live Nation. The Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
My man, Dr. Jay Shah, specializing in minimally invasive and non-surgical treatments for neck, back, and sciatica, migraines, and so much more, offers pain-relieving solutions. There are thousands of 5-star reviews who trust Samwell Pain for all their aches and pains. Visit SamwellPain.com.
New York City is delivering for you. With public housing and subway incidents, hate crimes, retail theft, and overall major crime down this year, and shootings year to date at their lowest levels in recorded history, and over 135,000 unlawful guns and vehicles off our streets means more secure neighborhoods, day and night. That's NYC delivering for families, every day, everywhere. Find out more at deliveringforyou.nyc.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium iced or hot coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions, participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Looking for the lowest price on name brand tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get the guaranteed lowest price on any name brand tire. Nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Town Fair Tire.
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
The Mega Millions jackpot is now $800 million. If you win, that's enough money to buy a flat screen TV for every room of your new mansion. Stop by a New Jersey Lottery retailer to get your ticket today.
Talk New York sports on The Fan.
Injured in an accident? Your case in the hands of one lawyer may settle for $100,000, but in the hands of the right law firm could be worth millions. The Rothenberg Law Firm has been representing injury victims for over 50 years, winning and collecting billions for our clients. And we're not stopping now. The Rothenberg Law Firm, 1-800-624-8888, or visit us at injurylawyer.com.
Be a lawyer for injured ones. Injurylawyer.com.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Luxury just got tripled with Mercedes-Benz of Edison, Union, and Freehold, New Jersey. 3 powerhouse locations, 1 legendary name. Ray Katina. More selection, more convenience, and more ways to drive excellence. Experience the power of 3. Visit benzfam.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Talk New York sports here.
Me2, McMonagle here with you on The Fan. Little Jim Morrison on a Tuesday night, election night. I think the polls have closed in New York. I think it was 9 o'clock, right? So, you blew it. Paul, you voted this morning, I'm sure, right?
No, I early voted.
When did you early vote?
Last week. Which I don't understand why anyone votes the day of voting. Early vote, it's so much easier.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 2-minute process if you early vote. Nobody is there. Nobody knows about it. Early vote is like the cheating. Only way to go. That's what I thought. And then you, honestly, because that's, you know what, you want the experience, and then you go there on the actual election day, and you're there for 45 minutes, and 3 machines are working out of 10, and everyone's broken, everyone's frustrated.
Yeah, the 2020 was the only election where for whatever reason, the line was ridiculous. Obviously, it was going through COVID, and not for whatever reason. Obviously, it was because of COVID and everything. But by me, I very rarely get into lines. It takes me 5 minutes to vote, even day of, for everything, midterm, presidential, whatever. Except that 2020, I was there for 2.5 hours standing outside for that one. But besides that, it goes relatively quick. But yeah, I hear you. The early vote.
It's the way to, I think it's.
But there's something about doing it on election day.
Of course, and again, I thought that, and I was now on the other side, as Jim Morrison would say.
That's true. That is true. I was thinking about doing something election-wise, but then we had so much news with the Jets, and decided not to do it. But if you want to call up Paul and vote for the one guy you want to vote out of office, whether it be Brian Cashman, Brian Dable. I was thinking about doing it because the vitriol for Brian Dable is so high right now. And after Sunday, I understand it. Prior to Sunday, I really was surprised. I was surprised that you guys wanted to fly stuff over the building. Like, I thought they were playing better.
Are we doing all of the sports people?
Yes.
Or just
any executive or coach currently,
you know, who actually might win,
employed by a team. I bet you it's Aaron Boone.
No, I think it's Chris Drury. I think the Ranger fan, if you dig down deep and stunningly, they got shut out again tonight against the Hurricanes at the Garden.
I know. I was just going to yell at it.
And
3 in a row out west. Come back home, can't score a goal. What is going on?
It is bizarre. And again, I didn't think they played that poorly tonight.
Yeah.
I thought Shesterkin played really well in net. He have 30 saves? They had 25 shots on goal, so maybe a little lacking on the offensive side of the puck. But they cannot put the puck in the other net at the Garden. It is crazy.
I don't know what's going on. Very, very frustrating. Obviously, I'm not watching the game all that closely. I'm doing the show, but man, they can't score at home. Unbelievable. But yeah, no, if you want to call in and just tell Paul, you don't have to come on the air. You can come on the air and tell me, but you just call what coach or executive with any New York franchise needs to be out of a job. Who are you voting out? Because it feels like we're not, especially with the mayoral race, it feels like we're going to be upset no matter who wins. So who do you want out? Who needs to go? Because I'm curious if it's Brian Dable. I think it's either Brian Dable or the 2 Yankees would be my guess. Maybe Drury. But I think it's going to be, if we actually conducted the poll, I think it would be Brian Dable and the 2 Yankees, and then Joe Shane with the 4th. 888-808-1019. But we can take your calls on anything. We're talking Giants issues, Jets trade. We can get into the baseball a little bit as we just opened the door to the Rangers not being able to win a game at home. Again, I didn't see the game all that well, but please give me a call. Let me know what your frustration level is with this Rangers team that's gotten off to this lousy start, but had won 3 games in a row, including a couple of overtime winners, and you were feeling better about them. But this is another game at home. Something is broken at home. I was talking about it with Marash before the show. It was a big game to see if they could figure out a way to play at home. I don't understand what's going on at Madison Square Garden, as they still have yet to get a win here. So 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on The Fan until midnight on our ride to midnight, a little early. In for Keith all the rest of the week. Tony in Deer Park. What's up, Tony?
What's up, my man? How are you?
What's going on? Good. How are you?
I'm okay. Listen, as a Giant fan, long time, I wouldn't fire Dable during the season. But I feel if this, obviously it seems like this is going to keep up. He's got to go at the end of the year. That I feel the record shows itself. But what I do,
what if he wins? What if he wins 5 games down the stretch?
Then I say keep him.
Really?
Because who else are you going to get? Because unless you
I thought for sure you were going to say, it doesn't matter now.
No, because I want to like Dable so bad.
Mm-hmm.
But there's too many things he's done. The kicking situation, that's on him.
What? I don't think so. You think the kicking situation's on him?
I think he had to get a better kicker in here.
That's
I think
not him. That's the GM.
I understand, but he works close with the GM, right? I mean, he's putting players on the field. I know Shane is getting the players for him, but you got to sit down and say, listen, Graham Gano, he had his time. This guy keeps getting injured. And you're dressing him on days where he's getting hurt. And maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think it's on the GM more than him. I mean, he allowed an older veteran kicker who's making a lot of money, who they could have easily cut, saved some money, got a cheaper, younger kicker who's constantly hurt, who does them damage by getting hurt in-game warm-ups.
In games.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
The only thing you could mention for me about the coach with the kicking game is that when they had the battle with Koo and the kid from Scotland, that they picked him. You could argue that the coach makes a decision on which one of those two, because they worked them out and they made a decision on that. But other than that, the Graham Gano situation, I put on the GM more than the coach. But that's fine.
I agree.
There's other reasons to be mad at Dable. I totally agree.
I see though that something should have been done in season, and while I don't like stuff happening in season because it's not going to help anyone. I feel like the defensive coordinator, but like who are you going to put there? But I just feel like he is terrible, and he's not getting the most out of his players. When you saw Burns screaming after that game in Denver, I mean, I don't think these guys are playing for him. I don't like the schemes. I don't like what I'm seeing. There's a lot not to like. You know what? We got Jackson Dart. I just don't want to see this kid ruined. I don't.
No,
want to see this kid
I know. I don't want to see him ruined either, and that's part of the reason I'm hesitant to get rid of the coach. A lot of the fan base is worried that he'll ruin him, that Brian Dable will ruin him, that this, losing culture here that they have built is going to ruin Jackson Dart. A lot of people feel that way. I'm worried about the opposite. I'm worried that they're going to hire the wrong coach who doesn't work well with Jackson Dart. That's what I'm worried. I'm worried the next guy doesn't like his game. The next guy doesn't translate to his game. I don't know. Now, the next guy would not like his game. He wouldn't take the job, I suppose. Maybe he would because it's an NFL coaching job. But I'm just saying, it's working. Jackson Dart's playing well, isn't he? The coach gets blamed for everything, including who was kicking. When that's on, that's a perfect example. The coach doesn't pick the players, and yet he's blamed for the kicker. But the quarterback playing his ass off, that's just the quarterback. Has nothing to do with the coach. You're silly, fat man. Anyone could come in and take care of this coach, take care of this quarterback the way he's playing. I don't view it that way. Brian in West Palm Beach. What's up, Brian?
How you doing?
Good. How are you, Brian?
I'm a big Yankee fan. I'm frustrated. I'm a big Yankee fan and Giant fan, and I know you may not want to hear it, but there's a lot of Giant fans that are still like me are pissed off that they got rid of Saquon Barkley. Okay? You need a running back, and Mr. Mara wanted to keep Barkley, and I was really agitated and really angry, and I think the Giants should get rid of Shane and Cashman need to go, but I think your next Giant coach should be Lane Kiffin. Bring Lane Kiffin in because he lived in. Excuse me?
Why?
Because he's an offensive coach. He knows Dart.
But you clearly don't care about Dart. You clearly don't care about helping Dart because the coach, right? You can't do better than the coach is doing right now with Dart, right?
No, I understand that, but if they would have kept Barkley, they would have had
They drafted one in the 4th round in Scatterbo that helped transform the team. He got hurt; his foot fell off.
No, I know that, but I love Barkley.
I know you love Barkley. He's a great player. I know you love Barkley. Barkley's a great player. I had no problem moving on from him. You could have brought him back, and you think they'd be winning right now? You think that's the difference between winning and losing, Saquon Barkley with this team? I mean, he's not even having that good of a year right now with the Eagles. I really don't think he was great with the Giants. They weren't winning. I get it. And especially when you turn around and give a contract very similar to a wide receiver in Slayton who's not any good. I don't disagree. You could argue it was a mistake. I think the mistake was drafting him, to be totally honest with you. I don't think the Giants were ready to draft him. They shouldn't have drafted a running back 2nd overall. You can find them Scatterbo. You can win with Scatterbo. You can win with them. They found him in the 4th round. And so, Art, I thought, put it perfect. The Lane Kiffin one doesn't make a lot of sense to me. He's a failed head coach in the NFL. Failed head coach. It never went well for him. Ever. It never went well for him at all. The only reason that you would even mention Lane Kiffin is because he worked well with Jackson Dart. Brian Dable's working well with Jackson Dart. And Brian Dable won Coach of the Year his first year. Like, you can't tell me Lane Kiffin because he's got a good relationship with the quarterback. Brian Dable has a good relationship with the quarterback. That's just, I mean, you can't tell me, we got to bring in a coach. Let's bring in his former coach. We can help develop him. He can't do any better than what Brian Dable's doing as far as that department goes. And what makes you think he's a better head coach than Brian Dable? He's a failed head coach. Mike in West Babylon. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, hi. Just want to talk about Dable for a second.
Yeah.
I really think this guy has to go. You know, he's a good offensive coordinator, even a good quarterback coach, but he's got to get involved in the defense. When that defense is falling apart, he seems to be doing nothing. Like, why isn't he getting involved more in the defense?
And doing what? How do you know he's not involved? Maybe he's involved and it's not helping.
I mean, even the press conferences, he only seems to talk about Jackson Dart. It's like he's like a personal tutor to Jackson Dart, which he might be, but he's got to be the head coach, and he loses his composure on the sidelines. I just don't think he's head coach material. I think he's a really good coordinator. I think he, obviously can develop quarterbacks, but I just don't see him leading this team to the promised land.
Look, I hear you. He's lost a lot. It's hard for me to stand here and tell you he's a great head coach. He's lost a lot. I thought year one he transformed the whole organization, and since then it's been bad, and he's lost a lot of games. So I can't tell you he's a great head coach, but those players, he's got to fix the defense. I don't disagree. He's got to find a way to fix the defense. I don't know how he does it, but he's got to try and figure out a way to get this defense to play better, because although they are, bereft of some talent, they're not this bad. Or at least they shouldn't be this bad. They are playing that bad. John in Long Beach. What's up, John?
Hey, what's up, Chris? I just wanted to touch base. This Dable and Shane, they're not going anywhere. This is not a McAdoo 2.0. Okay, the issue I see is definitely on the defensive side of the ball. There's some type of inner turmoil going on in that locker room with this defensive coordinator, and I don't know what it is. I have faith in the offense. We were riddled with injuries. We've had this crazy schedule. Who is it then? If you're going to go somewhere with an offensive coach or a new head coach and a new GM, where are you going with it? I think next year you'll probably have a softer schedule. I really think it's the defensive side of the ball. It's just my opinion. Yeah. I'll hang up and listen to you. Thanks.
No, I kind of agree with you. I think there were circumstances that made it difficult to win. And I think he's playing with right now a defensive backfield that's kind of non-functioning. And I do think that him and the quarterback have a tight bond that I would be afraid. I think it's easy to just say it doesn't matter. I think that's easy. The coach can't coach. They're losing games. It doesn't matter. Fire him. I think that's an easy, and to Art's point, that's what you want to hear. That's what most of you want to hear. Because you're fed up with losing and you think the guy's a terrible head coach. So you don't want to hear someone say, well, just hold on a second. Developing the quarterback is kind of just as important as winning, isn't it? When you go to a rookie quarterback, whether it's year 1, year 4, year 7, whatever, of whatever regime, when you start a rookie quarterback, just like the Giants did in 2004 with Eli Manning, they took a 5-4 team that was winning, 5-4. And then they brought in Eli Manning, and he went 1-6. It wasn't about wins then, and it's not as much about wins right now. It's about developing the quarterback. If this were year, to me, if it's year 1, you don't even think about it. Wow, he's developing the quarterback. Great. And I kind of look at it a little bit brand new once the quarterback comes in. Now, the defense and how they played Sunday are things I can't argue with and pissed me off, and it was a miserable football game. And I thought that, as me and Art both said, I thought the days of being a pushover were over. I didn't think the days of losing were necessarily over. I thought they were done just stepping on the field and getting their ass kicked, because we hadn't really seen that since Jackson Dart took over. And last week was embarrassing. And the defense was embarrassing. And you can't go out and win 2-3 games and still keep your job. I get it. Not in year 4, even if I don't view it as year 4. But we're dismissing the idea that he's been important in the development of the quarterback. And we're dismissing the idea that John Mara and this ownership group has to make the next hire. And Vrabel isn't there, and Sean Payton isn't there, and Mike Tomlin's not going to be there, and John Harbaugh, Jim Harbaugh aren't going to be there. There's not some obvious answer to go. He's going to have to go find the next young, coordinator. That's probably what he's going to have to go do. Do we trust that? And and I'm just telling you, if they start next year and the coach and the quarterback don't mesh, and he doesn't play well, and he looks like he regressed, we're going to all be like, well, what the hell? We had our future, and now it looks like it could be slipping away. I'm just saying that we have seen it. We just saw it with the last quarterback. We saw Daniel Jones have a promising rookie year, and then they gave him Jason Garrett and Joe Judge. And it ruined him. The owner admitted as much. This kid's playing well. I'm afraid of ruining him. And I know many of you think that Dable is destined to ruin him. Maybe. He's also produced one hell of a quarterback through the first 6 weeks. Limo driver Ed, what's up, Ed?
Well, I'm going to tell you right now is, with the guys that we had, all right, Quentin hasn't been doing anything past 2 years. He hasn't been doing nothing. So I don't want to hear nobody go out there and cry me a river. We didn't win with him, and we was losing with him anyway. Now, Sauce, he's scared to tackle, making all that money. I don't want to hear everybody say, because he's gone. Let me tell you one thing. What has he done? He's not a shutdown quarterback. He's not doing it where the team is definitely benefiting, where he's making a big deal.
I mean, he's not transforming them. He's not Darrell Revis. He's not Deion Sanders. But someone just gave them 2 first-round picks, though, so he's not a bum.
Well, he don't have to be there, but you know what? Good. I'm glad they did get him.
I hear what you say. I agree with you. It's a good haul for him. But let's not make it seem like he's some worthless bum because someone viewed him as worth giving him 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, but guess what? That's how teams are in this league. They're desperate. They'll take anything. And let me tell you one thing,
he's not
Chris,
anything. He's a good player.
Chris, I'm not saying that, but he was not. He did never make it be an outcome of a game, Chris.
Fine, but now you have to go find a draft pick who's going to be that guy.
Guess what, Chris? But you can, Chris. You can. There's other guys in this league.
Well,
Don't
you
say
can. Good luck with it. He's one of the top guys.
But Chris, guess what? What's our record right now? 1-7.
1-7.
I don't want to hear about it. We didn't win with them. We didn't win with them. But you know what? Hey, we done saved money, and now we can go out and get somebody, and we're going to have a hell of a lot of picks coming up.
You're going to have 5 first-round picks in the next 2 years.
And when we get rid of Brees, that'll be more picks.
They're not going to.
You don't think so?
No, as far as right now, no. The trade deadline's over, so they're not trading him mid-season. They could trade him in the offseason, I suppose, but
probably so. And you know what? Keep running your mouth saying, "Hey, yeah, I want out." Oh, don't worry, they're gonna give him an out, and they're gonna send him to the worst team in the league.
Well, I'm surprised you don't like Brees Hall. I don't know. You have been losing. You also you're going to draft a young quarterback. You want to have a weapon there for him. You want to make it easy. And I'll tell you this, and this is why I wanted to keep Aaron Rodgers, because I felt the team could score. I think the offensive line's pretty good. I think these 2 young tackles have played really well. I think the offensive line is serviceable. You can play behind that offensive line. I think Brees Hall is one hell of a dual-purpose back. I think Garrett Wilson is a really good wide receiver. You can step in as a young quarterback into worse situations than that. A good offensive line, a very talented running back who's good out of the backfield, and a superstar wide receiver. You can do worse than that. That is not a terrible spot for a rookie quarterback to come into. It really isn't. And that's why I wanted to keep Aaron Rodgers, because I thought that offense could win. I thought that offense could score points. So, like, you do want to have some weapons to give the kid. You want to trade Breece Hall. You want to trade everybody. You know, you do have to have a team that you're gonna put around a young quarterback that you're going to draft next year. And what are you going to get for Breece Hall? They were asking for a 3 and couldn't get it, is the reports. You want to trade for a 4th-round pick, Breece Hall, as opposed to having that level player to give as a blanket and a place to go with your young, on drop downs for your young quarterback next year? I'd rather have that. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on the Fan. I still see all the calls. We'll come right back, continue to take them as long as you continue to make them here on this Tuesday evening. I got you for another 2 hours till midnight. McMonagle filling in for McPherson on our ride to midnight from here until midnight. Sometimes I just ramble on so much that I say the same word 4 or 5 times.
The Yankees are a joke.
The Yankees aren't a joke. We can talk a little Yankee baseball and what they need to do.
He cannot get a bunt down. He cannot hit. He cannot field.
Hey, don't talk about the Blue Jays that way. The Blue Jays blew it. And, I talked a little bit about it last night. I would love to talk more World Series, to be totally honest with you. That was a tremendous World Series. And Major League Baseball has a moment right now. And I was talking about this with Fleegs yesterday. And when I have more time and we don't have this trade going on, like, I know I'm a big baseball guy. I love baseball. It's my favorite sport. When people say the season shouldn't be 162 games, I go, you're right. It should be 170. Like, I love baseball. If baseball takes this right now with the numbers they got in the World Series, that great World Series, the momentum they're getting. You look at Game 7 of the World Series and Game 7 of the NBA Finals last year and compare the ratings, it's almost double. Now, I know international, Ohtani, whatever, but, like, baseball's got a moment here. Don't blow it being freaking greedy. Don't blow it being greedy. Don't have a fight that shuts down half a season or cancels a year or we don't have a World Series. Don't let it happen because there is momentum around this sport right now. There is momentum in baseball. This stupid fight that's coming at the end of next year, a year from now, do not let it jeopardize the momentum being built right now. Let's see what the World Baseball Classic brings. Maybe, Captain Judge, maybe there'll be some momentum with that too. Like, don't do it.
That would mean that Judge would have to be actually clutch.
He was clutch.
And he
big 3-run home run.
He's
I don't
not
know what the foul ball.
He's not
saw that. He had 5. He was hitting.
That's a small sample
hitting 500. Okay, well, that's what the postseason is. It's a small sample size.
Small sample size. Overall, he still is.
No, his numbers were incredible. Go look at Mookie Betts, who has 4 championships, and give me his postseason numbers. They stink.
Not great.
No, they're not good. And yet he has 4.
But he's a winner.
Why? Because the team around him played well.
It's winning time.
Yeah.
It's about results.
Yeah, no, I understand. And Judge gave you them this postseason. He was dominant.
You just don't want Judge turning into like Ken Griffey or Lamar Jackson or Dan Marino. That you don't want if you're...
No, you want him to win a championship, clearly.
Yeah, that's the only thing that matters. Because if he doesn't, then all the big records that he hits, it all falls on, Death's ear.
Here we go. On whose ear? Death's ear? Is that what you said? Hope you didn't say Death's ear.
No, what is it?
Because I hope he's not lilistening. On deaf ears.
Deaf ears, that's what I meant, yes. Yo, who's not listening? Death?
Yeah.
Well.
I hope he's not paying attention right now. I hope he's busy elsewhere. 888-808-1019. Is that weird? Yeah, I hope he's not paying attention to me. Call me selfish. I don't want to die. 88, not before Brian Dable resurrects his career. I got to be here for that. I got to be here for the 6-game winning streak and Dable back.
Go out there and rip that son of a bitch.
Go out there and rip that son of a bitch. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you. Update. We'll come back. Take your calls right here on The Fan.
It's Evan and Tiki. Afternoons on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
There are certain games in which you walk away and say, who am I mad at? Right. Am I mad at this guy? Am I mad at this aspect? I walk away from this game. When I left MetLife Stadium, I walked away saying, they all suck. The GM needs to go. The head coach needs to go.
Listen to Evan and Tiki on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want with 0 down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Black Friday sales event.
Having the right winter tire matters. So take control of the roads this winter with a new set of Bridgestone Bridgestone Blizzak tires from Town Fair Tire. Town Fair has the region's largest inventory of Bridgestone tires, all at the guaranteed lowest prices you'll find anywhere. And with 100 locations, you'll find a Town Fair near you. For the guaranteed lowest price on Bridgestone Blizzak tires and the most free services for life, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Kohl's Black Friday deals are dropping early. You can save up to 50% throughout the store all weekend. Yep, call it what you want. Manifestation, luck, fate. The point is, it's happening. Plus, you'll earn $15 Kohl's cash for every $50 spent on Friday. Shop early Black Friday deals at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. And thank the universe later. Select styles up to 50% off, valid November 7th through 9th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Westwood One presents Today in Women's Sports. The college basketball season tipped off Monday with games all over the country and with some on a different continent. Yesterday in Paris, the 3rd annual We Play event was held. The first game of the doubleheader saw 16th ranked Baylor knock off number 7 Duke 58-52. The Bears were led in the overseas victory by sophomore guard Talia Scott, who finished with 24 points.
It gives us so much confidence to come out here. First game of the season, first game we really played together besides the scrimmage, right? And so being able to come out here and see that this is a product that we could put on the floor, and it's the first game of the season, we can only get better from here.
In game 2 of the Paris doubleheader, 19th ranked Vanderbilt defeated Cal Berkeley. The Commodores were led by Michaela Blakes, who finished with 27 points.
It's good for us to go across the country and get fans and support that way, and be able to go visit other countries and see what their culture is about as well, and get an experience outside of the court as well.
With Today in Women's Sports, I'm Jody Jackson on Westwood One.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide who will explain the InventHelp process step by step. Over 10,000 patents have been secured through InventHelp's patent referral services. The InventHelp data bank includes thousands of companies who have agreed to review new ideas. We've been helping inventors since 1984. Let's help you next. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380. Again, 1-800-217-4380.
Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check if they're going for it on 4th down before going to the concession stand.
Yeah, give me 3 hot dogs, 2 jumbo touchdown, baby! What?
Hey, buddy, you want cheese with those?
Yeah, checking first is smart.
No.
What? So check Allstate first and see what you could save. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Potential savings vary, including based on how you buy, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Get the latest on the Giants and Jets on WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1, New York, and Odyssey Sports Station.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 10 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results, chefiq.com. Also brought to you by Dr. Jay Shaw at Samuel Institute for Pain Management. Visit samuelpain.com. Jets said goodbye to a pair of mainstays on defense. Sauce Gardner goes to the Colts for 2 first-round picks and receiver Adonai Mitchell. Quinnen Williams shipped to the Cowboys for a 2 this year, a 1 next season, and defensive tackle Mozzie Smith. Jets now hold 5 first-round picks over the next 2 years.
I know it gives us good flexibility going in to the draft this year and next year. So excited about having that flexibility. And, you know, the draft's a long way away. There's a lot to happen between now and April, and then especially the 2027.
That's GM Darren Muji. So Gang Green wasn't shy about moving 2 important pieces on their defense as they tear this down and build anew. And why not trade Breece Hall as well?
I wouldn't call it a teardown, and I understand the question, but like I said, through these processes, we talk about a lot of things, and we field a lot of calls, and we've got values, and Brees is a talented player, and he's going to help us compete and win games the rest of the season.
Hurricanes blanked the Rangers 3-0. Blue Shirts remain winless at the Garden, 0-5-1, having scored 6 goals in the 6 games combined, and keep in mind 5 of them came in the overtime loss to the Sharks. And the Bruins outlast the Islanders 4-3 in a shootout. Bo Horvat with a pair, Ilya Sorokin 23 saves. 54 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan
on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, little low rider, 10:04. Low rider. You also can catch us live on the YouTube page. I think I haven't mentioned that yet. I apologize, my chat family. So yeah, go to YouTube, click on the WFAN page. There I am in my new lovely. I bought a couple of hoodies for hoodie season. I got a couple of Knicks. I got a Rangers. I got a new Giant one that I spilled coffee on the other day. Always fun. And someone said, I've just seen a face. It's not on their Help album. Yeah, I've just seen a face is on Help. Go get a new album. It's there. But I'll interact with you on the YouTube chat as well. I can't keep up with your work schedule. Yeah, listen, I'm usually on in the morning. Today, this week, I'm filling in for Keith. I'll be with you the rest of this week. I'm actually I think I'm off Friday, though, but I'll be with you Saturday morning, as usual, 9 a.m. And then we'll be back to the overnights, grinding through. But already, and again, my wife, I'm not kidding you. This is not a joke. I'm not messing around. What's today? Today's November 4th. November 4th. She looked at me today when she got home from work, and we were coming and going. The kids were home, so I had to watch the kids today until she got home from work. As soon as she got home, I had to go. A little bit of a lack of sleep thing. I can't avoid it. It's part of my life. But so as soon as she gets home, we're talking for a little bit, and she looked right at me in the face. Looked at me right in the face and said, maybe we'll get the Christmas tree tomorrow. And I was like, what? Christmas tree in the basement. I'm like, yeah, what about it? Well, I was just thinking, and I'm like, no, it's November 4th. Tomorrow's November 5th. No, I'm not. Every year we do this. Every year it gets earlier and earlier. And it's become like a thing in our neighborhood where if we drive around the neighborhood and we see one person with like one thing, suddenly we're behind. Like, it's not like Thanksgiving has completely got blown away. Oh, November 5th, hey, start thinking about getting the nutcrackers out from downstairs. Because I have these big 6-foot nutcrackers that we put on the front porch. I got 2 of them. And we asked the kids to, what? You don't know what a nutcracker is? Don't give me the look like keep your mind out of the gutter. It's a nutcracker. The nutcrackers, the wooden soldiers, the nutcrackers.
Suck it! I'm aware of what it is. You have 2 6-foot nutcrackers that you put on the front porch?
Yes. We have 2 6-foot nutcrackers. So we put in front of the porch right by the door. They're like they welcome you into the door during Christmas season.
You on drugs?
Why would I be? What's so wrong with that? They
stand guard. Is that what that?
Yeah, they're on the front porch.
You know what that screams of? You want the attention. That's the only reason to put out 6-foot nutcracker statues is you want attention.
Why? They're nutcrackers who stand at the door. On each side of the door? There's the 2 nutcrackers. That's kind of, and we have the Christmas lights, and we have the 2 nutcrackers.
Do you have these delivered?
No, I bought them once at Sam's Club 7-8 years ago, and we keep them in the basement.
You keep them in the basement?
Yeah, and then I have to bring them up.
So when they're not in front of the house on
Correct.
the porch, are they like pushed up against the wall like Blair Witch Project? Is that how it works downstairs in the basement?
No, they're in the box in the basement.
You have to disassemble.
No, Nope.
You have 6-foot coffins in your basement.
Well, I mean, yeah,
for the
cardboard
nutcrackers.
boxes, but yes. The boxes that they came in, I still have them. And yes, we slide them into the box, then I pull them downstairs. Yes, it's a process.
You pull them by their feet, drag them down the stairs.
I kind of let gravity I kind of let gravity do the work where I kind of like edge them off the stairs and then stand and walk below them as they fall and make sure they don't fall too fast. And they slide down the stairs a little bit. Getting them up is harder.
Do you have problems with like
I don't have problem getting it up. No. But I don't have. So it can be more difficult, especially because it's cold outside. But no, that was the best I could come up with the puns there. No, but what's so weird about nutcrackers? They sell them at Sam's Club. I know people have 8-foot tall abominable snowmen on their front lawn. I got 2 6-foot nutcrackers.
Yeah, and that they're craving attention.
Well, people just, you decorate.
They're craving attention.
I see 12-foot skeletons for Halloween.
They're all craving attention. It means nothing.
Well, of course it doesn't mean anything.
It's a Hallmark thing. It means nothing.
No, I mean, of course it doesn't mean anything. Christmas still comes. Like, it's just.
Yeah, no, glue's all over the place. But those skeletons are usually like inflatable. Like, you don't have a 12-foot skeleton in your basement the other 11 months of the year. Like, that's where I'm more.
6 foot. I'm 6 foot. It's not like they're enormous.
It's pretty big, man.
And they're all one like little piece. I don't like. They're just like a stand that it's like a plastic thing that was carved into the shape of a nutcracker, and it's painted.
It's a big nutcracker.
I guess they're life-size nutcrackers. See, I really don't think that's that weird. They look great.
This is a way more important nutcracker than yours.
What? They're the nutcracker. It's from the nutcracker, right? That's where it all comes from. They're called the nutcracker not because they crack nuts.
Well, that I know.
Right. But yeah, no, 6 foot. Adult size. Then they stand there. They're only like, I don't know, maybe they're a foot in diameter, maybe.
I'm interested in the nutcrackers holding guard in front of the house.
Yeah.
I'm now more interested in the other 11 months of the nutcracker.
Well, as you've heard, it's more like the other 10 months.
Yes, you're right. In the 10 months. Well, you got to get your money's worth out of the nutcracker.
That is true.
I can't imagine the kids don't go down there and like.
No, the kids aren't allowed in the basement.
So
it's an unfinished basement.
So this
There's
is
a lot
just
of storage down there.
Straight total like old movie Twilight Zone. Your basement is what gives kids nightmares. Your basement's a horror show. You have 2 6-foot wooden nutcrackers
in a
box.
coffin. They're not in a coffin.
In your
box.
basement, and your children are not allowed in there.
In a box with the picture of the nutcracker on the front of the box.
That you carry by its feet down the stairs.
Yeah.
Think about what you're saying.
We put it together. It comes
do you do this in the dark so that your children don't see it?
No,
or do you just give them nightmares whenever you feel like?
My children help me, and they've named them.
You've brought your children into this?
They're Christmas ornaments, you weirdo. What do you mean I brought my children into it?
6-foot ornament?
Yeah.
That's a no-go for me.
It's a Christmas decoration
Thank you. It's not an ornament.
Well,
you can't put a nutcracker on a tree.
No, not these particular.
Well,
no. Maybe at the even Rockefeller Center, maybe you could. But no. Yeah, they come in like a plastic bag, so they help me.
Oh, so you have the plastic bag inside the coffin. So first you put them in the body bag, and then you put them in the coffin.
Yes, they're not a coffin.
I mean,
plastic bag, wrap up and zip tie the plastic bag.
Yeah.
Then I put the plastic.
Seal it tight.
Yeah, to try and avoid any, I don't know, bugs or whatever. I don't know.
Well,
and then you put it in the cardboard box again, and you put it in the
keep
basement.
the maggots out. Right.
What's weird about this?
Do you done with this every year with the kids? Do you watch Psycho afterwards, or?
I kind of do it.
Is that the tradition?
It's not a tradition. No, if the kids are around, they help me a little bit, but no, it's not a tradition.
No,
there are other traditions, but no, not that one. No.
Shining?
No, when we put up the Christmas tree ornaments, we kind of watch Home Alone. That's a tradition. I don't know why you're hung up on this. This is weird. It's not weird at all.
You're not afraid
They're on the
of them,
front porch.
like,
No, I'm not
coming to
afraid of
life?
anything. No, I'm not afraid of them coming to life, Paul. Believe it or not, no. Nor is it a coffin or a body bag. They're a Christmas decoration that you put on the front porch.
And you don't think that's taking it too far? A 6-foot tall Nutcracker statue.
You guys are acting like 6 feet tall is some sort.
That's the size of
It's
me.
not Wambayama standing on my front porch. It's
a human. It's me.
Yes, it's an adult-sized thing. Yes, we're eye to eye when I take them out of the box.
Yeah, look.
I look deep into their eyes.
Yeah, that's the thing. When people come to your house, good thing you don't do it before Halloween.
Everybody loves them.
Who are these people?
My neighbors.
Your neighbors have to
They
tell
look
you what you
nice
want
on
to
the
hear.
front porch. And it's very simple. All we do is we have the Christmas lights, and then we have one big spotlight on the front door with the.
Spotlight the
We
Nutcrackers?
spotlight them. Yes, we spotlight the front door. They're standing there. We have a wreath over the doorway, and they're on both sides, and a spotlight on the front door, and then Christmas lights on the house.
Are these? I'm sorry. Are these the same Nutcrackers?
What do you mean?
Like, is it the same design?
Yeah, they're identical.
They're identical twin
They're
Nutcrackers.
twin brothers. Yes,
They're twin brothers.
They're twin brothers. Yeah.
And what are their names?
Yeah, I don't want to tell you because they're very creative. My sons came up with creative ones. Andrew named his Tommy, and Tommy named his Andrew. So we've got Andrew and Tommy out on the front porch. I tried to tell them let's get creative, but they didn't care enough.
They didn't care enough.
No,
they're smart.
Yeah.
Is the spotlight there to stop people from thinking that there are two people just by your doorway?
No, the spotlight is
You
there
especially?
to show them off because I spent the money and we want people to see them. So you want to make sure there's a spotlight on them so you could see them. They do have a plug-in where they have like lights on them, but the lights are kind of dim, so we don't bother with it.
Really?
We just spotlight them. Yeah.
So you have lights.
They plug in from the bottom, and there's lights on his lapel and his jacket. Yeah.
On his jacket,
And
his lapel?
and the sphere he's holding. Yes.
Is it
the scepter? More of the scepter. He's
Were
holding.
these
they're
decorations
holding
$1,000
scepters.
each?
No. Go look on Sam's Club or Costco. They're not crazy. You guys are weird. You're blowing this way out of proportion. Yes.
I'm weird.
Yes.
You're a psycho.
2 6
You're a
foot
psycho.
wooden
I don't think they're made out of wood. No.
that you zip into a body bag. Put it into
I don't.
a coffin.
There's no zipper.
After you drag it down the stairs with your children, and they hold your children's names. Not me. I'm the weirdo. It's me.
Why you make drag them? You make it sound like I'm dragging a body. It's the same. It's not. That's the point. It's not. What are you talking about? It's a Christmas decoration.
This is rivaling.
And it's not a body bag, and it's not a coffin.
This is
Where did
rivaling
you
the
even
singles
come
debate,
up
Chris.
with this?
This is rivaling Christmas debate.
Where did you even begin? This is so
You're right.
bizarre.
It's me. It's me.
Yes.
I'm the bizarre one.
Yes.
You explain the story of the wooden nutcracker that is 6 feet high.
Yeah.
That after you have to carry it up the stairs at the end of the holiday, that you spotlighted these two mammoth things that are on your front porch.
Mammoth? They're not mammoth.
That light up. Then you come down. You drag it down the stairs.
I don't drag it. I let it
Zip
fall
it
and catch
into a
it.
bag.
It's not a zip
Put
bag.
it into a coffin.
It's a box.
Shove it into the corner of your basement
On
that
a
your
sh-
children are
on a
not
shelf
allowed
with
in.
the other Christmas decorations. Yes.
It would make more sense if you had other extra large decorations. Do you have a large wreath on the door?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Yeah, we have wreath. We have a whole thing going around it. We have a big Christmas tree. Yeah. I don't know. Again, like they're not allowed downstairs, not because they're not allowed to touch the. It's an unfinished basement, and it's pretty much just storage.
That's
decorations.
That's a convenient excuse. You don't want them having nightmares about the 6 foot tall wooden
They're in a box. And they see me take it out of the box every year. I'm not hiding it from them. They see it on the front porch. It's like they're going to go down there and go, what the hell is this? They know exactly what it is. They see it every year when they walk in the house every day. What are we talking about? You guys are weird. This is flat out weird. You are trying to make something out of absolutely nothing. It is perfectly normal. They sell them at Costco. I see them all over the place.
It's perfectly normal.
It is.
I have things I put in front of the house that I named after my children. I carry them down the stairs.
I didn't name
zip
them
it
after
into a
my
bag,
children. They named
Put it
them.
right into a coffin.
I don't zip
Shove it into a corner and say, you're not allowed over here.
I've had enough of this.
No problem.
It's not a zip up. It's not a body bag, nor is it a coffin. It's a plastic bag that there is no zipper. It's ripped to shreds practically.
Wow.
But I still put it in there.
Maggots got to it.
No maggots. I don't have maggots in my basement. Man, I don't understand it.
Well, you don't have maggots because the wooden things probably eat them.
They're not wood. That's just, now you're getting weird. At least he's coming up with things. You're coming up with weird things. He's got a point, I suppose, with the coffin and
You're
the
a
body bag.
psycho.
Like, why?
6-foot-tall nutcracker statues?
Then, yeah.
Dragging them up from the depths? Are you kidding me?
What do you mean dragging them up from the depths? They go in the basement with all the other Christmas decorations. The Christmas lights go down there, too. Am I hiding that from my children? Like, things go down. That's what the storage of the basement is. I just had to put the 3 pumpkins that we have on the front porch, the big plastic fake pumpkins, that had to go back downstairs. When we take down the decorations for Valentine's Day, all the hearts go downstairs. That's what happens.
You decorate your house for Valentine's Day?
Oh, yes, of course. My wife has all kinds of
Do you have
hearts
a
all over the
6-foot
house.
Cupid?
No, but I wouldn't put it past her. But the nutcrackers are nice. You see them at Costco. It's an impulse buy. We got a new house. I bought it when we had the new house 7 years ago, whatever. It was an impulse buy.
One of these days, I'll come by. I'll go into the basement that I'm not allowed, see the 2 coffins with the rotting pumpkins and the hearts. I want to see it.
Those are plastic pumpkins. They're not rotting.
I'm just,
This is
what we'll look at.
You're weird. This is the weirdest thing ever. I'm going to get back to the calls. 888-808-1019. You tell me. It's 6-foot nutcrackers. It's Christmassy. I love those nutcrackers. I mark the stamp of time by how I went and when I picked them up and when I put them back downstairs. That's how I measure my years. Like, oh my God, it's already time to take out the nutcrackers? How did this happen? I just put them away. You're making it into something weird. Justin in Philly. What's up, Justin?
Hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on, Chris? Hey, you're not crazy, man. You're not crazy, man. Just nothing wrong with having a little Christmas spirit around here.
Nothing wrong with it. Now, I don't know how I feel about putting it out on November 5th, honey, but I do think...
I mean, that might be a little too early. I mean, I can tell you what is a little early. You're talking about firing Dable in the midseason or whatever these crazy people are talking about.
What about Dable? Am I making you...
Oh, well, everyone's calling for his head. It's like, it's year 4. I mean, it's like, if we really look at it, like the finer details of these things, we've been scoring the most points we've ever scored in, I think in the last decade with freaking practice squad guys. Little Jordan Humphrey, he hasn't even been a parent in the last 2 games.
No, I know.
Running 12 personnel, and we're still scoring points.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I'm kind of with you, Justin. I don't think the coach has done such a god awful job that he needs to be fired today. Not this season. Not since Jackson Dart took over. Last week was ugly, though. The defense was ugly. The give up was ugly. The offense in the first half. Let's be fair. They scored a touchdown on the first opening drive. Those points you're talking about, most of them took place after the game was pretty much out of reach. That opening drive got them. Again, another great opening drive. 4 of the 6 games Jackson Dart has played, they have scored touchdowns on the opening drive. They looked great on the opening drive and then did nothing the rest of the first half. Nothing. Couldn't run the football. Maybe that's part Cam Scatterboo, and we don't know if Tracy's still dealing with his injury, but they couldn't run the football. And then in the second half, they put up some points, but they dropped balls. They had lousy game plan when they got the turnover with a short field right before the first half. I thought it was very well just run the ball and kick a field goal. I didn't like that. I thought he should have went for the touchdown in the third quarter when he kicked the field goal to make it 10 as opposed to going for the touchdown and try and make it a 1-touchdown game. There were some things about that game, and then plus the defense was atrocious. So, and he's lost a lot, and they're 2-7. I get it. But I don't disagree with you. Right now, Jackson Dart has changed this offense. It looks different. It looks better. They've put up points, and they did win 2 games that we didn't expect them to win. I'm surprised it's such a fever pitch. Like, if you want to tell me, like, the coach needs to show me more by the end of the year or I'm not keeping him, I get that. But we got to fire him right now. Like that, I don't get. I really don't. Mark in California. What's up, Mark?
Well, I'm glad that we're talking about, Christmas decorations than the Giants, right?
Yeah.
That's just a little interesting. I just went on a Disney cruise with my wife the other day, man. And so I didn't even get a chance to watch the game. Huh?
How was that? My wife is pushing for a Disney cruise one of these years.
It was, listen, $3,100 is still $3,100, but that's what we paid for 5 days. It was totally worth it because all the food's included. I mean, there are restaurants on the ship you have to pay for.
Right.
One of the restaurants was came out to almost $500, but it's like state of the art fancy, the fanciest I've ever dined at. Like, we had Niziaki beef. It's like the most expensive Wagyu in the world. It's really crazy, but it's only 2 ounces.
Only 2 ounces?
It's worth it, man.
Yeah.
Only 2 ounces. It's like a tasting. It's like, you like 8 little courses and stuff like that.
No, I got you.
Yeah, it was really good. But, no, I didn't get a chance to watch the Giant game because they had a bar on the ship that I got to watch the second half. I bought Wi-Fi because I needed it for work, and everyone was texting me, Scatterboo went down. This is when they played the Eagles the second time, and I was like, oh, my God, dude, really? So it ruined my whole trip, man, because the whole trip, I wasn't even thinking about Disney. I was thinking about Scatterboo. You know what I mean? I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah, I know that.
It was pretty brutal. But this organization is just, it's getting to the point. I don't want to hear Giants fans ever say anything about Jerry Jones again. I really don't, because our GM is just, it's disgusting. What Mara is doing, what Aaron Boone and Cashman are doing with the Yankees, if George was alive, he'd be turning over, because the Dodgers would not be World Series champs if George Steinbrenner was alive. It would not.
That's absolute nonsense.
It's just a fact, right?
No, it's not a fact. I completely disagree with you. Why?
Really?
Yeah, why?
I think realistically, his Boone would 100% be gone with his reluctance.
That I agree with.
Get rid of guys.
I agree with Boone.
But
would be fired,
we would be spending. Maybe it's the wrong spending, but we would 100% be spending.
And what happened in the 80s? What happened?
Well, listen, that's what I'm saying. He's made good and bad trades.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying he didn't win for a decade, and now you're saying the Dodgers wouldn't be champions. And let's be honest, he never had to put money in another team's pocket. He never had to spend and watch that money go into the pocket of owners of smaller teams competing against him to beat him. He never had to do that once. And he wouldn't have the money that the Dodgers have. Like, I'm sorry. Like, he would spend more, sure. He would spend more. He probably would have traded Judge before Judge became Judge. He probably would have traded Judge. Who knows what he would have done. The dynasty was built when he was away, when he was banished. Like, I don't want to badmouth George Steinbrenner. I'm tired of that thing. But that's just a ridiculous statement. That if George Steinbrenner were here, the Dodgers wouldn't be champions, the Yankees would be. It's just, there's nothing behind that. There's no actual evidence behind that whatsoever. Would they spend more? Would they do things differently? Absolutely. Would they guarantee them a victory or a championship? Hell no, it wouldn't. Hell no, it wouldn't. Because look at all the moves he made even after the dynasty. Jason Giambi spent a lot of money, didn't win a damn thing. Brian Cashman had a deal with Vladimir Guerrero. Had a deal done. George Steinbrenner said, nope, we're going to Gary Sheffield. I think that's probably why Vladimir Jr. hates the Yankees so much. They spent a lot of money. He spent a lot of money. Didn't guarantee him anything. The idea George Steinbrenner would guarantee them victories is crazy. 888-808-1019. Quick break. Back with more of your calls. McMonagle here with you till midnight right here on The Fan.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
One legendary name, two exceptional Lexus destinations, Ray Cattina Lexus of Freehold and Ray Cattina Lexus of Monmouth, where they proudly sell more Lexus vehicles than any other Lexus dealership in New Jersey. Experience the best selection and expert service only at Ray Cattina Lexus.
Injured in an accident? You need help. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Lawyers that have built a legacy of victory over 5 decades, winning billions for their clients. The Rothenberg Law Firm. Call 1-800-624-8888 or visit injurylawyer.com.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Think again. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what do you do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save with phone deals, streaming, and plans where everyone in the family can choose their own plan and save. So bring in your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal.
Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
Hey everyone, Boomer here. If you love cooking, listen up. The Chef IQ Mini Oven is your all-in-one kitchen hero. It bakes, broils, air fries, dehydrates, slow cooks, and more. It's got Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, a color touchscreen, a soft closed door, and looks sharp on any counter. It even syncs with the Chef IQ app and can pair with the IQ Sense thermometer for perfect USDA safe temps every time. Grab yours right now at chefiq.com and don't forget to use code BOOMER to save 20% off at checkout.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Target's early Black Friday deals are almost here, and they're bigger than ever. Take 40% off select gifts and holiday decor for 3 days only, starting this Thursday. Score can't-miss deals on new fits for the whole fam, festive lights and decorations to brighten your home, and even top toys like select Lego sets for endless holiday fun. Shop in-store or online, but don't miss out. These deals are going fast. 40% off gifts and holiday decor starts Thursday, only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/8/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Cars for Kids, the easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Donate now at carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
Get the scuttlebutt on your favorite team, The Fan, on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
And 10:31. This is the greatest Christmas song of all time. And apparently my wife's telling me they have pop-up bars coming. Like in Manhattan, there's going to be some pop-up bars, Mariah Carey Christmas-themed pop-up bars. If anybody wants to tip me off to that, please do, because the wife is asking about it. 888-808-1019. Let's get back to the calls. Jason Waterbury. What's up, Jason? Jason!
Hey, what's up?
What's
Chris,
up?
What up, bro?
What's going on, man?
Hey, not much. Always great to talk to you. Great show, man. Listen, I want Dave Ball to stay here too. But I did have an idea in case they do fire him. Two things. I'd either bring in McCarthy or I'd bring in Brian Flores and have Matt Nagy as my offensive coordinator. Those are the two things that I might be a little interested in if I went away from Dayball. And the point about Mr. Steinbrenner is wrong because you can't guarantee that he would win a world championship. But what he would do is changes would be made and the team would spend more money. This Hal Steinbrenner, he doesn't care about taking all the Yankee resources and putting it back into the ball club the way Mr. Steinbrenner did. And that's what I disagree with you about because, as we know, Mr. Steinbrenner would do anything to win.
Listen, I agree that Boone and Cashin would be gone by now. That I 100% agree with. Again, you point that in a direction where that's an extreme positive. I don't know that, but I do agree that they would both have been gone by now. And I mean, we assume he would spend more money. Again, it was a different time in baseball. He wasn't putting money into anyone's pockets, and he didn't have the building that his son is paying for and the millions of dollars every year and the money he's splitting between his siblings. It is a different world. It's okay to say that. Would he spend more money? Absolutely. Would he spend the money the Dodgers are spending? I don't know. But it's pointless. It's a dumb argument. It's a futile argument. It doesn't matter. He's not here. He's not running the Yankees. And and if he were, it doesn't mean the Yankees would be any better than they are today. It doesn't. Sean in St. James. What's up, Sean?
Hey, Mark. How are you?
It's Chris. What's going on?
This is the first. Oh, sorry. It was just first time, long time.
Yeah.
I've been listening to the show, and like I said, I heard about the damn 6-foot nutcrackers, and I thought of the March of the Wooden Soldiers in my head. Yeah. And I like, and I've listened to him many times Saturday mornings, all kinds. I'm in the car a lot, and I catch him now and then and complaining and talking about sports, but that was funny.
Oh, thank you. You realize you're talking to me right now, right? Because the Saturday morning.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought he said it was Chris. I apologize.
It is.
I just thought it was Chris again. I apologize. Yeah, I listen to you a lot of times.
My name
Saturdays,
is Chris.
all kinds. Oh,
it's Chris
sorry,
McMonagle.
Malusa.
How are you? C-Mac,
Chris
Big Mac,
I'm
that's
so
me.
sorry. I always say Malusa.
No.
I'm sorry. I didn't say. I know I said Mark Malusa, but you're right.
Yeah.
I apologize.
No, that's okay.
And listen. I listen all the time. Saturday mornings, I listen to you break things down, all kinds of stuff. I've never called. I listen in the morning when I'm driving to the city. I listen on my way back. I hear you all the time. And it was just funny. And like I said, I'm listening to you talk about
the
Christmas
nutcrackers
starting too early.
Yeah.
And the nutcrackers, and I'm like, oh, damn, as I get the picture of the March of the Wooden Soldiers in my head as you're dragging them out.
Yeah.
I was just waiting to hear somebody throwing darts, firing darts out of a cannon and hitting somebody in the ass. That's all I was thinking.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, I love March of the Wooden Soldiers. That's a tradition. I try and watch that every year. Tom in Southwest Florida. What's up, Tom?
Hey, C-Mac, how you doing?
Good, Tom. What's going on? How are you?
Oh, not too much. I was listening to you the other night, and talking about Dable, and I just thought I needed to call in. I hadn't spoken in a while.
Sure.
And I definitely don't want to fire him now, because I just think it would be too detrimental to quarterback's development. And he's obviously special, this kid, and I think we got the guy. And I agree with you a lot on what you say about like finding a quarterback and how it can begin to solve a lot of the problems. Especially this kid, he's trying to elevate the team, and he's already doing that through his work. But yeah, I'm just at the point now though where you got to see the rest of the season with Dable, and if it just keeps going the way it is, he can't come back. He can't come back, and if he doesn't come back, then the GM has to go with him too.
I agree with you on that, Tom. I'm surprised that you can split them up as Art said, and as we've seen some rumors in the paper that it feels like that John Mara isn't interested in going through another GM search. That he right now doesn't think that maybe the coach isn't doing a good job for him, and he'd rather just go through the process of having the GM hire another coach. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how strongly he feels about this, but to me that doesn't make any sense. I think they're a tandem. I can't imagine keeping Joe Schoen and getting rid of Brian Dable. I don't think Joe Schoen has done a better job than Brian Dable. I don't think he's less to blame than Brian Dable. I think Joe Schoen has done a worse job than Brian Dable. I truly do. I think a lot of the problems are there's no depth at the defensive backfield. That's why the defense is falling apart. The players aren't very good. The coach hasn't done a good job either. Totally agree. But I think it's more about the players than it is about Brian Dable specifically. I truly feel that way. And then as far as Dart, yeah, I'd be nervous that they're going to make a mistake. I'd be nervous. I think he's done a good now. Yeah, they can't be terrible the rest of the way. They have to win some games. And I think if the quarterback plays this well and the defense can wake up a little bit, they should win some games. I expect them to win some games. I don't put a number on it. Like, they have to win 8 games. They have to win 7 games. They have to win 9 games. I just have to feel better. That's what the owner said last year. I have to feel better at the end of the year. I was feeling better when they beat the Chargers and the Eagles and up 19-0 on the Broncos. I was feeling a hell of a lot better. That was 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, 2 games ago. They got to figure out a way to get back there. And if they do, I'm still open to keeping the coach. I'm open to firing the coach. I'm open to keeping the coach. Robbie and Lennox. What's up, Robbie?
Hey, I want to talk about any Christmas stuff, but listen, it's been a rough day. Today was my brother's birthday. He would have been 53 today. He passed away in July, and so
I'm sorry to hear that.
Day. And to come home from my job and to see again another nauseating effort.
I know.
Square guard. Can you please explain something to me? Does this become a psychological thing?
It's got to be, right? It's got to be.
Why can't they score at home? And what really bothers me is Panarin, Zibanejad, and Lafreniere. These three guys have got to go. I mean, Mika has a no-trade clause, so he's here to stay. But I heard rumors about Panarin being traded for Seznikov down in North Carolina. And Carolina played to obviously Seznikov. I don't think they're going to trade either one of them, but I would take Seznikov from Panarin in a heartbeat. He's not going to score as many goals, but he's feisty. He's got much more of a physical edge to his game. That's the problem with the Rangers. Do you ever watch the Rangers actually go into a game, come out like, eating like and crapping thunder? Why is it that we're so flat at home, Chris? Why is it they come out with just no effort? 8 minutes without a shot on goal? I mean, what has Mike Sullivan done anything? What has Mike Sullivan done anything differently than Laviolette did last year? To me, this is a personal problem. It's the same problem as what's going on with the Giants. Look, the Denver game really bothered me. Like we talked about, I just didn't like Dable's decision not to first timeouts. But This is a personnel problem. Okay, Chris, when you have like no depth. Like I remember in the 80s, I mean, they had linebackers. It was not only like LT and Banks and Harry, and Gary Reasons. It was Byron Hunt and it was Andy Head and it was all these guys. And it was tremendous depth when George Young was general manager. So look, I want the whole regime gone. Personally, that's my feeling. And I think Jackson Dart doesn't matter what quarterback coach and what quarterback coach the coaches. And this kid's got tremendous talent. He's got upside. He's got leadership skills, so it doesn't matter what coach comes in. I mean, I heard rumors that people would like to have Lane Kiffin come in.
I don't understand Lane Kiffin.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, he's got a huge contract out there. Who knows what he's going to do?
I don't think he wants to leave, and he's playing well. But yeah, Robbie, I don't know. I don't know what's up with the Rangers right now. It's got to be some sort of mental thing. They have now tied. I think I saw it. It's like it's tied for the worst winless streak to open a season at home in Ranger history. They can't score goals there. Last night, I keep saying last night. I'm used to the overnight. Tonight, they just, again, I'm watching the game while doing the show. It was just, I mean, I thought defensively they weren't terrible from what I saw, and Igor played well, but they just can't fit. They gave up a power play goal, and it just felt like it builds on itself, and they can't get any production. And right now, I mean, it's frustrating, too, coming off a really positive road trip. They go out west. They have a disappointing loss in Calgary for the first game of the road trip. And then they rattle off 3 straight, including a couple in overtime. Like hard-fought games where they played well. They scored some goals. They looked better. They felt better. They're heading home looking to, continue on it and build on it. And worse than just even losing, they don't score again. Like, it'd be one thing if they lost 4-3 and Igor didn't have a night or whatever the case may be. But it's right back to the same way they were playing before they left. I don't know what's up with the Rangers right now. It's a personnel issue. It's a Lafreniere, obviously a struggle. As we see so many other, we see the kids in, we see Hughes for the Devils. Forget about it. And then you're even seeing what's going on right now with the Islanders. Like, the young prospects of the Rangers never seem to develop in the same way. They had the first and second pick in back-to-back years. The second, Capo, and then Lafreniere. And Capo's already gone, and Lafreniere had 1 year. 1 year. And other than that, he is just like nothing compared to what a top overall pick should be playing like. He is just not an impactful player for this team. And it's frustrating. It is absolutely frustrating what's happened with this. And look, they have the same issue. Zibanejad's having another year like he kind of did last year to start. Panarin. These guys are skill players. And if they score on the power play, great. We saw that 2 years ago when they won the President's Cup. President's Trophy. They were able to score a ton of power play goals. They were great on special teams. Outside of that, they struggled 5-on-5. And right now, they just cannot muster any creativity or any offense. And I'm not ready to blame the coach. people are already taking shots at Sullivan. He's a champion. He just got here. And they just had a good road trip. Last night was this is a frustrating loss for the Rangers. Dave in Lindenhurst. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what's up, Big Mac?
What's going on, buddy?
No, I just want to know why these guys are getting on you for having your nutcrackers.
It's crazy.
I don't see anything weird about that. I'm sure you do it for the kids too,
Well, it's decorating the house. It was just we saw them again, it's not like we had to pre-order them or I have a nutcracker guy who had them made up for me. We saw them at Sam's Club standing there and we thought it was like an interesting thing. We thought they were cool looking, so we put them out front.
Yeah, I think my mother's got two of them too.
Yeah, there you go.
So, Also, wanted to touch a little bit on the Christmas coming too early. I seen on Facebook last year, there's like a spoof video of Michael Myers pulls up to a house, the guy's decorating his Christmas decorations, and Michael Myers end up stabbing like the blow-up Santa. Is pretty funny. But the main reason I'm calling, just wanted to talk about, get your thoughts on the Jets trades. I'm a Jet fan, and also wanted to talk a little bit about what do you think the Giants are going to do, with Daboll? How many wins do you think, they can really, keep him around? Like, I was thinking maybe 6-7 wins if he,
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's a number. I don't know if there is a number on how many wins Brian Daboll has to get. I think they have to play better. They're going to have to get some wins. They're going to have to play better. And to me, no more games where they look like pushovers. No more games where a banged-up 49er team rolls into town and steamrolls them in what sounds like a Giant home game. Like, plain and simple. Those games can't happen anymore. I would have been okay. I'm not okay with it, but I would have been less frustrated and less angry if they lost the game against the 49ers. They lose. If they would have lost because the defense didn't play well and a couple of broken plays or whatever, I don't know, but they showed some fight and they lost a close one instead of just getting steamrolled. I don't want, I mentioned it when Art was on. We were right. The last time I spoke to Art, he came on my Saturday show, the Saturday before the game against Denver. And he talked about, hey, the Giants are scheduled here as the homecoming game, right? They're going to put Thomas in the Ring of Honor. They're celebrating the last championship team. Peyton Manning's going to be there. It's a big celebration day for the Denver Broncos. You schedule those days against teams and games you feel confident you are going to win. The Giants were the lousy team that they planned all of their festivities for. I don't want to be that team anymore. And even though they lost the game, they showed Denver that was the wrong team to do it against. I don't want that anymore. I don't want to be the team that this is the get-right game for the opponent. That they're the pushover. Well, they'll find a way to beat the Giants. The Giants stink. No more of that. And I honestly felt like we hadn't seen that since Jackson Dart took over. We saw it on Sunday. That's what's so frustrating about it. We saw that on Sunday. Josh in Smithtown. What's up, Josh?
Hey, C-Mac. A couple quick points if I can. First off, on the Yankees, a lot of people are kind of bitter and everything, and they're always calling for Cashman and for Boone.
Yeah.
I can't remember a time where the Yankees were better positioned to make a run for the World Series in an offseason as they are right now. I mean, their pitching staff alone, obviously they need a couple more bats. They got to round out the lineup a little bit, but I would be optimistic right now. I don't think this is the time to.
You can't be optimistic. You're a Yankee fan. That's not how it works. You got to win the World Series. You got to win the World Series. Otherwise, you're a miserable SOB. That's just how it works.
And then, really quickly, just very fast on the Rangers. I love people saying they can't score a goal. Let's trade all the skill players for a guy who's more physical because that'll fix it.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway,
I hear you. I don't know. I honestly, I don't know what the answer for the Rangers is right now. But as far as the Yankees go, I don't disagree with you. And we're going to do a lot more of this. We had a lot of football today. We'll have plenty of time to talk about the baseball offseason. I know the World Series ended, so it technically is the baseball offseason. But we're going to have plenty of time to do this. I don't disagree with you. This is, to me, a very important Yankee offseason. And one, I don't know what to expect. I don't know if they're going to do a lot. I'll be honest with you. And because, we'll see, I know Brian Cashman, I guess, was quoted today in The Athletic as saying the same thing he said last year, that we are going to go We are going to go to town in trying to fix our weaknesses. I don't even know what they view their weaknesses as.
They were pretty good.
I don't even know what they view their weaknesses as right now. Like contact. I mean, because you're right. The starting pitching has a chance now to start the year. There's going to be an issue, right? Because we found out that not only is obviously Garrett Cole probably most likely, although we saw him throwing on the mound, Garrett Cole is most likely not going to be available to start the year. Clark Schmidt not going to be available to start the year. And now Carlos Rodon not going to be ready to start the year. So, I mean, you're talking about a lot of different guys who aren't going to be ready to start the year. So they might need to add an arm. I don't know if they would add any upper level pitching. Imanaga, the left-handed starting pitcher for the Cubs, is now going to be a free agent as the Cubs declined. And you want to talk about a franchise that doesn't spend money. How about the Chicago Cubs? Look at how much money the Cubs make and how much they put in. They're worse than the Yankees. And I'm not trying to make that a point to say the Yankees are doing well. They should be spending more money. I've said that. I just don't want to hear George would be the savior. But they should spend more money. But the Cubs are even worse. This guy has had an incredible first 2 years with the Cubs. They had an option to pick up the next 3, declined it, and he had an option to pick up just next year and declined it. So now he's going to be a free agent. I'm curious how the Mets look at that. I don't think the Yankees would be involved in another top-level starting pitcher because you do, once everyone gets back and healthy, you've got Cole, Rodon, Fried, and now Cam Schlittler. The rotation should be good next year. Now, you got to go out and bolster this bullpen. I would think that would have to be one of their weaknesses. But obviously, right now, to me, and I've said this, I don't think they're going to do it. They need someone to be a starting shortstop, plain and simple. That's what they have to figure out. They have to figure out. Now, I would be interested in bringing Bichette. I think Bichette would be a very interesting player. We know how he plays the game. He puts the ball in play at over 300. I would play him for shortstop this year, and then I would move him to third base next year. After McMahon is I think McMahon's got 2 more years, but I'd be willing to move off the last year or figure something out. But for 1 year, play him at shortstop. I move Volpe to being a utility guy. I can't give Anthony Volpe the starting shortstop job. So I'm looking to try and figure out what to do and how to figure out that shortstop spot. And so if I can sign a player, I've heard rumblings that people could view Bregman as being a shortstop for a year. I've talked about it. I wanted Bregman last year. I'm into Bregman this year. I'm curious what the contract would be. On a longer-term deal, you wouldn't have to give him $40. I don't know what he would want. There are still issues about him in this ballpark. He's a year older, but he's the right kind of guy. He's a proven winner. He's the right kind of guy. He's a dangerous at bat. He might not hit a ton of home runs playing for the New York Yankees in that building, but in the big game, I trust him in a big spot. You could play him at shortstop for a year, maybe. I've heard rumblings of that. I know, Evan said something to me about it, but I've heard rumblings elsewhere that other people talked about that. I don't know if I would do that necessarily. I would like to just play him at third if I bring him in and figure out what to do with McCann. But I've heard all these different ways of possibly shortstop with a player who could then move to third. I think that's an interesting thing for me. I would be into the idea of bringing in Bo Bichette to play shortstop for 1 year, knowing I'm going to eventually move him off short. And then I would look to trade Dominguez. There's a lot of stuff out there about Kwan. Kwan's not as great a player as we think. You look at his numbers aren't terrific, but he is the right kind of player. You're looking to build a little bit of a team with different characteristics and different players. I'm looking to get in a contact guy at the top of the order, an on-base guy. Now, his OPS and his OPS plus, he was a +9. He's a 95 player. That's below Major League average. But he does what the Yankees do, and I do what they need, and I do think he would be a good leadoff hitter for them. And I'd be willing to trade Dominguez. I'd be willing to trade Spencer Jones. I want to bring in and spend some money. And I'm curious how they're going to view it heading into and I don't see it because of the negotiations coming up at the end of next year. I just don't think Hal's going to spend a lot of money. It feels like top priority is going to be Bellinger, which I agree. I have no problem prioritizing Bellinger over Tucker. I think Tucker is the better hitter, but Bellinger is so flexible defensively, and if he performs like he did this year, I don't think Tucker is that much of a better offensive player. He's a better offensive player, but he doesn't bring the diversity that he defensively that Bellinger does, and he's going to cost them a hell of a lot less money, and I don't think the offense is that much better as long as we get what we got last year from Bellinger. So I'm interested because I do think the Yankees arguably go into next season, once everyone's back and healthy, they have the best rotation in the American League, possibly all of baseball. I mean, the Dodgers roll out a great one with Yamamoto and Snell and Glasnow. So, but in the American League, I think that's the best rotation in the American League, assuming Gerrit Cole is healthy and pretty close to himself. So you've got already going into the year one of the best rotations in the American League. You've got the best hitter in the American League. And it's just a little bit of tweaking. It doesn't have to be like these crazy moves, but I would like to see a couple of more bats and a couple more contact bats, and then they got to go out there and fill out the bullpen. And we'll get, again, as we go through the Yankees, we got to go through the Mets too. Everyone opted out, obviously, on both teams, and you've got the question of Pete Alonso, and you've got the question of the closer. And I can just tell you right now, I think we've talked about this a lot. I would probably prioritize Diaz over Pete. I think Diaz has become the best and most reliable reliever in the game. You want to talk about difficult to replace? You can go out and spend money and replace Pete, and something just tells me, I've been feeling this since last year's negotiations. I honestly don't. I've been saying this for a long time. I do not think that David Stearns wants Pete Alonso back. To me, Pete Alonso, the decision on Pete Alonso has already been made. That's how I feel about it. I feel that whether or not Pete Alonso comes back, that has already been decided. It's either the owner saying that's our guy, the fan base loves him, he's going to hit a ton of home runs here, he proved it, he gave us a great year last year, he's our guy, Pete Alonso's coming back, or it's up to David Stearns, and if that's the case, I don't think Pete's back. So I don't even think it's about how much money, negotiations, I think that decision's already been made. If it's up to the owner, he's coming back. If it's up to the GM, he's not. And I would definitely, to me, if I had to bring back one or the other, I think Diaz is probably the guy I go with. I can find offense. Maybe not in that specific way, but, sure, Schwarber's available. There are different guys who are available who can do different things, and you can move guys around. And something needs to change with the group. And it's not Pete's fault, and I don't necessarily know if there's any stories about Pete Alonso and his, interaction with his teammates and a cancer inside the clubhouse, which I think you hear a little bit here and there, but it's not an overall theme that you consistently hear with Pete. But you hear it from time to time about McNeil, all of them. He's just the easiest to change. If you feel like the core needs to change, and in many ways I do think the Mets core needs to change a little bit. Would I rather trade Nimmo instead of losing Pete, or would I rather do this? But the easiest thing to do is just move on from Pete. You don't have to move him. You don't have to find a partner. All you have to do is just say, I'm not signing him. And the team has changed dramatically, and you can find different ways to replace those numbers in different areas. You can get better defensively. You can find those numbers. I don't think it's crazy. And I think that's exactly how Stearns sees it. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on The Fan. Quick break. We'll come back. We can talk a little baseball as well as the football. Obviously, we open the show with the two massive Jet trades as Quinnen Williams and obviously Sauce Gardner both traded. The Jets now have 5 number 1 picks over the next 2 years, 2 this year and 3 next year, and have completely tore it down and have begun the rebuilding process. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on The Fan. Quick break update. We'll come back and take your calls for the final hour of our 5-hour ride to midnight right here on The Fan.
It's Boomer and Gio, mornings on The Fan, 101.9 FM.
The amount of just absolute disdain and disgust and embarrassment that they have for their team is evident to me every single text that they send.
Listen to Boomer and Gio on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hear that?
That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal is kind of wild. You get a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich, 6-piece hash browns, and a medium hot or iced coffee, all for $6. That's the main character meal energy you need this fall. Get it now in Dunkin' stores or order ahead on the Dunkin' app. No substitutions. Participation and times may vary. Offer price varies in California and Hawaii. Limited time offer cannot be combined with other offers. Exclusions and terms apply.
Who's the man in a white plumbing van?
Roto-Rooter man.
Who's the dude who clears your drain of food?
Roto-Rooter man.
Who's the guy to keep your basement dry?
He's the Roto-Rooter man.
Who's your friend for a pipe on the man?
Roto-Rooter man.
If plumbing, drains, or water cleanup are the plan, better call your Roto-Rooter man. Roto-Rooter, we put water where it should be.
Call Roto-Rooter, that's the name, and away go troubles down the drain. Roto-Rooter. Let's go!
You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want, with zero down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Black Friday sales event.
Talk New York sports on the Fan.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together.
Want the best deal on Bridgestone winter tires? Get to Town Fair Tire and get Bridgestone tires at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, you get more free services than anywhere else. When you combine Town Fair's guaranteed lowest price with the most free services, you get the guaranteed best deals anywhere on your Bridgestone winter tires. Because nobody beats a Town Fair tire deal. And you know we mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off. Because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
At Bank of America, we asked our teammates, what makes this company a great place to work?
There's very little that you can't accomplish working for Bank of America.
If you prove yourself, you can try over in a totally new way.
You can learn so much here. You're the owner of your career.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America. proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Tune in to the BT and Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
Talk sports with BT and Sal. Middays 10 to 2. WFAN, WFAN FM, WFAN FM HD1 New York, and Odyssey Sports.
WFAN Sports Flash.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Marco Belletti, and this report is sponsored by Chef IQ. Precision cooking, effortless results. ChefIQ.com. Jets have completely reloaded with draft capital after parting ways with a pair of former All-Pros on defense. Sauce Gardner is now a Colt as Gang Green gets back 2 first-round picks and receiver Adonai Mitchell, while Quinnen Williams goes to the Cowboys, a 2 this year, a 1 next year, along with D-tackle Mozzie Smith. Jets now have 5 first-round picks over the next 2 drafts.
You're set on what these values are really, what they're really worth in these players and what you might be willing to do to part ways with them. And we got to today and had these offers that we just felt were too good for the team, and we made that with Sauce and Quinnen.
That's GM Darren Muji, but Gang Green did not trade everyone away. They kept both Breece Hall and Jermaine Johnson. Rangers now 0-5-1 at the Garden, shut out 4 of those games as they fell to the Hurricanes 3-0.
Starts with me. I got to be more hard on pucks in the scoring areas. There's moments of the game and we can turn the tide with a chance or a goal, and I'm not doing it. So I need to be better. I need to lead better for these guys, and it's just not acceptable at home to not get the job done at the end of the day, whether you play well or not.
That's your captain, JT Miller, and the Bruins survived the Islanders 4-3 in a shootout. Bo Horvat lit the lamp twice. 52 degrees, clear skies, Central Park. That's what's happening. I'm Marco Belletti.
Talk New York sports here.
Resin is a thing that clogs up in your bongs, too. I mean, you remember that from high school?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
Okay. Sure.
It is a holiday season.
It is the holiday season.
Trans-Siberian Orchestra. Great show. I've seen them like 9 times.
You've seen them 9 times?
I've seen it about 9 times, yeah. It's great. Great show. I mean, I've also seen weird.
I'm the weird guy.
I've also seen weird.
I'm the weird guy
because
I've decorated my house with a thing of Christmas movie pass of the March of the Wooden Soldiers, the Nutcrackers. I'm the weird guy for decorating his house for Christmas. You went and seen Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Trans-Siberian
Orchestra. 9 times. 9 times.
9 times. I've seen that. I've seen them a lot. Maybe not 9. I've seen them a lot. I try to go to. I went to them every year for a good span of my life.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Also, a big fan of Weird Al shows live. Are great. Him, I've seen like 4 times live.
I could see Weird Al being fun. You would like a Gallagher show. You should go to. You would have loved to have been around to go see Gallagher. Could have had watermelons smashed all over you. Watch them jump on a big couch. That would have been your thing. Marco knows what I'm talking about.
I do. I know Gallagher. I'm surprised Glue has never heard of Gallagher. I know. Although I will say, I don't think Gallagher is still out there performing.
I don't think he is.
I don't think he's smashing watermelons in 2025.
No, I don't think he is.
Just a hunch.
No, I don't think he is.
The
Glue. 888-808-1019. But yes, it's made of resin. So they're not wood. Apparently they're resin. I don't know.
Does that make it easier to carry the carcass down the stairs?
No, it's still pretty heavy. They're pretty heavy. I need a little help.
I wonder how they
get the kids involved.
I wonder how they perform when they're underground if they disintegrate now that they're resin.
They're in a basement. I'm not doing this again. They're not underground. I'm not burying them. They're not in some sort of bunker. They're in my basement.
Well, technically,
no, we established that they're pushed up against the wall in their coffins like Blair Witch kind of.
Yes, and technically basements are underground.
Yeah, you know what but the way when you say underground, it's coming off as something else. It's my basement. It's my unfinished basement where the water heater is down there. That's all the decorations and other things.
Carcasses.
Yeah, carcasses. That's just I don't understand. How else am I supposed to get them down there? Should I build an elevator, a dumbwaiter, so I can, they go down the stairs? What else should they do? Where would I put them in the garage? Would that make you feel better about things?
I'm just curious. Do you guys sit around with hot cocoa when you watch Psycho after it's done, or no?
Why would I watch Psycho?
No?
Are there wooden soldiers in Psycho?
You would tell me. That's your yearly tradition, so you let me know.
All right. 888-808-1019. You people are crazy. There's nothing wrong with Nutcrackers. Bringing them up on November 5th, that's the crazy part. The Nutcrackers are beautiful. I love the way the house looks with them. 888-808-1019. So a little bit of baseball there, too. And, look, coming off the World Series, I think both of our teams could stand to be a little bit more like the Blue Jays and a little bit more like the Dodgers. Now, the Blue Jays, they had, as I said before, they did not find the secret sauce to winning a championship. They didn't win a championship, and they had every opportunity. They blew that series 6 different ways. And their approach came back to bite. They didn't follow through on their approach. The great Ernie Clement pops up on the first pitch with Glasnow on the mound in Game 6. They had every opportunity to win that game. IKF, not a big enough lead, although we talked about this last night. So many different guys have come out and say that's exactly how you play it with the bases loaded and less than 2 outs. I'm surprised teams want to do that to avoid getting picked off on a possible line drive, or to be able to tag up quicker on a low line drive where maybe you could tag up if a guy leaves his feet or something. I'm surprised. But that's what they're saying, that he played it by the book. But couldn't come through with the big hit. Couldn't make the big pitch. Had, Rojas, one of the worst hitters on the team, hits the home run. That's the killer. Imagine being a Blue Jay fan knowing you got beat by Rojas. Oh, disastrous. But could both teams be a little bit more contact-oriented? Absolutely. Could the Yankees benefit to put the ball in play more? Absolutely. But they've got to figure out how to play their game in the postseason. They were the best offense in the game. They were the best offense in the American League. You score the most runs, you're the best offense. They have to find a way to play their game in the postseason. A little bit of tweaking. The rotation should be good. And I just don't expect them to go. If it were up to me, I would go sign Tucker, and I would go sign Bellinger, and I would trade away Dominguez, and I would trade away Spencer Jones and see what I could get for them. See if I can get top-level relievers for them, or other pitchers, or a shortstop that I can play instead of Anthony Volpe for a year. That's what I would do. But I doubt very much the Yankees are going to do it. And then for the Mets, they just obviously need pitching. And we'll see about, how I felt about Skubal. I don't know if Skubal is the answer here. It makes me uncomfortable trading away all assets when I could just sign him next year. But they are in desperate need of an ace. 888-808-1019. Let's go to David in Westfield. What's up, David?
Hey, what's up? So, I just wanted to ask you a couple questions about the Yankees off-season moves.
Sure.
I also wanted a 300 hitting shortstop, like signing Bichette, or I don't know if the Phillies would want to trade Trey Turner and do any kind of mini rebuild, but are you talking about a stopgap shortstop because of Lombard in the minors? That's the idea behind the? I guess I'm slightly concerned with that. I mean, I haven't seen the guy play in person, but I'm always a little skeptical of kind of banking this next generation of the future.
Sure.
On one of these guys. Personally, I don't know how much.
But that's what I'm saying. I like getting. It's not just a stopgap short where I release them. I'm interested, and I'd be willing to pay money for a shortstop that they can play now at short for a year and then transition to third. And when they're done with McMahon, that's what that's what I would want to do. So that's why I like Bichette, because Bichette, then I can transition to third base.
For sure. And by the way, I don't mind McMahon's bat. I mean, I know it's not great. He was the only one making contact in the playoffs. I mean, he was hitting it at guys. But he was heating up. I don't know if that's an anomaly.
No, and he was a better hitter, and it wasn't just in. He was a better hitter for Colorado, but it wasn't always just at their ballpark. But he did have this previous season. He had a big split between home and road. I think over the course of a year, he'll probably give you a better offensive season than he gave the Yankees this year. But still, it's a light hitting third baseman who's very good defensively. And you can live with that. You can live with it as long as you have other bats around it. But eventually, I'm open to a shortstop, right? And so to keep it from being a stopgap that doesn't help the team moving forward, I'm looking for someone that I can bring in for a year or two and then move to third base when I bring up Springer. I mean, not Springer. I'm thinking Lombard. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's fair. Yeah, I'm with you. So the other one is this, to round out the bottom of the order, this catcher and first base dilemma. I mean, I love Ben Rice's bat. I hate his glove. I like Wells's glove. Hate his bat. The combination of Volpe fielding a ground ball and throwing it to Ben Rice at first was like, just waiting on the edge of your seat every time that happened.
Well, I mean, I don't think it affected him too much offensively. I'm hoping that with the shoulder issue fixed, that he'll be better defensively. I think last year was a bit of an anomaly. You could argue whether or not he's a great shortstop and a Gold Glove shortstop. Outside of last year, he's never been that bad defensively. He was terrible this year. I expect him to be a better defensive shortstop next year.
I'm with you on that, and I'm totally cool with him. I'm
hoping he's not the starting shortstop, but yes, I hear what you're saying. I don't want to see Volpe throwing to any first baseman, let alone Ben Rice. I just don't.
And yeah, look, Ben Rice is not. He's not going to make anybody look good. Being over there, which I guess is what my main concern is. We're so used to guys that had good.
I know, and it's been important to the Yankees, and to me, I don't know what else. You either trade him or you start him every day at first base. I don't know. Is he ready to be a catcher? Are you ready to get off of Wells and catch him every day? I don't know. And that's part of the reason why I think Bellinger works, because he gives you first base, and you could be able to, if you get to the point where Ben Rice is your starting catcher, and you could play Bellinger at first base a lot. That's why I like Bellinger. The versatility of being also a first baseman. He can play all three outfield positions and first base. That's incredibly important, and I think it really helps the Yankees, especially with Ben Rice. And that's why if you sign him, it also opens it up to trade Ben Rice. And I love Ben Rice. I like Ben Rice. I'm willing to move Ben Rice. I'm willing to move anybody for the right deal that makes them better. And if Bellinger then becomes your first baseman because you move Ben Rice for an outfield piece, or you've moved Ben Rice for a starting shortstop or a starting third baseman, or a starting catcher, or I don't know, whatever you've moved Ben Rice for, then you can play him at first base. I think Bellinger is a key. I think I'd rather have Bellinger than Tucker to start, because I think his flexibility opens it up for the pathway for the Yankees to do a lot of things. Phil in Sheepshead Bay. What's up, Phil?
Hey, C-Mac.
What's up, buddy?
I wanted to speak to you about the Giants. They had a 59-yard drive the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Jackson Dodd had the ball. He went right down the field. They looked great. Then after that, they disappeared.
Yeah, the run game
I don't know if it's the players. I don't know if the offensive line is offensive. And I know he didn't have enough receivers, and a few of the times, I don't know who's calling the plays, the other team could figure out they're doing the same run into the left. And the guy, whether he got a yard or two, was a joke.
Yeah, the offense really struggled if you look at the first half, that's where the offense really hurt them. Because you're right, after that, and I said the same thing, after that first drive, the Giants just didn't do anything. If you look at it, let's go to the play-by-play real quick. So the Giants, that first opening drive touchdown, then the 49ers come right down the field and have a 68-yard, 12-play drive of their own that takes up 6.5 minutes. And then to end the first quarter, 3 and out, 8 yards, they punt. Touchdown to the 49ers, 5 yards, 5 plays, 15 yards, punt. They get a stop, punt. So look, these are the possessions. Forget the 49ers for a second. Touchdown, then you get 3 plays, 8 yards, punt. 5 plays, 15 yards, punt. 3 plays, 3 yards, punt. 3 plays, 3 yards, punt. And then the missed field goal off of the short yardage. That was the first half. Touchdown, and then punt, 1 first down, punt, 4 plays off the turnover, missed field goal. That's where they lost the game, quite honestly. They lost the game because then the offense kind of picked up in the second half. When the game was, they scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. They only punt once in the second half. They get a field goal, a punt, and then score 2 touchdowns. The game was lost when they only, after that first touchdown, instead of keeping up with the Niners, they fall behind. And they have 1 first down the rest of the second half. First half. The rest of the first half after the opening touchdown, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 drives. It results in 4 punts, 1 first down, and a missed field goal. And that's on Brian Dable, and that's on this coaching staff. That can't happen. That defense was ripe for the picking. They went right down the field on a 10-play, 64-yard drive, took them 4 minutes, put it in the end zone, and then did nothing the rest of the first half. Nothing. That's where they lost the game for me, as well as the defense. But you knew they were going to have to keep up. It became painfully obvious they were going to have to score a ton of points. Jim in Long Island. What's up, Jim?
Hey, how's it going, Chris?
Good. How are you?
This is good. This is a jet call, but I don't put much into an orchestrated first drive. I mean, so many first drives look great. They practice all those plays and they perform them, and then they fall off when they have to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disregard it, but I mean, they have to keep the momentum going.
Absolutely. But this is on the Jets, and I'm ecstatic about the picks. I'm ecstatic about the fact that they had the opportunity to get rid of Sauce. I mean, he came in, he was great as a rookie, big fall off after year 3. A lot of penalties, no interceptions. Guy doesn't really even tackle that well. He's still a great athlete. I'm sure he's going to do very well with the Indianapolis Colts. He'll probably shore things up for them. So, and they're making a run
that's the
for
thing.
it.
I mean, he hasn't been. Let's not make it seem again. I want to make this clear. Sauce Gardner's a good player. Like Sauce Gardner, he's just not. He's not been Darrelle Revis, and he's not been what we hoped it would be, was Jet fans would hope he would be. But I mean, you don't trade 2 first round picks for a bum. Like, he's a
no
very
doubt.
good corner.
He's going to be good. He's not even close to Darrelle, but the thing that nobody really talks about with Muji is the fact that he got rid of a lot of the scouting. Some of those guys that have been around forever, and I'm very interested in seeing who he brings in because, like you said, you hit it right on the head. These, they're cleaning house. There's probably going to be more cleaning house in March. One thing's for sure, without a doubt, we're going for a quarterback. There's no question about that. The only thing that you had brought up earlier, I listened to you, and I don't necessarily agree with, is that if they, with these new scouts and with Muji, if they can pick talent in the 3rd and 4th round and start to build this team as they're breaking it down, we'll find out about the coach if he's really capable. But the fact of the matter is, I'm not interested in any way, shape, or form tanking. I want to see who they have now. They're going to go out there and play, and they have to develop on the field. They can play in practice, but these guys must be out there, and I want to see them get better. So I don't mind having some wins because we have enough talent to move in the draft, and we can find somebody at the end of the first draft. I'm tired of going for the one guy, the Darnold, the guy who can't miss. Let's build this roster the right way, like teams that really win. In the 3rd, 4th round, build the guys, and we'll get ourselves a quarterback.
How?
Well, I mean, we're going to be able to get a quarterback in the first round, no matter where we stand. And now that we have the draft capital, we can probably move around.
I guess, but what,
available.
Again, I disagree with you. I think I want to not have to trade up. I want to be able to have the Jets pick be the pick that gets them their quarterback. I don't put a lot of stock into winning these games. I don't think it matters. You think they're building something? I don't think they're building anything. We've seen it time and time again. We've seen teams that go on. We've seen teams last year. Go check the Colts out at how they ended the season. Go check out the Indianapolis Colts and how they finished that season last year. They couldn't beat the Giants. They didn't show up. They didn't show up to MetLife Stadium. They got run over by a lousy Giant team playing out the string with a miserable quarterback. who put up massive yards against them. And now they're 7-2. Like, it's year to year. It's different, man. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I want the best draft pick possible. Now, they're not going to coach to lose, and the players aren't going to play to lose. So it doesn't really matter. I'm just telling you as a Jet fan, or as someone who would watch, if I were putting myself in the position of a Jet fan, I don't want to have to feel like, oh man, this quarterback is great, but now we have to trade all the draft equity we got to go get him. I don't see any real reason to win football games. Sorry. I know many people disagree. I don't think you're building anything. Next year begins the building process. Next year, you draft the quarterback. Here you go. You get the quarterback. You try and win every game. Giants right now. I'm not tanking as a Giant fan. They have the quarterback. Go win games. Establish something with this quarterback. It means nothing with Justin Fields. It means nothing. It means nothing. Next year, you get your quarterback. You go about building. Year 1, develop the quarterback. Start to build something. Year 2, win. Year 3, win big. That's the plan. That's the plan. Would you rather have them picking 12th or something, trading 2 first-round picks to move up to 3? You think they're better off doing that by winning some games this year? I think that's crazy talk. Eddie in Rockland. What's up, Eddie?
Hey, buddy, what's happening?
What's up?
Are you a member of the press at all?
I don't know exactly how you would. Am I a member of the press? I don't know. I don't know how I would view myself.
Yeah, like a press pass.
I have some press credentials. Sure.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's.
That's it. Just curious about whether or not I'm a member of the press. That's it.
No, because I want to know if you can investigate something. Because Dable could be anybody, like you said. This could be Joe Judge. This could be Pat Shermer. The bottom line of the whole situation is the Maras don't have any money to pay the top coaches. And as you see, they sold the team. I looked it up. Do you know how much money they made in PSLs between the Jets and the Giants?
Well, the Maras didn't make the money but the Jets.
They both did.
Well, they split it. Okay, so yeah, how much
they
money
got
did they make?
700. They got half of what the cost was. $750 million. That's like you buying $1 million house and somebody handing you $500,000. That's a pretty good starting point, right?
No, that's losing $500,000.
Someone's giving you $500,000.
Oh, just giving it to me. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that's a good start.
That's a nice down payment on $1 million house, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, so where's the money? Let's find out where the money is, Chris. Do an investigation. Ask the Maras and the Tissues, where's the money?
The money's in the previous coaches. If it was all about money, why would they fire coaches under contract and still pay them?
Yeah, but Chris,
if it was all about the money,
they never even explained.
Why are they paying 2 coaches at a time?
You can explain to me one thing. Why don't they ever bring in the big names? When you explain that to me, then I'll. Yeah,
I mean, Tom Coughlin was a fairly big name. Tom Coughlin had one. They go after what? Like, where is the like? Some of the teams do, some of the teams don't. A lot of the teams don't bring in the big time head coach. That cost a lot of money. A lot of teams, winning teams. Who was Sean McVay? Where like it's not also guaranteed that those are the guys who win. Not every team brings in a top-level head coach or a big bucks head coach, and I don't think that's why. They're paying 2 coaches at a time every time they fire him. They fired a coach every 2 years. They fired McAdoo after 2 years, paid him while they paid Shermer. Fired Shermer, paid him while they paid Joe Judge. Fired Joe Judge, paid him while they were paying Brian Dable. Like, I don't think they're afraid to pay a big-time head coach. The timing hasn't always been there. And, again, who should they bring in? You want to bring in Bill Belichick? I actually wouldn't be that opposed to it, bringing in Bill Belichick, as crazy as that sounds. I wouldn't be. I wouldn't let him be the GM, but I would be somewhat interested in letting him coach. I mean, I don't think it'd be my first choice anymore, but I would be interested in it on some level. But who should they go bring in? What big level head coach is out? You want to bring in John Gruden? Right now, he would do it for a nickel. You don't have to pay John Gruden. He'd be willing to take. He'd be so glad you give him the opportunity. Like, what big head coach is out there right now? We don't know. We'll see. If Mike Tomlin becomes available, I'll scream from the heavens they should hire Mike Tomlin. If John Harbaugh becomes available, I'll scream that they should go get John Harbaugh. But, right now, the timing just didn't work out, and I don't think they're opposed to it. I never got that feeling that they're opposed to paying the big head coach, nor does that guarantee winning, because we are yet to see a head coach go to another franchise and win. We're yet to see a Super Bowl winning head coach win a Super Bowl and go to another franchise and win another one. So, I don't think that's the issue. 888-808-1019. Almost every team goes to the young, hot executive. Teams that win. Teams that are doing quite well right now. 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you on The Fan. Just another half hour of our ride to midnight. As we take you for the next 30 minutes, Al Cintron will come your way then, filling in for me as I fill in for Keith McPherson on this Election Tuesday. 888-808-1019. Be right back.
The Nets are going to Indiana to meet up with the Pacers. 7 o'clock tomorrow night. The home of Brooklyn Nets basketball is The Fan. 101.9 FM and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hear that? That's the beginning of a journey powered by the confidence that comes from driving a vehicle so reliable. It's backed by a 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty. Where your journey ends? Well, that's up to you. Visit your local Kia dealer today. Kia, movement that inspires.
See retailer for warranty details. Always drive safely. Limited inventory available.
Think Verizon, the best 5G network, is expensive? Well, think again. Bring in your AT&T and T-Mobile bill to a Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal. Now, what to do with your unwanted bills? Ever seen an origami version of the Statue of Liberty? Jokes aside, Verizon has the most ways to save with phone deals, streaming, and plans where everybody in the family can choose their own plan and save. So, bring your bill to your local Verizon store and they'll give you a better deal.
Rankings based on Root Metrics. Root Score Report dated 1/8/2025. Your results may vary. Requires postpaid consumer mobile bill from T-Mobile or AT&T dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. Additional terms apply.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on Root Metrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Fight stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
rinse it out.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted.
A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
We've got more sports talk coming up on The Fan.
Tune in to the BT Sal Show weekdays from 10 to 2 on The Fan, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Cadillac is the official luxury vehicle of the New York Mets.
If you're injured in an accident, the Rothenberg Law Firm is on your side. A legendary team that has won billions over 5 decades. The Rothenberg Law Firm. 1-800-624-8888 or injurylawyer.com.
Nissan trucks and SUVs are built for next-level adventure. Too much gear? Dirt? Rock? Sand? Get in a Nissan truck or SUV and feel unstoppable. Whether you want to take your next level of adventure in the Frontier Dark Armor, the Pathfinder, the Armada, or the Rogue, you'll be ready for what comes your way. Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2026 Nissan Rogue Platinum. Visit jdpower.com/awards for information based on 2025 model year 2026 Rogue from new dealer stock. 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Down payment may vary, subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price. See dealer for details. Ends 12/1/25.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO. Get connected with WFAN to talk about your favorite teams. The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeart, and TuneIn apps.
All right, 888-808-1019. McMonagle here with you, 11:35. Another 20 minutes or so until midnight, where we conclude our ride to midnight. Normally, it's the midnight ride. Filling in for Keith, the ride to midnight. Al Cintron comes your way next. 888-808-1019. Little Come Together. The greatest album in rock history. I saw that the Springsteen movie kind of bombed. I was surprised. I thought that would do well. Everyone who saw it says he did a great job. I was talking to a family friend's father on Friday night after Halloween. A neighbor's father. He just went to go see it. He loved it. You hear nothing but good things, but apparently it didn't do well. Listen, you gotta listen to Scorsese. Scorsese's upset about it. It's true. You got to have superhero movies. It's got to be that, or otherwise these movies don't make money. I'll have to become an investigative reporter so I can look after the Mara's finances, and I can look out after what's going on in the film industry and why we can't figure out ways to make the average film successful anymore. It's got to be these big superhero products, or maybe remakes of the. I'm looking forward to Running Man. I just saw that trailer. I loved Running Man with Schwarzenegger. That's one of my favorite Arnold movies. That is such a good one. He's got so many one-liners in that every time he kills one of the bad guys. So good. Loved Running Man. Did you ever see Running Man, Paul? With Arnold Schwarzenegger?
No.
There's like, unless we're going to talk weather or dogs, there's like nothing to go with you about.
That's false. that's a bit much.
Ice cream. You're a big. I'm
a big dessert guy.
Big dessert guy.
Big dessert guy.
Big dessert guy. I had a one of the better Napoleon cakes. You know the Napoleon cakes with like the cream in the middle and
I don't think it's a cake.
The flaky. Pastry. Yeah, it's true.
It's pastry.
Nah, you call it a Napoleon. It comes out in the cake size, but you're right. It's kind of a pastry. I think that's fair.
It's not kind of a pastry.
Yeah, it's kind of a pastry.
It's a pastry, man.
Yeah, it's a pastry. I suppose you're right. It was good.
What's the point? There you go.
It was good. It wasn't the lemon cake at Del Frisco's, but it was good.
Del Frisco's.
You got to have the lemon cake. 888-808-1019. McGonigal. So, and I listened to a little bit of his podcast for Everybody Says I'm Alone Out Here. I don't think he's ready to fire Dable either. Now, he's not as gung-ho about him as I am, but he's willing to wait till the rest of the end of the season. He's waiting to see if it will play out, and he fully admits that he thinks Jackson Dart could save his job. So there you go. The big guy's behind me. I saw my other guy, Craig Carton. I just saw a video of him. He's keeping Dable no matter what. I am not alone. I am not alone. Ed and Mohegan, what's up, Ed?
Hey, what do you say?
What's going on?
Listen, one guy you really want to bring in, I'd empty the house. Just kidding, guys. The one guy you want to get in is Paul Skeens. This guy's Skeens.
Well, of course.
Right?
That's not going to happen. Yeah, Paul Skeens.
Why isn't it going to happen? Why can't they trade for him?
Because Pittsburgh's not trading him right now. And it's just not. I mean, he's the best young commodity in all of baseball. It's just not going to happen right now.
Other than Schlittler, I'd trade anybody for him.
Why? You would trade Schlittler for him. Stop.
I said anybody.
No.
But Schlittler.
No, you're wrong. You would. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm not asking you a question. I am telling you, you would trade Schlittler for him. Yes, you would. Yes, you would. Then
I wouldn't.
Yes, you would.
I would let Spencer Jones
Ed, yes,
go.
you would. Ed, you would have to stop it now. Stop it now.
The point is,
you want to trade for Paul Skeens, but you won't let go of Schlittler. What are you, crazy?
Exactly, because I want to stack the deck with pitchers. Because the reason they lost was because Fried and Fried didn't show up and Rodon didn't show up.
Part of the reason. No doubt.
That's a big part of the reason. Mm-hmm. They actually scored runs in those games.
No, I hear you. They won that game that Rodon didn't pitch well in, but they didn't win the Fried game, and they scored 7 kind of mop-up runs that I don't put too much stock in. But other than the idea that they proved they could hit that bullpen that they couldn't hit in Game 4 rather. But no, listen, you can't call, I'm sorry, man. 1, Paul Skeens isn't getting traded, and 2, there is not a single Yankee outside of like Judge that you would not trade for Paul Skeens. And you would trade Cam Schlittler. He's thrown a handful of games. The Toronto Blue Jays would trade you Savage for Skeens. Like, what are you, nuts? Of course you would trade Cam Schlittler if you could get Skeens. Of course. That wouldn't be the holdup. You wouldn't be like, I would, but I can't let go of Schlittler. Like, crazy. Of course you would. He's Paul Skeens. He's not going to be traded, though. Pittsburgh, unfortunately, they're not going to trade him just yet. We'll see if eventually it happens. And once they do, everyone will want to trade for Paul Skeens. Everyone. And I don't know if the Yankees necessarily have, the Yankees won't have the best prospects right now. I think it's over. I think their prospects are good. I think they're better than, I think Dominguez will get legitimate. I think that he's got value. I think Spencer Jones has value. I think Lombard has value. I think these guys have value. I do. I think the top level, Esmil Rogers, like Ben Hess, some of these guys have value. They've done a really nice job developing starting pitching. They have. They've done a real nice job. And some of the bats, I think Ben Rice has major value. Ben Rice hit the ball as hard as any major leaguer in the game. Ben Rice has a lot of value. I think Dominguez has value. So I'd be open to trade any one of those guys for Paul Skeens. It's not going to happen, but you would trade Cam Schlittler. I love him too. And I don't want to trade him, but for Paul Skeens, I mean, come on. Alex in Fair Lawn, New Jersey. What's up, Alex?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you, bud?
Good. I'm very happy that the Jets, were able to dump off, Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams. They were overpaid, and I guess the Jets, they need to rebuild. But now I'm so excited for this upcoming draft. 2 firsts and 2 seconds.
Yep.
Just like 2022. But, I'm not sure if there is really a quarterback out there, that can be at least 3/4 as good as Josh Allen or Joe Burrow. So, even if they do take a quarterback like a Ty Simpson or a Dante Moore, do you keep Justin Fields, to just hold down the fort until the new kid is ready? And, given the way Fields' contract is structured, if you cut him, it's a lot of dead money.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. Fields probably on the team next year and could be, it depends on where you take the kid. But let me just say this, because I'm already getting the sense. Let me just say this now. You don't wait. I have heard this for years on end from every fan who's terrified of drafting the wrong quarterback. And this speaks exactly to why I want, or at least I'm willing to keep Brian Daboll, because they drafted the right guy, and it's hard. And fans are terrified. Like, that's the one thing right now. Like, I can sense it already. Great. 2 first-round picks this year, 3 first-round picks next year. Great. I just got a call before. Oh, you could find a guy in the back end of the first, maybe the second round. The draft class this year. Not a lot of good quarterbacks out this year. Maybe some more next year. We'll see if Manning is available next year. Like, no. Stop being afraid. You have to go find the guy. You don't get this every year. You're looking for a quarterback. You don't have one. You've lost a ton of games. You're at the top of the draft. You take a quarterback. And if he fails and he stinks and he isn't good, guess what? You thank your lucky stars that you have 3 first-round picks next year, and then you take another one. And you keep taking one until you get it right, because it's the thing that changes the franchise. Stop being afraid. Happened every year with the Giant fan. Well, there's really not a quarterback out there. I don't want to draft this guy. You got to take a stand and take a quarterback. Don't be afraid. And if you fail at it and you miss on it, next year there'll be another quarterback there to draft. I have no problem drafting first-round quarterbacks back-to-back. They're the biggest commodity in the NFL. They change everything. You have got to find your guy. Don't be afraid to do it. Don't tell me the quarterback class isn't good. You're not always going to be in a position to do it. You take the quarterback. You take the quarterback you like best. You do it. You do it. Dave in Brooklyn. What's up, Dave?
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. So, let's think about these Giants here, and it's just it's been a rough 10 years, and Daboll was supposed to save us, and he did. And I think we've got it all wrong. I don't think it's because he doesn't know ball. I don't think it's because he doesn't know shit about defense.
Yeah, I don't think that's it. He doesn't know expletive about defense. Yeah, I find it hard. I've always found this funny and puzzling, to be totally honest with you. Like, the idea that Rex Ryan never knew anything about offense. Oh, he's a defensive mind. Like, on some level, like, it's their job to attack defense. They have to have some sort of understanding about weaknesses of a defense. Like, same thing for a defensive-minded head coach. Like, you strategize and try to stop offense. There's got to be some sort of understanding about what makes your life difficult, what you don't want to see, what hurts you, or what's the weakness of an offense. Like, you have to have some sort of understanding. It's not that Brian Daboll doesn't know, crap about defense necessarily. It's that right now they hired a defensive coordinator. It's not working. And, the defense year one worked. After that, it's also been the offense has been terrible. There's a lot of reasons for it. Right now, the defense fell apart. This is the same defense that was pitching a shutout against the Denver Broncos. It's the same defense that held the Philadelphia Eagles to 17 points. It's the same defense that was playing a lot better. Now, they lost a couple of defensive backs, and that's really been where it's fallen apart for them. It shouldn't fall apart to this extent. This is unacceptable to the level of which this defense played last week against the 49ers. And even against the Eagles. The run defense against the Eagles was atrocious. But I don't think it's that he doesn't know defense. They just haven't played well enough. And it's up to him to fix it, don't get me wrong. And he's got the weeks left. I want to make it clear. I am no longer, if I ever said they can't fire him, it was probably just in the excitement of that first win against the Eagles. I've never been pushing it hard to say they cannot fire him. I just don't think it is like every time they lose a football game, it's like the coach has to go, the coach has to go. I am not ready to say Brian Daboll has to go. I think his relationship with the quarterback is important. I think it's working, and I think it's something that you should be pretty, composed about and think about before you make the decision to fire him. Now, having said that, the team has to respond. They can't continue to look like this. The defense can't be a sieve and lose every stinking game the rest of the way. And again, it wasn't like that a couple weeks ago. We were talking about how good this team looked for 3 consecutive weeks against the Chargers, the Eagles, and the Denver Broncos. I know the Saints were mixed in there, but they were the better team in that game too. They've got to get back to playing like that. And I'm sorry if they do. And this team wins. What is there? They're 6-2. Excuse me. They're 2-7. And that's 9 games. So there's 8 games left. If they go 4-4 and play really competitive games and win 4 games and win 6 games on the season, you're going to have to convince me moving on from Brian Daboll is the right move. You're going to have to convince me that the next head coach is going to do a better job with this offense and this quarterback. Like, you're going to have that if they go 500 the rest of the way and play really good football, and even in the losses are competitive and it looks different, it looks more like, the first 4 games of Dart's career as opposed to the last 4, like three games, like, I'm going to feel better about it. I know that's me, but I would. I still think there's time for Brian Daboll to prove he could be the coach for this team. But if it looks more like San Francisco, then he's going to lose his job, and he should. Brian in Woodmere. What's up, Brian?
Hey, Chris. How's it going? I couldn't agree with you more, honestly. To quote Sean Morash, this is year one. This is year one.
Did Morash say that it's year one?
He did on Talking Giants, which I'm a big follower of. He says it's year one of the Daboll and Dart connection.
Yeah,
it's not year 4.
That's how I feel.
It's year 1.
I feel the exact same way. I feel like it's year 1.
I will say this, though. If Lane Kiffin comes knocking, not as head coach as OC, do you get rid of Kafka or do you like the connection? Antonio Pierce to me feels like the shoe-in for when we fire the clown, Shane Bowen.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed. I think that makes sense to bring in Antonio Pierce. I would have to, I'm not opposed to it. He's a name that I would absolutely consider. Lane Kiffin, not as the head coach doesn't make sense to me, quite honestly. If you're going to make a hire where you're strictly doing it based on the idea that he works well with the quarterback, they have a coach now who works well with the quarterback, and believe it or not, had more success in the NFL coaching circles as Lane Kiffin did. Now, as offensive coordinator, I don't know, because he's got to work under the head coach of Brian Daboll. It's still going to be Brian Daboll's offense. He's the offensive head coach. It's going to be his offense. Lane Kiffin's got to come in. It's not like he's bringing his offense to Jackson Dart and to this team. He'd have to work under the parameters of Brian Daboll. I don't think that would work. I'm not looking to do that. I don't think that would work. There is no good answer for the position of head coach for the New York Giants. There is no name where you go, aha, that's clearly better than Brian Daboll. Now, many of you will just say anybody's better than Brian Daboll, and I disagree. But I agree with Sean. If he said that on Talking Yanks, I completely Talking Giants, rather, excuse me. I completely agree. I view it as, I know history matters, and I've been saying it all week, or all 2 weeks. There's BD and AD, before Dart and after Dart. And all I care about is after Dart. That's really all I care about. That is all I care about is after Dart. What happened before Dart, I don't give a damn. It's how they move from this point on. That's how I kind of view it. And right now, the quarterback's playing great. They've only won 2 of the 4 games, but they were competitive in most of them. The last 2 have been ugly. And if the ugliness continues, as much as I want to say it's only year 1 and AD and BD, like, they're going to have a track record of 4 years of a hell of a lot of losing. So I get it. I get it. But I want to see the season play out. But we started to see some things that you can't see from a head coach. We saw give up. We saw players quit. We saw defensive players look like, to me, that they quit. Once you start seeing that, it's hard to make a real strong argument for the coach. So that's got to change immediately. This week against the Bears, immediately. The defense has to show a major uptick and a major level of fight and tackling and sticking their face in there. And the front's got to be better and get after the quarterback. And we need to see Dexter Lawrence play better. We need to play with some emotion out there. They were emotionless outside of Burns. Burns was the only one showing emotion. Burns was the only one pissed off when the field goal went wide. Burns was the only one out there dominating the football game. Everybody else on the defense didn't give a damn. And that's hard to say because that's including Dexter Lawrence, who I love. But it's just not there right now. I don't know why, but it has to change. That's numero uno. Get the leaders on this team to play like it. We had Art Stapleton on, and thanks to Art Stapleton, thanks to Zach Rosenblatt, both of them kindly enough to come on and talk Giants and Jets. He talked about, the coach admitted the quarterback is the leader of the team. Eventually that has to happen, not 5 games in, not with a veteran-laden defense. There's got to be some desire and some personal pride, and it can't just come from the head coach. Thank you guys for calling. Thank you for listening. Thank you to the chat. I appreciate you. We'll talk to you tomorrow after the net game. Paulie Rosenberg, thank you very much, everybody.
The Glue.
Al is up next. I'm out here. Bye-bye.
Radio 101.9 FM.
Keep listening for your chance to score a pair to see AC/DC Power Up Tour coming to MetLife Stadium September 25th, 2026, courtesy of Live Nation. Tickets go on sale Friday at 10 a.m. at livenation.com. It's all from the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always streaming on the Odyssey, TuneIn, and iHeartRadio app.
Are you searching for a warm and welcoming community for mom or dad? River Spring Living just may be the right option. Set on a 32-acre campus right there along the beautiful Hudson River, there are plenty of chances to engage in activities, wellness programs, and so much more. From independent living to assisted living and memory care, specialized teams are dedicated to making everyone feel right at home. I've seen firsthand what makes life at River Spring Living so special. Visit riverspringliving.org today.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
Are you fans? It's football season, so make sure you catch all of the Scarlet Knights gridiron action this season on WFAN. Scarlet Knights football is presented by RWJ Barnabas Health, the official healthcare provider of Rutgers Athletics. Let's be healthy together. Fun is in the driver's seat at Nielsen Dodge. Get a great deal on the new Jeep, Chrysler, Dodge, or Ram you really want, with 0 down payment available, plus the credit help you need. Shop online at nielsendodge.com. Black Friday sales event.
Want fast, reliable home internet? Switch to Verizon Fios, where you get the 100% fiber optic network with speeds up to 2 gig. And if you're looking for live TV with up to 400 plus channels and live sports, Fios TV is where it's at. Get the internet speed you want and the TV you love when you bundle Fios home internet and TV with Verizon. Plus, get the latest deals when you call 1-883-VERIZON and switch to Verizon Fios today. Availability varies.
We're always talking New York sports on The Fan.
Calling all hoops fans, get off the bench and onto the court for another exciting basketball season with BetMGM, an authorized game